My parents are entrepreneurs with a net worth of tens of billions, but they have concealed the family situation from me since I was a child. As far as I can remember, I lived in a slum with my parents since I was a child, and our family was so poor that we could barely make ends meet. As a result, I was laughed at by my rich classmates at school every day. Although I had good grades, the school beauty I liked dumped me because I was poor. I can do is to study hard, hoping to pass the college entrance examination one day and change the fate of my family. That day, I walked out of the examination room with great anticipation. But I saw a black Rolls-Royce parked at the school gate, the body of the car shining in the sun. I took a subconscious glance and felt that such a luxury car was too far away from me. However, when the car door opened, the people who walked out were actually my father and mother. Seeing this, even my best friend burst into tears and was deeply moved. My parents would go to such lengths to save my face. Could hardly recognize my parents, who were dressed like upper-class people. My dad, Lin Batian, used to pick me up from school every day wearing his construction site work clothes covered in mud. Now my father has changed into a burgundy-tailored suit, and his hair is kept neat with hairspray. My mother, Gu Yin, usually wears shabby clothes from her part-time job. Today she wore an elegant cheongsam, and her noble temperament made her look like a high-class socialite. I walked over and hugged my mother. Mom, did you rent such an expensive car? How many part-time jobs will you have to do in the future? And how many more bricks will my dad have to move? In addition to feeling sorry for my parents, I am even more worried that my family won't be able to afford me tomorrow. But after a while, the parents looked at each other with a trace of embarrassment on their faces and said, "Good son, in fact, our family is not poor at all, and we even have so much money that you can't spend it all in several lifetimes. Yes, our family is rich enough to use money to wipe our butts." Dad Lin Batian also responded, but his smile showed a bit of embarrassment. I was completely bewildered, feeling like I had just listened to a huge joke. I stared at my mother's hands, which were covered with cracks, and couldn't help but frown. Mom, aren't your hands worn out from years of washing dishes? The mother smiled sheepishly and looked down at her hands. Well, actually my sisters and I played mahjong too much. You know, they all worked too hard. I turned to look at my dad again. What about you, Dad? Haven't you been moving bricks at the construction site? Lin Batian scratched his head and smiled a little guilty. Well, actually, the construction site is our family's property. I just go there to inspect it occasionally and stretch my muscles. I stood there in a daze, feeling that the past 18 years of my life had been a joke. I stay up late and get up early every day to study hard to make my family rich. It turns out that my family is actually rich enough to rival a country. For a moment, I didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Dad pulled out a golden bank card from his pocket and handed it to me. Son, this card has no limit on the amount. You can spend as much as you want. And our family has many luxurious villas. From today on, you don't have to live in a slum anymore. I looked at the card, my hands shaking slightly, but I didn't take it. Mom and Dad, can you give me some time? I really need to digest this. My mother patted my shoulder gently, with a gentle smile on her face. Son, we also know that this incident has a great impact on you. You have worked hard these years. We are also doing this for your own good. Just get used to it slowly. I took a deep breath and was about to say something when my cell phone rang. I glanced at the screen and saw that it was a call from a classmate. Lin Sun, we are having a party at the Forest Royal Court tonight. You must come? I hung up the phone and told my parents, I have to go to my classmate's graduation party. Lin Batian suddenly laughed so hard that he couldn't close his mouth. Do you want Dad to drive you a Rolls-Royce? I quickly shook my head. Forget it. I don't want to cause a commotion. After saying this, I hurried away. However, I didn't notice that my father and mother looked at each other behind me, and Lin Batian suddenly muttered, Forest Royal Court. Why does it sound so familiar? Then his eyes lit up. Fuck, isn't it the hotel under my name? Gu Yin chuckled. Hurry up and call the hotel and ask them to prepare to welcome our young master. In the evening, I came to the hotel room, and my classmates had already gathered. When they saw you come in, they immediately started to make a noise. Lin Sun, you are 3 minutes late. Drink 3 glasses of wine as a punishment. I smiled awkwardly and looked around the box, but my eyes involuntarily locked on one person, Su Qing. She is the recognized beauty in the class, and also the school belle whom I have had a crush on for many years. At the graduation party tonight, I plucked up my courage and decided to confess my feelings to her. However, before I opened my mouth, a girl with a high ponytail smiled and teased. Hey, handsome Lin, are you going to confess your love to our Su-Ching? Several girls also started to make a noise, their eyes all focused on Su-Ching and I. However, I found that Su-Ching's expression was a little unnatural. She looked at me with a bit of embarrassment in her eyes. Lin Sun, I'm sorry, I can't agree to it. Su-Ching's voice was not loud, but it was extremely clear in the box, instantly plunging the entire box into silence. You froze, the smile on your face instantly froze. Can I ask, why? Before Su-Ching could answer, a lazy voice suddenly sounded. I'm sorry, classmate Lin Sun. Ching has agreed to be my girlfriend. Everyone looked over and saw Qin Hao swaggering into the box, followed by his class teacher Zhou Ting. Qin Hao is the organizer of this graduation banquet, and also another representative of the wealthy people in the class. I looked at Su-Ching in disbelief. Is what he said true? Su-Ching pursed her lips, lowered her head, and dared not look at you, but finally nodded. Lin Sun, we are really not suitable. Thank you for your help during this period, but I have always regarded you as a friend. I felt a sharp pain in my heart. 3 years of affection and effort seemed to vanish in an instant. So, have you been playing tricks on me for the past 3 years? Su-Ching still didn't dare to look me in the eye, and at this time, Qin Hao said contemptuously, Lin Sun, you better understand one thing. Ching just wants to get closer to you because she sees you being poor and being laughed at. Please accept your kindness and don't act like you owe her anything. The head teacher Zhou Ting also echoed. Lin Sun, Su-Ching has a boyfriend now. You should bless them. I glanced at the head teacher and sneered in my heart, wondering if the other party had been bribed by Qin Hao with money a long time ago. I had thought of offering her a cup of tea to thank her for her 3 years of teaching, but now it seems that there is no need. I took a deep breath, raised my head, and suppressed the disappointment in my heart. Su-Ching, before you said that my grades were poor and rejected me and asked me to keep working hard. Now my grades are very good. So is it because I am poor? Su-Ching's expression changed slightly, but she nodded in the end. Yes, you can't give me the life I want. I was silent for a moment and suddenly smiled. I wish you happiness. After saying this, I turned around and left. In the box behind me, there was silence. The classmates seemed to be watching a ridiculous joke. Right here, the door of the box was suddenly pushed open, and in an instant, a group of tall and elegant waiters came in one after another. Each of them was smiling, holding exquisite dishes and expensive-looking red wine in their hands. They were wearing the same uniform and standing in a neat row, as if they had undergone professional training. The entire box suddenly became quiet, and everyone's eyes were focused on the group of waiters. Wow, so many beautiful young ladies. Are they really hotel waiters? They are simply a bunch of goddesses. A classmate couldn't help but exclaimed in a low voice. Brother, please don't be so vulgar. Is a goddess the point? Look at the dishes in their hands. Each one looks so high-end. These must not be cheap. Another person immediately retorted. Someone couldn't help but turn around and smile at Qin Hao. Qin Hao, did you arrange this? This is too particular. Qin Hao was smiling smugly at the moment and was about to respond. Seeing everyone's praise, he felt even more complacent. He waved his hand gently. Haha, this is a surprise for everyone. Everyone, please eat and drink well. It's all arranged by me. Su-Ching stood beside Qin Hao, her eyes full of light. She raised her chin slightly with a proud look, as if showing off Qin Hao's strength, as if telling everyone present, this is my boyfriend. However, although Qin Hao was smiling on the surface, he was somewhat worried in his heart. He did not arrange these waiters at all, and he had no idea what these high-end dishes were about. But in order not to appear timid, he pretended to be calm. He waved his hand and said to the waiters standing in a row, you can serve the food. However, embarrassingly, the waiters ignored him and remained standing there. Qin Hao's face suddenly became a little embarrassed, and the air seemed to freeze. At this moment, a middle-aged man in a suit and with an extraordinary aura walked in from the door. He walked steadily, with sharp eyes, and exuded a strong aura of a superior. When Qin Hao saw the person coming, his eyes lit up instantly. He recognized this person. It was Huang Manting, the general manager of Forest Royal Court, a person that even his father had to respect. Qin Hao felt that he had found an opportunity to save the situation, so he immediately picked up his glass and quickly walked to Huang Manting, smiling. Hello, Manager Huang. I am Chin Hao, and my father is Chin Hai. It is an honor to meet you here. Let me toast you. He thought that this action of his would gain Huang Manting's attention and appreciation. However, Huang Manting didn't even look at him. He just glanced at Chin Hao coldly and said impatiently, "Your father Chin Hai is not qualified to toast me. So who are you?" Chin Hao's face froze, and he held the wine glass in the air in embarrassment. At this time, Huang Manting directly bypassed Chin Hao and walked quickly to the center of the box. He stopped in front of you, bent his hands slightly, and shook your hands respectfully with a hint of excitement in his voice. "Master, I finally see you." The word young master instantly made the entire box quiet, and everyone was stunned. A second ago, Huang Manting treated Chin Hao coldly, but in the blink of an eye, he was so respectful to me. Su Qing's face turned pale instantly, and her hands froze in midair, as if she couldn't believe what she saw. She originally thought that Chin Hao, who was standing next to her, was the best choice, but now she found that he was not worth mentioning at all. I was a little embarrassed myself, and frowned slightly and said, "Manager Huang, did you recognize the wrong person?" Huang Manting smiled, as if he was facing a most distinguished guest. "Master, you are the son of Chairman Lin Batian. How could you make a mistake? We have already received a notice from the chairman that you will come tonight." Hearing this, I was shocked. My dad was actually the chairman of Forest Royal Court. I knew my parents were rich, but I didn't expect them to own such a top luxury hotel. The students in the box were even more shocked, and their eyes moved from Chin Hao to you. They know in their hearts that they were just flattering Chin Hao. But now, the real big shot is you. Oh my god, Lin Sun's father is actually the boss of Forest Royal Court. Some classmates couldn't help but mutter in a low voice. This is bad. Now that we have offended Lin Sun, how can we still live a good life? Another person began to say worriedly. Chin Hao stood there, his face turning pale and blue, his heart filled with panic. He was originally full of confidence and thought he could show off in front of his classmates, but he didn't expect that the real big shot turned out to be Lin Sun, whom he had never taken seriously before. Su Qing's face turned pale, and she kept muttering to herself, "Impossible. How is this possible? How could Lin Sun be a rich second generation?" At this moment, Huang Manting turned to look at the waiter and raised his hand slightly. "What are you still standing there for? Say hello to the young master." The waiters shouted in unison and respectfully, "Hello, young master." The voices were clear and pleasant, and a neat chorus of greetings rang out in the box. Inside the box, everyone's eyes were focused on me. Some were envious, some were regretful, and more people had complicated expressions on their faces. Huang Manting smiled and continued, "Master, because the chairman specifically asked for your graduation banquet, we have prepared a purple gold box for you. Do you want to move over there?" Hearing the words purple gold box, a classmate whispered, "What is that?" Huang Manting smiled when he heard this question. The boxes in the Forest Royal Court are divided into 4 levels, from bronze, silver, gold, to the highest purple gold box. The purple gold box is specially used by us to receive important guests, such as provincial leaders or other special VIPs. Everyone gasped. Bronze box? They had no idea. They thought this box was already very high-end, but it turned out to be only bronze. What would the highest-end purple crystal be like? At the same time, they felt that Chin Hao's status was suddenly lowered. Lin Sun can go to the amethyst box without asking, but you had to use connections to barely reserve a bronze box, which is a bit shabby. Young master, what's your decision? Huang Manting looked at Lin Sun patiently. Everyone looked at him expectantly, as if they were eager to make a decision for him. They knew that they could receive the highest level of service from the Forest Royal Court just because of Lin Sun's words. "No need. I'm just about to leave," Lin Sun said calmly. As soon as the words fell, the box fell into silence, and everyone was stunned. "Student Lin, you just arrived and haven't eaten anything yet. Why are you leaving so soon?" Someone immediately tried to keep him. "Yes, it's a rare occasion for us to get together. Why don't you stay and chat? This may be our last gathering. Don't leave in a hurry." Facing these classmates who suddenly changed their attitude, Lin Sun smiled faintly, looking at these people who changed their attitude faster than turning the pages of a book, and felt a little disappointed. He had long lost interest in these people, and he was too lazy to do such things as slapping their faces now. Chin Hao came up and smiled a bit flatteringly. "Lin Sun, we are all classmates. I didn't expect your family is so rich and so low-key." At this moment, Lin Sun's best friend Lier Pang stood up and sneered, "Huh? Who is trying to get close to whom?" The guy named Chin was acting weird just now, and now he's trying to lick me. How funny. Chin Hao's face changed. Lier Pang, what are you talking about? Manager Huang, what's going on? Fatty Lee pointed at Chin Hao angrily. This guy is not a good person. Huang Manting frowned and looked at Chin Hao coldly. Is this true? Chin Hao waved his hands hurriedly, his voice a little panicked. Manager Huang, it's not like that, it's really not. At this moment, Su Qing stood up, walked up to Lin Sun, and said softly, Lin Sun, we are classmates. Why do we have to be so awkward? Lin Sun shook his head helplessly, and he had completely given up on Su Qing. This kind of person, with long hair and little knowledge, was not worth wasting time on. Let's go, fatty, Lin Sun said to Lier Pang. Okay, brother. Lier Pang immediately followed with excitement on his face. Manager Huang, right? Lin Sun stopped and turned to look at Huang Manting. Yes, young master. Huang Manting responded respectfully. Lin Sun nodded. Don't embarrass my classmates. Take away everything. I won't eat here. Huang Manting was stunned for a moment, with an embarrassment on his face. Master, if the chairman knew about this, I would have a hard time explaining it. Lin Sun smiled calmly. It's okay. I'll just tell my dad. Huang Manting nodded and took out a red card from his pocket. Master, this is the highest level red card of the Forest Royal Court. With this card, you can enjoy our highest level services at any time. Although Master does not need it, it is inevitable that someone will not recognize you and cause misunderstandings. Lin Sun took the card and said, Thank you. You've worked hard. Lin Sun and Lier Pang left the box under the gaze of everyone, leaving behind only an awkward silence. Su Qing looked at Lin Sun's back, and her heart suddenly felt empty. He left so decisively, without a trace of hesitation, and she suddenly realized that he really let her go. She felt an indescribable loss, as if something important had left her. Huang Manting turned his head and glanced at the people in the box. His aura suddenly changed. You can eat here. After all, you have paid, but this will be your last time. From now on, you are not welcome in the Forest Royal Court. Everyone's faces turned pale. Manager Huang, this is none of our business. It's all Chin Hao's fault. Yes, we are innocent. Please give us another chance. Chin Hao, please say something. Everyone's eyes were focused on Chin Hao, fearing that he would implicate them. They knew that the most terrifying thing was not being blacklisted, but the deterrent power of a top place like the Forest Royal Court. Once they were marked, no one in Liangqing would dare to give them a job. Chin Hao's face turned pale, knowing that he was finished. He originally thought that he could win for sure, but he didn't expect that Lin Sun was the biggest variable. Check the Chin family's account in our hotel and cancel all the cards. Huang Manting ordered coldly. Understood, manager. The waiter behind him responded quickly. Chin Hao slumped on the ground, a look of despair on his face. After Huang Manting left with the waiter, the atmosphere in the box became extremely awkward. It's over. We are really finished. Don't panic. The Forest Royal Court is so big that they won't bother with ordinary people like us. What a pity that our last dinner ended up like this. Su Qing is really blind. If she knew that Lin Sun was a rich second generation, they might have been together a long time ago. Soon, the crowd began to disperse. The head teacher also found an excuse and left quickly. Sorry, I have something else to do at school, so I'm leaving first. My dad asked me to go back for the feast, so I have to go. I just received news that my fish is about to give birth. See you again if we are lucky. Soon, the students dispersed as if they were avoiding the plague, leaving only Chin Hao and Su Qing in the box. Su Qing stood there in a daze, her mind full of thoughts about Lin Sun, regrets flooding her heart like a tide. If she had chosen Lin Sun, her fate would definitely be completely different now. Chin Hao murmured, how could this happen? She wanted to comfort Chin Hao, but he slapped her hard. Bitch, it's all your fault. My Chin family is finished now. Su Qing's face was full of disbelief. You hit me? What's wrong with hitting you? We're finished. Don't appear in front of me again. Chin Hao said harshly and left the box without looking back. Only Su Qing was left covering her face with tears silently falling. After leaving the hotel, Lin Sun and Lier Pang were sitting at a roadside stall, eating skewers and drinking. Lier Pang looked at Lin Sun with a smile, his face full of surprise. Brother Sun, you are really a hidden talent. You are actually a rich second generation. If Su Qing had known you were so rich, how could she have dumped you? Lin Sun's mouth twitched and he smiled bitterly. Do you think I wanna? My parents kept it a secret from me for 18 years. I thought our family had no money and lived frugally every day, but suddenly they told me that there was a forest palace at home. Haha, Su Qing is really regretting it now. She gave up on you and ended up picking up Qin Hao's toothpick. Fatty Lee slapped the table and laughed. She will definitely come back to find you, Brother Sun. We have to be on guard. Lin Sun shook his head, his expression somewhat complicated. It doesn't matter anymore. Let the past be the past. Seeing him like this, Li Pang said nothing more, and the two continued to drink. After a few drinks, Lin Sun got up to relax. He walked slowly onto the bridge, and the evening breeze made his head clearer. Standing by the bridge, he looked at the river in the distance and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. What is the meaning of life? Just then, a cold voice interrupted his thoughts. The river water is very cold at night. Jumping in is not a good idea. Lin Sun was startled, turned around, and was stunned for a moment. Standing next to him was a girl as beautiful as a fairy. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, and her snow-white dress set off her graceful figure. She exuded an otherworldly temperament. What are you daydreaming about? The girl frowned and looked at him coldly. Lin Sun was stunned and blurted out, "You are so beautiful." The girl raised her lips slightly, revealing a faint smile. "Are you a college student?" Lin Sun quickly shook his head and said nervously, "I just finished the college entrance examination and haven't entered university yet." "Failed the exam? Are you so depressed that you want to jump into the river?" The girl asked with a raised eyebrow. "Ah, no. I was just taking a walk and getting some fresh air." Lin Sun hurriedly explained, his face full of embarrassment. The girl nodded and turned to leave. Lin Sun felt disappointed. Was this beautiful encounter going to end like this? Suddenly, he got excited and summoned up the courage to stop her. "Wait." The girl stopped and looked back at him. "What's wrong?" Lin Sun mustered up the courage to ask. Sister, which university are you from?" The girl smiled faintly. "Nanjing University." Lin Sun's eyes suddenly lit up. What a coincidence. I am also the target of Nanjing University. The girl looked at him in surprise, then nodded. "Then you must work hard. It's not easy to get into Nanjing University." "Don't worry, I have confidence," Lin Sun said with a smile. The girl nodded gently and turned to leave. Looking at her receding figure, Lin Sun's heart was throbbing, as if at this moment his heart had completely fallen. The next day, Lin Sun woke up with a splitting headache. He rubbed his temple and muttered, "Drinking is a mistake." Looking around, he found himself lying in an unfamiliar room. Where is this? A hotel? Damn, I'm not being kidnapped. Just as he was panicking, he stepped on something soft under his feet. It was Li Pang, who was sleeping soundly. Lin Sun kicked him with his foot. Pang, wake up." Li Pang frowned and turned over, but after hearing Lin Sun shout, "There are black silks," he sat up instantly and looked around expectantly. "Where is it?" Lin Sun smiled helplessly and pointed at the hair on his legs. "Here, black silk." "Fuck." Li Pang realized that he was still on the ground, his face full of embarrassment. "Nothing is going to happen between us, right? Get lost." Lin Sun rolled his eyes. "You sleep on the floor, and I sleep on the bed. Nothing strange happened." However, the two of them seemed to have a vague memory of last night. When washing, the cold water made Lin Sun suddenly sober up. He seemed to have met a beautiful senior sister last night, and the other party thought he was going to jump into the river. Thinking of this, Lin Sun couldn't help but smile. Fairy senior sister, it's really interesting. He was just thinking about last night's adventure when his phone vibrated, with a screen full of missed calls and WeChat messages. He quickly called his mother back, and just as the call was connected, Gu Yinyan's anxious voice came. "Son, you finally called back. Are you okay?" Lin Batian also echoed beside him. "Did you drink too much? I'm glad you're okay." Lin Sun quickly explained. "I stayed in the hotel last night. It's okay." Gu Yinyan breathed a sigh of relief, then asked, "I heard that something happened to you at the graduation party last night." Lin Sun was a little embarrassed. Obviously, his parents already knew about it. Lin Batian snorted coldly. "Son, you are blind to talk about school beauties. Dad will introduce you to some girls with good family backgrounds, who are guaranteed to be 100 times better than her." Lin Sun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Dad, forget it. Let's just let fate take its course in matters of the heart." After returning home, the dining table was filled with sumptuous dishes. Gu Yinyan handed over some soup with concern. "Son, drink some soup to sober you up." Lin Sun looked at his parents and suddenly asked, "Mom, Where did we live originally? Tianzixuan number 1, the top villa area in Beijing. Lin Batian replied proudly. Yes, your father and I looked at several villas a few years ago, thinking of choosing one to live in when you grow up. Gu Yinyin nodded. Lin Sun nodded. Okay, although we haven't moved back to Tianzixuan yet, we should move away from here. Once your identities are exposed, it won't be a good thing for other neighbors to know. It's not that he is making malicious speculations, but some people are just like that. They will ignore you when you are not rich, but once you suddenly become rich one day, they may rush to curry favor with you. He doesn't want this to happen. Finally, under Lin Sun's suggestion, the family quickly moved to their new home. This is a luxurious villa located in the center of Liangsheng, costing tens of millions of yuan and extremely luxurious. As soon as he stepped into the house, Lin Sun was stunned by the scene in front of him. A red carpet extended from the door to the living room, with maids and bodyguards standing neatly on both sides. The scene was comparable to the wealthy aristocrats in the movies. Welcome home, young master. The maids greeted in unison, with elegant gestures and sweet smiles. Lin Sun was a little at a loss and waved awkwardly. Hello. But he was shocked in his heart. When did he become such a rich young master? Lin Batian patted Lin Sun on the shoulder and smiled proudly. Get used to it slowly, son. You are the son of the richest man in Dragon Country. The life that followed was simply heaven. As a housekeeper, cook, and cleaner, each doing his own job, Lin Sun finally experienced what it meant to eat and wear. When the butler showed him around the garage, Lin Sun almost couldn't close his mouth. Rolls-Royce, Porsche, Ferrari, Lamborghini, everything. These cars are prepared for the young master, and they can be driven out at any time. The butler said with a smile. Let's talk about it after I get my driver's license. Although Lin Sun was polite, his heart was already turbulent. He turned out to be the son of the richest man in the country. Although his life had changed dramatically, Lin Sun did not forget his goal. When he got home, he said to his parents, Dad, Mom, I have to go to school and bring back the remaining things. Do you want me to take you there? Lin Batian asked with a smile. No, I can just take a taxi. Why don't we go on an electric bike? Keep a low profile. Lin Batian suggested with a smile. Lin Sun was happy to hear it. Okay. When they arrived at school, everyone was stunned to see Lin Sun and his father riding ordinary electric bikes. He used to drive a Rolls-Royce, so how could he be so down-to-earth now? Even his classmates began to laugh at him. Hey, Lin Sun, why is this rich second generation so low-key? Where's the Rolls-Royce? Faced with these sarcasm, Lin Batian's face turned pale. He was about to fight back, but was stopped by Lin Sun. Dad, forget it. Let's go home after moving the things. Just then, a familiar girl came over. What's going on? Su Qing's voice came from the crowd, attracting everyone's attention. She walked over with a frown, looking at the mocked Lin Sun and his plainly dressed father, a little puzzled. The classmates around her started to make a noise. Lin Sun actually rode an electric bike to school. Didn't he drive a luxury car before? Su Qing was also a little confused. Was Lin Sun really pretending to be a rich second generation? Was everything that happened in the Forest Royal Court that day just a misunderstanding? She hesitated for a moment and finally spoke out to stop him. Okay, everyone, don't do this. We are all classmates. There is no need to be sarcastic. Hearing this, everyone gradually dispersed. Su Qing walked up to Lin Sun with a complicated look in her eyes. Are you okay? Lin Sun glanced at her coldly and said calmly, Why are you here? Isn't Qin Hao accompanying you? Hearing this name, Su Qing's eyes dimmed a little. I broke up with him. She originally thought that Lin Sun would react, but Lin Sun just replied lightly. Oh. Su Qing felt a little disappointed, bit her lip and said, Lin Sun, even if Qin Hao and I broke up, it's impossible for us to be together. I will try to be better in the future. Lin Sun smiled helplessly. You don't have to say these things. There is nothing between us. After that, he turned to Lin Batian and said, Dad, let's go. Watching Lin Sun's back gradually walking away, Su Qing felt that he had changed. He seemed more confident and mature than before. On the way, Lin Batian joked with interest. Son, is that the girl who has bewitched you? Lin Sun rolled his eyes helplessly. That's not true. Don't think about it. Lin Batian nodded seriously. I don't think that girl is that good. Luckily, you didn't get too obsessed with her. At this moment, Lin Sun saw a girl in front of him struggling to carry a large bag. He recognized it as Incursion and hurried forward to help. Incursion, do you need help? The girl looked up a little surprised. Lin Sun, haven't you moved your things yet? Lin Sun took the bag with a smile. I just got here. Let me help you first, considering that you solved the problem for me. And Curson smiled and said, Thank you. It is indeed a bit heavy. And Curson's gentle temperament made Lin Batian nod with satisfaction. Well, a good girl. While helping, Lin Sun joked with Liu Pang and laughed continuously. And Curson suddenly asked, Lin Sun, which university do you plan to apply to? Lin Sun answered confidently, Nanjing University. She smiled and nodded. I wish you success. Looking at Lin Sun's receding back, her eyes were soft and profound. The next day, as soon as Lin Sun walked into the classroom, he saw a scene that made him unhappy. Su Fei, the poor student in the class, was sitting on his desk with his feet on a pile of textbooks and melon seed shells scattered all over the floor. Lin Sun's face suddenly darkened. Su Fei, what are you doing? When Su Fei saw Lin Sun and his father Lin Batian coming in, he snorted exaggeratedly and stomped his foot hard, instantly wrinkling the textbook. Hey, isn't this Master Lin? Doesn't your father drive a Rolls-Royce? Why are you dressed so shabby now? Are you exposed? Bah. Before he finished speaking, Lin Batian slapped Su Fei hard on the face, and the classroom suddenly became eerily quiet. Lin Sun and Liu Pang stared at him in amazement, and the other students in the class did not dare to make a sound. Lin Batian rubbed his hands and said coldly, You are so thick-skinned? I have tolerated you for a long time. Do you really think I won't take action? Su Fei covered his face livid with anger. You dare to hit me? You migrant worker. Pa! There was another crisp sound. This time it was Lin Sun who took action. His cold expression shocked everyone, including Liu Pang. No one expected that the usually gentle Lin Sun would dare to take action. Lin Sun's voice was low but cold. Remember, you can insult me, but if you dare to touch my family, I will never let you go. Su Fei was so frightened that he was shaking all over. He stammered something cruel and fled out of the classroom in a panic, shouting as he ran. Just wait. I'll get someone outside to hack you to death. Lin Sun sneered and responded. You are welcome to chop. Liu Pang clapped his hands and said with admiration, Awesome, brother Sun. This is a real man. Lin Batian was also happy. Son, you are worthy of being my son. Whoever dares to bully you in the future, just beat him up. I will protect you. At this moment, a burst of laughter came from the classroom door. Everyone turned around and was stunned. The principal came in with a group of leaders and teachers, walked straight to Lin Batian, and shook his hand. Mr. Lin, what a rare guest. All the students were petrified instantly, and many of them were shocked. Lin Sun's father was really an important figure? The principal was so polite to him. Lin Batian waved his hand. I'm just here to help my son pack some things. Don't be so exaggerated. The principal smiled even more happily. Mr. Lin, the teaching buildings you donated are still in use now. Would you like to take a look at them? There was a gasp in the classroom. How many buildings were donated? This is too generous. Lin Sun's classmates suddenly felt hot on their faces. All the ridicule they had made towards Lin Sun before now seemed like a joke. Just when everyone was too shocked to speak, Liu Pang's phone suddenly rang. After he answered the phone, his face suddenly changed. Sun brother, it's bad. Su Fei brought a group of people to block you at the school gate. Chapter 13. Your father is Li Gang? My father is Su Gang. When Lin Sun walked to the school gate, the scene in front of him made his heart sink. Su Fei brought more than 20 thugs, each waving a stick, blocking the door aggressively. Although the guards were fully armed, they were obviously a little panicked. After all, this kind of scene was not common. Seeing Lin Sun coming out, Su Fei's eyes were instantly filled with hatred. He pointed at Lin Sun and shouted, Lin Sun, you are dead today. Liu Pang was so scared that he was shaking. He quickly advised, Brother Sun, let's go back to school and hide until the police come. There are too many people on the other side. Lin Batian narrowed his eyes. A hint of coldness flashed across his face. Lin Sun was not to be outdone, and said coldly, Su Fei, you brought people to the school gate to cause trouble. Are you out of your mind? Su Fei gnashed his teeth in anger. Lin Sun, you really don't know how to write the word death, right? Come down and fight me. Lin Batian smiled slightly. Son, are you afraid? Lin Sun said firmly. Dad, are you okay? The two looked at each other and shouted in unison. Fuck him. Fatly next to him screamed. Wait, I can't do this. Before Liu Pang could react, Lin Sun and Lin Batian had already walked towards Su Fei and his gang. The passersby around them were sweating. Are they crazy? Just two people. With bare hands against more than 20 people with sticks, how can they fight? Just as the tense atmosphere spread, a roar broke the deadlock. A red sports car drifted to a stop at the school gate, followed by several black vans that braked sharply behind. As soon as the car door opened, Gu Yinyan jumped out of the sports car with an angry face and walked directly towards Su Fei and his group. Who dares to touch my husband and son? Gu Yinyan shouted. At the same time, a dozen bodyguards in black rushed out of the van and rushed towards Su Fei and his group. In less than a few minutes, all the thugs brought by Su Fei were pinned to the ground, trembling. Gu Yinyan walked up to Su Fei and spat fiercely on his face. You little bastard, you mess with my son? Do you think your life is too long? Everyone was shocked by this scene. No one expected that Lin Sun's mother would be so domineering and decisive. Lin Sun secretly swallowed his saliva and whispered in Lin Baishan's ear. Dad, has Mom always been so tough? Lin Batian smiled and nodded. Your mother is not simple. You will find out slowly. Su Fei was completely stunned. He covered his face and shouted angrily. Your whole family has no moral principles. Gu Yinyan sneered. Not convinced? You can also call your parents over and fight with me. Lin Sun walked forward calmly. Su Fei, come to me if you have anything to say. Don't use so many tricks. The spotlight suddenly shifted at this moment. When many people saw Lin Sun's mother driving a sports car, they understood a lot of things and concluded that Lin Sun's family was really rich. Faced with everyone's pointing and criticizing, Su Fei wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. All right, kid, you don't study hard, but you dare to bring people to block people at the school gate. If it weren't for the fact that you were my son's classmate, I would definitely kill you. Gu Yinyan waved her hand. Get out of here. Ha. Get out? Today's matter is not over yet. Do you know who my father is? Su Fei's face suddenly became ferocious. Gu Yinyan asked in surprise. Your father is Li Gang? Su Fei was stunned. He said, No, my father is Su Gang. Gu Yinyan said, Oh, I forgot. Your father must have your last name. You. Su Fei choked to death. Your father's name is Su Gang? Lin Batian suddenly spoke, breaking the brief silence. His voice was cold, and his eyes were fixed on Su Fei. Go back and tell your father to come and apologize to my son within 3 days. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences yourself. Su Fei was startled by the tough tone and quickly took a step back. He raised his head and retorted unyieldingly. Who are you from? How dare you be so arrogant? Why do you care where I am from? Lin Batian laughed contemptuously, with murderous intent in his eyes. If you don't want to be beaten, get out of here quickly, or you will be the next one to be beaten. The dozen or so bodyguards around him instantly stared at Su Fei. Each of them was strong and imposing. Seeing this, Su Fei was frightened and immediately turned around and ran away, saying fiercely, Lin Sun, you wait for me, I will definitely come back. Do you think you are a wolf? Lin Sun couldn't help laughing, and the people around him also laughed. Gu Yinyan looked at Lin Sun and asked with a smile, Son, how should we deal with these hooligans? Lin Sun thought for a moment and said, Let's leave it to the police. Soon, the police arrived and saw so many thugs making trouble, so they quickly asked the bureau to send people for support. When the leading police saw Lin Batian, he immediately smiled and said, Mr. Lin, why are you here? You are such a rare guest. His words were full of respect. The students around were all surprised to see this scene, and were extremely shocked. Lin Sun was indeed a rich second generation, and no one dared to question it now. Dad, Mom, the problem has been resolved. Let's go home. Lin Sun said calmly. Okay, I'll listen to my son. Gu Yinyan's face was full of relief, and she immediately called on the bodyguards to help move the luggage. A moment later, the scene at the school gate was hilarious. The bodyguards were busy moving books and luggage, while a group of hooligans squatted on the ground, trembling and waiting for the police. Passing students took out their phones to take pictures of this scene. It is estimated that the headlines in Liangqing the next day will be high school students and rich second generations make a shocking appearance. Before leaving, Lin Sun waved to Li Pang and said, Pang, let's meet again during the summer vacation. No problem, brother Sun. I'll wait for you to come back. Li Pang responded with a smile. Just as the family was about to leave, Lin Batian was suddenly ruthlessly left behind by Gu Yinyan. You go with the bodyguards, there is no room for you in the car. Lin Batian sighed helplessly and silently took the key to his son's electric bike. At the same time, Su Fei ran home in a rage, and when he saw his father Su Gang, he rushed over and said, "Dad, they beat me." Su Gang looked displeased. "Who is so bold? How dare you touch my son?" Su Fei quickly told the whole story in an exaggerated way, and especially emphasized the other party's arrogance. Su Gang was furious after hearing this, and took out his cell phone to find someone to take revenge. "What did you say the man's name was?" "Lin's son. Su Fei answer confident." "Where is his father?" Su Gang asked disapprovingly. "I think his name is Lin Bawan." Su Gang's face suddenly changed and his voice trembled. "Are you sure it's not Lin Badian?" Su Fei recalled. "Yes, it's Lin Badian." "Dad, you are so smart." Hearing this name, Su Gang's face turned pale instantly, and he slumped down on the ground, even dropping his phone. He murmured weakly, "It's over. It's completely over." The other side, Mom and Dad. Su Fei's father seems to be very important? Lin Sun asked with some curiosity. He heard that Su Fei's father was a powerful gangster who was involved in both law and order and could kill people at will without breaking the law. Lin Batian smiled faintly. "Don't worry, Xiao Su. He gave me a cigarette before. Just wait for him to come and apologize. And as for the rest, you can eat and drink as usual." "It seems that Dad is not simple either," Lin Sun nodded. "Indeed, as the richest man, how could he not have some power?" He simply didn't care. Suddenly thinking of something, Lin Sun asked, "Mom and Dad, are you really the richest people in the country?" Gu Yinyan smiled and said, "Really? It's more real than real gold and silver." "Son, have you not accepted this fact yet?" Lin Sun shook his head. "I'm just a little curious. How could you hide this from me for 18 years? This. Gu Yinyan looked at her son's serious expression, and for a moment she couldn't figure out whether he was complaining or something else. She had no choice but to look at Lin Batian. Lin Sun also stared at his father, waiting for an answer. Lin Batian coughed twice. "Son, we have explained this to you before. Our family business is so huge. We don't want to raise you into a playboy. Although we are not afraid of you ruining the family, we still hope that you can achieve something. So we use this best strategy. The best strategy?" Lin Sun was stunned. What kind of best strategy was this? Was it because he had not read enough books? Or did he not understand the art of war well enough? Lin Batian spread his hands innocently. "Yes, son, this is actually the best way. How can I train you otherwise?" Lin Sun was completely speechless, his heart full of the desire to complain. At this moment, Gu Yinyan took out a key from her pocket and handed it to Lin Sun. "This is your graduation gift from your mother. Go open it." Lin Sun's eyes lit up when he saw the Mercedes-Benz logo on the key, but then he said awkwardly, "Mom, I haven't gotten my driver's license yet." Gu Yinyan waved her hand and said, "Why do you need to take the exam? Mom will do it for you." Lin Sun quickly waved his hands. Forget it. I'll take the exam myself." Lin Batian smiled and handed over a gold card. "There are 1 billion yuan in this card. You can use it at any of my restaurants. You don't have to save money when you take your friends out to eat. Spend as much as you want." Lin Sun took the card and felt a bit like he was dreaming, wondering if he was surrounded by money. He couldn't help but smile and said, "Thank you, Dad." Lin Batian patted his shoulder. "What are you thanking me for? You have worked hard for so many years. Now it's time to enjoy yourself." Gu Yinyan agreed with a smile. "Yes, son, spend money if you want, and Mom can introduce you to a beautiful wife." Lin Sun smiled bitterly. "Mom, I'm not old enough to get married yet." The next day, Lin Sun just woke up and found a group of people gathered outside the villa, among whom was an acquaintance, Su Fei. Did he bring people to cause trouble? Before Lin Sun could say anything, Lin Batian appeared at the door. When Su Gang saw Lin Batian, he immediately asked Su Fei to kneel down and severely taught his son a lesson in front of him, and flatteredly called Lin Batian Brother Lin. Lin Sun looked very calm, not surprised at all. He knew that his father's background was unfathomable. When Su Gang was young, he had been through life and death with Lin Batian and owed him a life, so he naturally didn't dare to offend him now. The matter ended with Su Fei's repentance. A few days later, Lin Sun gradually adapted to the life of a rich second generation. He took Liu Peng and Incursion with him to eat, drink, and have fun in his father's restaurant every day, and lived a very comfortable life. Soon, Lin Sun's family became famous in Liangcheng. Major short video platforms began to spread the news that Lin Batian was the richest man in the country, and the media and reporters flocked to the door of the Lin family's villa. wanting to record the life of the richest man. But soon, these opinions were quickly suppressed. The video was restricted, the platform was warned, and everything returned to calm. At the same time, Su Qingshi was concentrating on her work when suddenly Jiang Yunxiao came over with a mobile phone. Sure, look, this little brother is actually a rich second generation. Su Qingshi took a look and saw that the photo on the phone screen was exactly the scene of Lin Sun being interviewed. She was shocked. Wasn't this the boy she met by the bridge that night? At that time, she thought he was going to jump into the river, but she didn't expect him to be a rich second generation. Su Qingshi stared at the photo in a daze. What's his name? Jiang Yunxiao's eyes widened in shock. Oh my god, sure, you're actually interested in boys? The ice goddess is making a move. Su Qingshi glanced at her calmly. I'm just asking. Next, Jiang Yunxiao played a video about Lin Sun for her. After watching it, she curled her lips slightly, remembering that he said that night that he wanted to take the entrance exam for Nanjing University. This made her feel complicated for a while. Su Qingshi raised the corner of her mouth slightly. I got 2 tickets for Xue Zhiqian's concert. Ah, God, sure, I love you. Jiang Yunxiao, who had returned, pounced directly on Su Qingshi and kissed her hard on the cheek. What are you doing, crazy woman? Su Qingshi pushed her away and wiped the saliva off her face with disgust. She rolled her cold eyes at her bestie, yet looked very charming. Sure, you're the best. Jiang Yunxiao smiled and wanted to come closer. Sure, I'm so touched. Do you dare to try? Su Qingshi crossed her arms and glared at her. If you mess around again, I'll kill you. Soon, Xue Zhiqian will come to Liangsheng to hold a concert. As soon as this news came out, it instantly dominated the hot searches of major news in Liangsheng, and social media platforms were also flooded with messages. Oh my god! Xue Zhiqian is coming to Liangsheng? Who can resist this wave? My home is in Liangsheng. Xue Zhiqian, here I come. I want to grab a ticket. Who can help me? Qian friends, go. Netizens were so excited, and Lin Sun in the villa also saw the news. Xue Zhiqian's popularity made him curious, and he thought to himself, could I become a singer too? Just as he was daydreaming, his cell phone rang. It was Li Pang calling. Brother Sun, can I ask you a favor? Li Pang's flattering voice came from the other end of the phone. What's the matter? Lin Sun asked while playing games. My girlfriend wants to see Xue Zhiqian's concert, but I can't get a ticket. Brother Sun, please use your power as a rich second generation to help your brother. You actually have a girlfriend? Lin Sun was so shocked that he almost fell off his chair. Last time I went to have a foot bath, I started chatting with that girl, and in the end it actually worked out. Li Pang said proudly. Okay, I'll see if I can get the ticket and tell you later. Lin Sun hung up the phone and was about to go ask his mother, but Gu Yinyin pushed the door open. Son, I got you 4 tickets for Xue Zhiqian's concert, front row seats. Gu Yinyin smiled and raised the tickets in her hand. Lin Sun's eyes lit up. Mom, do you like Xue Zhiqian too? Gu Yinyin nodded. Yes, I especially like his ugly. Your dad said that I sing well. Lin Sun shook his head helplessly. Mom, you are really awesome. Gu Yinyin asked again. Son, do you want to give the remaining 2 tickets to any friends? Lin Sun thought about it and said quickly, give it to Li Pang and his girlfriend. Gu Yinyin shook her head and smiled. Even Li Pang has a girlfriend. Why are you not in a hurry? A few days later, on the day of the concert, Lin Sun, Li Pang and his girlfriend squeezed into the crowded stadium. Along the way, Li Pang and his girlfriend were arm in arm, so sweet, while Lin Sun sighed helplessly beside them, feeling like a light bulb. Brother Sun, please help buy some popcorn, Li Pang said with a smile. Lin Sun was speechless. Who is the son of the richest man? He walked to the popcorn stand reluctantly. When he was about to place an order, a clear female voice came from the side. Hello, give me 2 buckets of popcorn. 2 voices sounded at the same time. Lin Sun looked back and met the girl's eyes. Lin Sun was stunned. Lin Sun didn't expect to meet Su Qingshi again here. He thought that the meeting on the bridge that night was just a chance encounter. But now, at the crowded concert, the 2 met again, and he felt like it was arranged by God. Today, Su Qingshi wore a floral dress, which matched her tall figure and made her look dignified and generous. She wore a pair of black sunglasses, which covered most of her face, but her delicate features could not be ignored. It's you? Su Qingshi asked. Obviously, she didn't expect to meet the boy who seemed to want to jump into the river by the bridge here. Señor, Lin Sun was a little surprised but secretly happy. He had only come to buy some popcorn, but he didn't expect to run into this senior, who left such a deep impression on him. He hurriedly said to the boss, "Boss, give me 4 buckets of popcorn." Su Qingshi nodded and smiled. "Are you coming to the concert too?" "Yes." Lin Sun quickly agreed. "Is Senior Su also here to listen to Xue Jiqian's concert?" "I came here with a friend." Su Qingshi responded lightly and didn't seem to want to continue the conversation. Lin Sun was a little embarrassed and scratched his hair, not knowing what to say. Just then, the boss brought him some popcorn, which relieved his embarrassment. "Senior, you go ahead and do your work. I won't bother you anymore." Lin Sun waved his hand. Su Qingshi nodded, took the popcorn, and left. Looking at her leaving, Lin Sun suddenly regretted. "I am so stupid. How could I let the senior sister pay?" "Do you like that girl?" The boss suddenly teased with a smile, his tone a little playful. "Lin Sun blast. No, no. It was just a coincidence. Don't be so modest. That girl is not easy to chase." The boss laughed. "Good luck, kid." Lin Sun also smiled, but he was thinking about the conversation just now. Watching Su Qingshi's back gradually disappear, he felt an indescribable melancholy in his heart. At the same time, as soon as Su Qingshi returned to her seat, Jiang Yunxiao couldn't help but complain. Sure. Why did it take you so long to buy popcorn?" "I'm almost starving." Su Qingshi handed it over and said calmly, "Do you want to eat it?" Jiang Yunxiao immediately burst into laughter and took the popcorn and started to eat it. She suddenly leaned closer and asked mysteriously, "Why did I see you chatting with the little brother just now?" Su Qingshi pushed her away calmly. "You were seeing things." "Really?" Jiang Yunxiao was full of doubts. She rolled her eyes and muttered in her heart, "Impossible." She saw it clearly, and she thought the boy looked familiar. The stadium was already full and noisy. When Lin Sun returned to his seat, his mother Gu Yinyan asked with a smile, "Son, isn't this a good seat?" Lin Sun nodded and smiled as he handed the popcorn to his mother. Seeing her eating happily, Lin Sun felt that such a life was not bad, peaceful and warm, and money seemed less important. He couldn't help but look back to see where the senior was. Sure enough, he found Su Qingshi in the 7th row. She was eating popcorn elegantly, with a focused look, as if the noise outside had nothing to do with her. Lin Sun was so fascinated by the scene that even the boys in the back row couldn't stand it. "Brother, don't look at me like that. I'm not gay." The boy finally couldn't help but said. Lin Sun was startled, then couldn't help laughing. "Sorry, I'm not looking at you." However, he didn't know that when he turned around, Su Qingshi also glanced at him inadvertently. She was a little surprised. It was just a boy she had met twice, but she would subconsciously pay attention to him? This was unlike her. She shook her head silently, shaking off these inexplicable thoughts. Jiang Yinxiao was about to say something when there was a cheer from the crowd. The long-awaited Xue Jiqian finally made his debut. However, his appearance was a little funny. He was actually carried out by several staff members. The whole venue instantly burst into laughter, and even Lin Sun couldn't help laughing. This guy is really good at creating atmosphere. Lin Sun thought to himself. Although Xue Jiqian was a little handsome, what really attracted everyone was his humorous style and moving singing voice. As the familiar melody sounded, the whole place fell silent, as if everyone was enjoying this musical feast. After a few songs, Lin Sun looked at his mother, whose voice had become hoarse, and couldn't help but lean over and say, "Mom, since you like him so much, why don't you just invite him home to sing for you?" Gu Yinyan rolled her eyes at him and said, "You little brat, do you understand the feeling of surprise? Besides, will your old dad agree?" Lin Sun smiled. Indeed, if he let the young handsome boy into the house, his father would probably be so angry that he would break his legs. At this moment, Xue Jiqian on the stage suddenly stopped, smiled and waved. "Dear friends, how are you?" "Great!" The audience screamed one after another. "Today's concert was great. Thank you all for coming to Liangqing to support us." Xue Jiqian showed his signature smile. Suddenly, he said mysteriously, "Next, I want to choose a lucky audience member to sing a song with me." This sentence instantly ignited the atmosphere of the whole audience, and the audience raised their hands and shouted crazily, "Choose me! Choose me!" Lin Sun looked at the crazy Liu Pang and his mother beside him and couldn't help but cover his face. But when he turned around, he saw Su Qingshi. She was sitting there quietly, but Jiang Yinxiao next to her was waving and screaming wildly. Xue Jiqian waved his hand, and the light began to sweep back and forth in the audience. Finally, the beam stopped at the seventh row and shone directly on Su Qingshi. The eyes of the whole audience instantly focused on her. Wow, what a beautiful girl. I'm so lucky to be chosen. Look at her. She's like a fairy. Su Qingshi was a little uncomfortable with being stared at by so many people, but she still stood up and walked towards the stage. Lin Sun stared at her intently and sighed silently in his heart. Sure enough, the fairy senior is different. Standing on the stage, Su Qingshi remained calm in front of thousands of eyes. Shui Jichin smiled and asked, "My beautiful lady, what is your name?" "My last name is Su," she answered simply, unwilling to reveal more. Shui Jichin smiled and said, "Ms. Su is so beautiful. Can you take off your sunglasses so that everyone can see your full appearance?" The fans in the audience started to cheer. "Pick it, pick it, pick it." Su Qingshi hesitated for a moment, then took off his sunglasses. Instantly, there was a sound of people sucking in their breath in shock in the venue. "Oh my God, she really is a fairy. I've never seen such a beautiful girl." Lin Sun looked at Su Qingshi on the stage, feeling something indescribable in his heart. At the same time, Shui Jiqian was also amazed by the beauty in front of him and said with emotion, "It seems that today, I am not only lucky enough to sing with you, but I also have to thank the lighting engineer for choosing the most beautiful girl in the audience. Ms. Su is truly stunning. I think such a beautiful girl must be a good singer as well, right?" Shui Jiqian smiled and handed the microphone to Su Qingshi. Su Qingshi thought for a moment and replied calmly, "Accident." "Oh!" The whole audience exploded in excitement. Shui Jiqian responded with a smile. "Okay, next, we will bring you Accident." The applause was thunderous and the enthusiasm of the audience was ignited. As the accompaniment sounded, Su Qingshi sang first. Her voice was clear and melodious, with a hint of magnetism, sometimes gentle, sometimes hoarse, like a spring in summer, which made people tremble. The whole audience fell silent instantly, and everyone was attracted by her singing. Even Shui Jiqian couldn't help but look at her sideways, and was impressed by her performance. Lin Sun was listening intently in the first row, his eyes never leaving Su Qingshi. He seemed to see a fairy standing in the center of the stage, her voice and her beautiful face complementing each other. Lin Sun's heartbeat quickened, and there was only one thought in his mind. Senior sister, too perfect. With the addition of Shui Jiqian, the song reached its climax. Shui Jiqian sang out the heart-wrenching emotions with his signature hoarse voice, which complemented Su Qingshi's gentle voice. The collision of the two voices made the whole audience boil. When the song ended, the whole audience burst into warm applause, and the audience was mesmerized. Everyone stared at Su Qingshi on the stage, and they didn't expect such a beautiful girl to sing so movingly. Lin Sun stood up excitedly, clapping until his face turned red, his heart full of pride and admiration. Su Qingshi noticed Lin Sun in the audience and pursed her lips slightly with a hint of amusement. Her eyes swept over him, and Lin Sun's heartbeat accelerated instantly. He was ecstatic in his heart. Fairy senior sister smiled at me. This is fate, absolutely fate. Do you think Miss Su sings well? Shui Jiqian asked mysteriously on the stage. Great! The audience responded in unison, cheering one after another. So, do you want to sing another song? Shui Jiqian continued to liven up the atmosphere. Think. Shui Jiqian smiled and turned to Su Qingshi. Miss Su, can you sing another song for us? Su Qingshi hesitated for a moment, but looking at the audience's expectant eyes, she nodded and agreed. As the lighting engineer began to randomly select singing partners, the audience's eyes followed the lights. Finally, the light stopped at the first row and shone on Lin Sun. What? He was actually chosen. The whole audience was in an uproar. The male audience members were indignant, while the female audience members were surprised and envious. Lin Sun was confused. Me? Me? Fatly next to him jumped up excitedly. Fuck. Brother Sun, you've been chosen. You can sing with the fairy senior. Under the gaze of the crowd, Lin Sun slowly stood up, his mind full of Su Qingshi's figure. Was it the matchmaker? This felt like a dream. Just as he was hesitating, Su Qingshi on the stage couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He was the one chosen? This junior. It seemed that he was not a bad choice. Lin Sun walked towards Su Qingshi with excitement, but he didn't know that his mother Gu Yinyan had just quietly put her phone into her pocket. She smiled and said to herself, Matchmaker? There is no such thing as money. The only way is to have money. Standing on the stage, facing thousands of eyes, Lin Sun couldn't help but feel weak in the knees. He secretly glanced at Su Qingshi beside him and found that she was still calm and aloof. Senior sister's eyelashes are so long. Senior sister's profile is also very beautiful. Lin Sun couldn't stop thinking about it. At the same time, the audience began to whisper, how could the son of the richest man in the country look so immature? The staff handed Lin Sun a microphone, and Xue Jiqian asked jokingly, little brother, what song can you sing? Lin Sun scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. I can't sing your song. As soon as these words were spoken, there was a burst of good-natured laughter at the scene, and even Su Qingshi couldn't help but glance sideways. Then sing a song you know, anyone. Xue Jiqian smiled and resolved the awkwardness. Su Qingshi then asked softly, can you sing Meeting? Lin Sun was stunned for a moment, then nodded, and a sweet feeling surged in his heart. Was this the encounter that the senior sister was hinting at? The music started, and Su Qingshi was the first to speak. Her voice was as gentle and pleasant as the breeze. The audience applauded loudly. Lin Sun looked at her, his heartbeat quickened, and he couldn't help but sing along. It's a cloudy day. In the evening, outside the car window, there is someone waiting for me in the future. Lin Sun's singing voice was cool and soft, with a hint of laziness, which unexpectedly matched the theme. The audience was all shocked. The son of the richest man sang really well. At the climax, the tacit understanding of the two people's chorus made the whole audience deeply intoxicated, as if at this moment, they were the only protagonists on the stage. As the last note fell, the whole audience burst into applause. Good. That's great. I love this couple. So sweet. I wish I had a boyfriend like this. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. Suddenly, the whole audience started to make noises, shouting for the two to kiss each other. Lin Sun's face instantly turned red, and he looked at Su Qingshi at a loss, but she asked with a half-smile, you don't really want to kiss, do you? Lin Sun suddenly felt cold all over and quickly shook his head and explained, no, no. Su Qingshi looked at his flustered appearance, her lips slightly raised, and she smiled in her heart. Sure enough, he is still a young boy. After the two of them left the stage, Xue Jiqian quickly took over the attention of the audience and brought their attention back to the concert. But Lin Sun's embarrassment was not over yet. He accidentally followed Su Qingshi to the 7th row. Su Qingshi turned around and asked coldly, is your seat here? Lin Sun was instantly stunned, and he shouted in his heart, I was in the 1st row. How did I follow the senior sister here? Seeing this, Jiang Yunxiao excitedly rushed to Su Qingshi. Sure. You are awesome. You will be my idol from now on. Then he turned to Lin Sun. Handsome boy, I am Shirshi's best friend. Can you add me on WeChat? Lin Sun was stunned for a moment, and his mind was flashing. I can get close to my senior sister by adding my bestie on WeChat. This wave is guaranteed. Jiang Yunxiao showed the QR code without hesitation and was about to scan it, but Su Qingshi just carried her away. Lin Sun's heart skipped a beat. Did you scan it? A few minutes later, WeChat sent a notification. A stranger added a friend. Lin Sun looked at the screen, the corners of his mouth gradually rising. Chapter 21. Will the senior think I am casual? You're just going to leave me at home like this? Inside the villa, Lin Batian looked at the mother and son sitting on the sofa with a resentful look on his face. His eyes were very resentful, as if he were a poor abandoned child. Lin Sun and Gu Yinyan looked at each other awkwardly, not daring to look Lin Batian in the face. Ever since they came back from the concert, Lin Batian found out that the two of them had made an appointment to go to the concert, and he kept muttering to himself, questioning why they didn't take him with them. Gu Yinyan finally couldn't help it and said, Hey, I'm just understanding that you're busy with work. You don't have time to go with us. I'm giving these 2 extra tickets to Xiaobang and his girlfriend. Lin Batian said expressionlessly, but I rested yesterday. Gu Yinyan. Besides, our family fortune is enough to last for several years. What's wrong with earning less for one day? Gu Yinyan had a headache. Why are you so stubborn? You don't like young handsome guys either. Lin Batian glared and said, Is that the young handsome guy's business? We finally got a chance to go out and have fun together, but now we've missed it. You don't even take me seriously. Where's my family throne? Protest. Comrade Lao Lin finally exploded this time. Lin Sun opened his mouth into an O shape and looked at his father in shock. Is Dad about to rise? Is it true that the Lin family is ruled by the husband? Gu Yinyin was also confused for a moment. Then she glared. Lin Batian. Lin Batian was startled by the roar, and his momentum was gone by half. What happened? Gu Yinyin sneered. Okay. You drank too much horse urine, right? How dare you talk to me like that? I. Lin Batian's face changed, and he was about to speak. What do you mean? What did you say when you were together? Have you forgotten the 3 rules? Gu Yinyin was a strong woman at this moment, exuding the domineering aura of the head of the family. Lin Sun huddled in the corner, shivering. Lin Batian's mouth twitched. I haven't forgotten. Recite it again. First, you can't make your wife angry. Second, don't yell at your wife. Third, listen to your wife in everything. Gu Yinyin crossed her arms and said, Now explain what you were doing just now. This? Lin Batian's face was as pale as an eggplant hit by frost. The family status of the emperor directly became the family status of the younger brother. Come with me into the room. Today I'll let you know who is the boss of this family. Do you think you are great just because you make some money? Gu Yinyin grabbed Lin Batian's ear and went straight into the room. Lin Sun watched this scene silently and prayed for his father in his heart. Ding dong. At this moment, a cell phone notification sounded. Lin Sun took out the phone he had just changed and was shocked to see that the note was a message from Senior Jiang. After looking around and seeing that no one was there, he returned to his room with an agitated look on his face. Senior Jiang. Hi. Junior, are you there? King Feng Sunyu. The senior sister who is here, silly smile. At the same time, Jiang Yunxiao returned to the rental house with a sly smile on her face. She secretly glanced at Su Qingshi, who was blow-drying her hair, then rolled her eyes and quickly took a photo. Select Original Image Send. Bye. Jiang Yunxiao. Photo. Qingfeng Xuanyu. At this moment, Lin Sun took a breath of cold air in the room, and he stared at the picture sent from the other side with wide eyes. In the picture, Su Qingshi is wearing a set of pajamas with several cow patterns printed on it, which makes her look extremely cute. The pajamas have long sleeves and basically don't reveal anything. However, Su Qingshi is lying sideways with her head slightly tilted, and she is using a hairdryer in her right hand to blow her hair. Her beautiful face can be vaguely seen, looking both pure and sexy. Lin Sun found it hard to imagine that a girl could possess such styles as cute, pure desire, cool, and queen at the same time without any sense of incongruity. Isn't it so beautiful? Just when Lin Sun wanted to save the message, a prompt suddenly appeared, the other party withdrew a message, and then the screen went black. Lin Sun. Senior, you will shorten your life if you do this. Aw. Jiang Yunxiao was laughing like a cat that had stolen some fish at this time, and her Gigi laughter finally caught her bestie's attention. Are you in heat? Su Qingshi glanced at her indifferently. Jiang Yunxiao quickly became serious and said seriously, No, I just suddenly thought of something fun. Su Qingshi glanced at her indifferently, turned around, and continued to do her own thing. Jiang Yunxiao looked at Su Qingshi with some curiosity. She was wondering what it would be like if the cold and aloof school beauty was with the chubby son of the richest man. Thinking of this, she opened WeChat again and typed in the chat box with the note Nega Jr. Lin Sun has been waiting for messages since just now, for he was afraid that if the other party sent him another photo, it would be withdrawn by the other party before he could respond. Then the news came. Senior Jiang, do you want Shirshi's WeChat? Lin Sun's eyes lit up and he quickly typed. King Feng Sunyu? Really? The other party proved it directly with his actions and soon sent a friend recommendation. This time, Lin Sun clicked repeatedly, using the speed of his hand that he had used for 18 years of being single. Add, confirm, send. Waiting for friend verification. After doing all this, Lin Sun smiled victoriously. But suddenly he was completely confused. What the hell did he do? He actually added the fairy senior directly? It's so sudden, it won't scare her, right? She doesn't think I'm casual. Does she? Too careless. Lin Sun was extremely upset, but it was too late. At this time, he saw that the message in the chat box had been withdrawn. Seeing this scene, Lin Sun was stunned again. But then he didn't seem to regret it much. Fortunately, he had already added it. It depends on whether the senior agrees or not. The other side, Jiang Yunxiao faced a major challenge in his life. At this moment, she was sitting on a chair like a primary school student, with her back straight and looking at Su Qingshi with a bright smile on her face. Sure, what are you doing? I'm just chatting with my friends. Su Qingshi crossed her arms around her chest, and the pressure from her hands made her already full curves even more sexy. Even Jiang Yunxiao couldn't help but take a few glances while she was talking. Oh my god, what did you eat to grow this? Why can't I do it myself? Su Qingshi's eyes were calm. In her hand, she held a mobile phone which belonged to Jiang Yunxiao. The screen was still on, and she was still chatting with her little brother Negu. Her best friend's laughter just now made her suspicious, so she took advantage of her giggling to grab the phone and saw that she had caught him betraying her best friend. She withdrew the message without even looking at it, staring at Jiang Yunxiao with cold eyes. Tell me, who bribed you? What's the price? Jiang Yunxiao chuckled. That's not true. How could anyone buy off the relationship between us? Su Qingshi looked at her with a sneer and said nothing. Jiang Yunxiao looked at his nose and then his heart and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Apparently, she has a criminal record. Su Qingshi glanced at her calmly, then looked at the page on her mobile phone. Little puppy apprentice? Who is this? It's the son of the richest man, the handsome boy who sang with you. Jiang Yunxiao confessed honestly. Su Qingshi was stunned. Was it him? Bite. At this time, a message came from the other side. King Feng Sunyu. Thank you, Senior Jiang. Senior Jiang, can I treat you guys to a meal? Are you free? A mysterious curve appeared on the corner of Su Qingshi's mouth, and she tapped the phone a few times with her slender fingers and sent it. Senior Jiang, okay. Chapter 22, I approved your friend verification request. Oh yeah. In the room, Lin Sun excitedly punched the air a few times. Senior Jiang agreed. Of course, his target is not Senior Sister Jiang, but Senior Sister Fairy. He hoped that Senior Jiang could persuade Senior Fairy to come out together. He was happy because he could finally get one step closer to the Fairy Senior. It's just like a small boat drifting in the waves finally seeing the shore. But then he became a little nervous because he added the Senior on impulse and didn't know if she would agree. At the same time, inside the rental house, Su Qingshi returned the phone to Jiang Yunxiao and said, All right, Jiang Yunxiao, you're willing to betray your best friend for a boy you've only known for less than a day and you don't know anything about him. If the other party gives her some benefits one day, won't she be able to push herself into his arms? This honey should not be kept for long. Hee hee. Sure, I was wrong. I was just in a good mood and wanted to tease my little brother. Jiang Yunxiao smiled playfully. She took the phone and opened the interface. Her eyes suddenly widened. Fuck. Sure, you type this. Su Qingshi raised her chin slightly. What? Jiang Yunxiao said wow several times in a row, and then said, Sure, do you really agree to go out for dinner with my junior brother? Su Qingshi sneered. Did I agree? The phone belongs to you, Jiang Yunxiao. What does it have to do with me, Su Qingshi? Jiang Yunxiao. So angry, but still keep smiling. But I have to remind you that you have to deal with the troubles you caused yourself. Just take your time. Su Qingshi said this calmly and returned to her computer desk. Jiang Yunxiao's face was conflicted. She looked at the WeChat interface and felt a little worried for a moment. This has been agreed. How can I refuse? It's over. If she refuses, the other party won't spend money to send someone to put a sack on her, right? Hiss. How horrible. She hasn't lived long enough. Thinking of this, Jiang Yunxiao looked at Su Qingshi. Humph. No, I have to drag my bestie into the water. Share happiness and hardships. She is China's best girlfriend. At this time, Su Qingshi logged into the computer and suddenly found a number 1 in the upper right corner of the WeChat contact. She clicked on it and immediately laughed out of anger. Good man, my hand speed is still too slow, and I was added by that guy. However, Su Qingshi soon frowned. Generally, if the opposite sex adds her, she will only add them temporarily for business reasons and delete them after the matter is dealt with. She basically does not add any other men. Only, thinking of the chorus that night and the eye contact between the two, Su Qingshi suddenly felt a little confused. How could she be affected by a boy whom she had only met 3 times? Su Qingshi, you have been too idle recently. She shook her head, then hesitated for more than 10 seconds before clicking the mouse to agree. Bite. I have approved your friend verification request. Now we can start chatting. At this time, Lin Sun was taking a shower. He put his mobile phone on the bed. The screen lit up, but he didn't hear it. After Su Qingshi clicked agree, she waited for 10 minutes but received no message from the other party, so she frowned. What do you mean? Didn't you want to add me? Should she initiate the conversation? Haha, brother. Then Su Qingshi curled her lips slightly, closed the WeChat interface, and started to watch classes. Half an hour later, Lin Sun came out of the bathroom. He wiped his hair with a towel, and the first thing he did was to check his cell phone. For some reason, he always had a premonition when taking a shower that there would be a message on his phone. I pressed the button, and the screen lit up. Sure enough, there was a message. I saw the message from Liu Pang at first glance. Lin Sun clicked it out of habit, and was speechless when he saw the message sent by the other party. Time, 1945. Fatty, brother Sun, how do you use this condom? Fatty, I heard on the internet that there are front and back sides, but I don't know how to do it. Fatty, brother help. Time, 1947. Fatty, brother Sun, please save my brothers. I can't do it. Fatty, is 1 minute normal? Fatty will. My lifelong reputation. Ha ha ha. Lin Sun looked at the message and suddenly laughed out loud, and his laughter became more and more exaggerated. He replied directly, Fatty, I mourn for you. It's okay. Just relax. Ha, I'm not laughing at you. I usually don't laugh. Ha, Fatty. Fatty, I'm looking for you, brother. You're killing people and destroying their hearts. Fatty, I won't live anymore. Ha 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 ha. Lin Sun laughed so hard that his stomach ached. He said, do you want me to find a doctor to see you? Fatty, well, okay, but don't tell anyone else. Lin Sun, ok. What's your partner's attitude? Fatty, oh, she was always comforting me. Lin Sun chuckled. It seems that his girlfriend is still very nice to him. After chatting with the fat man for a while, Lin Sun was about to quit WeChat, but suddenly he realized something was wrong. I have approved your friend verification request. Now we can start chatting. Nickname, long memories into poems. Poetry? Looking at the portrait again, Lin Sun was suddenly shocked. Senior? She agreed to the friend verification. Oh shit. Lin Sun checked it carefully and repeatedly, and then confirmed that he had added senior sister Su Qingshi's WeChat. Marvelous. Lin Sun was extremely excited. He opened the chat interface, clicked the input box, and started typing. How to start a conversation. Waiting for the advisor online. Hello? No. The conversation is dead right from the start. Introduce yourself? It seems like senior sister doesn't know who I am. After hesitating for a long time, Lin Sun finally plucked up the courage and typed in 2 words. Kingfeng Sunyu. Senior? Long memories become poems. Yeah. Lin Sun looked at the other party's immediate reply and fell into deep thought. What should we talk about at this time? At this time, Su Qingshi sent a message. Long memories become poems. Who are you? Very good. I really don't know who he is. Lin Sun organized his words and started typing. Kingfeng Sunyu, well, my name is Lin Sun Shuangyulan. The Sun means looking for. The boy who sang with you that night. Ijio Chengshi. Oh, it's you. How come you have my WeChat? Lin Sun scratched his head, and then he decided to confess. Senior sister Jiang pushed it to me. I hope she won't mind. When Su Qingshi saw the reply, the corners of her mouth curled up, and she glanced sarcastically at Jiang Yunxiao, who was playing games. Look, they are going to recruit you directly. Oh, honest fellow student. Su Qingshi replied. No, are you confident that you can get into Nanjing University in the college entrance examination? Take the initiative to bring up the topic. Lin Sun was immediately excited. He was running out of topics to talk about, but he didn't expect that the senior student understood him so well. Replied, deleted. Yes, I checked the answers and think my college entrance examination score should be around 700 points. Su Qingshi was a little surprised. He was a top student in elementary school. 700 points is enough to get into Nanjing University. Why do you want to apply to NTU? Lin Sun's face froze, and he couldn't help but think of Su Qing's appearance in his mind. At the beginning, it was a goal he set with her, but in the end, he was the only one who fulfilled it. Chapter 23, he will never be controlled by his wife again. That night, Lin Sun and Su Qingshi chatted for 2 hours. Of course, they just talked about random things. Su Qingshi found that the other party was quite slow in replying to her messages, and every time he replied, she felt at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Am I that terrible? Do I have to be so careful even when typing? Looking at the green and white chat records, Su Qingshi fell into deep thought. How could she have been chatting with a boy for so long? Is this really her? Shaking his head, Su Qingshi was too lazy to think about anything else. He tidied up, turned off the computer, lay down on the bed, and went to sleep. Fairies also need to sleep. At this time, Lin Sun repeatedly scrolled through the chat history. Every time he looked at it, The corners of his mouth would rise a little bit. In the end, actually turned into a silly smile. From the conversation, he learned that Su Qingshi was about to enter her junior year and that she was majoring in finance. Apart from that, nothing else was revealed. Lin Sun asked her if there were many people pursuing her at school, and she replied that she hadn't noticed and didn't know. This made Lin Sun laugh and cry. In fact, he knew that a beauty like Su Qingshi would definitely be pursued by many people. There were so many outstanding boys in the university. He seemed too ordinary, right? Apart from money, all he has left is his handsome face. After finishing the chat, Lin Sun read the chat records 5 or 6 times before he fell asleep peacefully. That night, Lin Sun had a dream. In the dream, he was with Su Qingshi, and the fairy senior sister was not as cold as in reality, but full of tenderness, just like a little wife. However, when the two walked into the campus hand in hand, suddenly a group of men surrounded him from all directions. They all looked as if they wanted to eat Lin Sun, and their faces were ferocious. You are worthy of being Goddess Su's boyfriend? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Thin arms and legs, this tiny little dog is so ridiculous. If you stay with a school beauty like this, you will probably have to call your family to collect your body in a few days. Thin dog. Goddess Su won't like a playboy like you. That's right. Money can never buy the true heart of Goddess Su. Shut up. Bang. In reality, Lin Sun woke up from his dream. He shouted loudly and slapped someone subconsciously. Who would have thought that a loud slap would sound, followed by a burning pain in the palm of the hand? Lin Sun was stunned for a moment. Then he opened his eyes and found that Lin Batian was covering his face and staring at him with wide eyes, his face full of disbelief. Lin Batian, good. You are so filial. You even dare to hit your father. Lin Sun, it's over. Did I slap my dad? Dad, why are you in my room? Lin Sun decided to take the initiative and asked. Lin Batian rubbed his sore face, which had turned red as expected. After all, Lin Sun could feel the heat from his palm. He said unhappily, "It was your mother who asked me to come and wake you up for lunch. What time is it, kid? Are you still sleeping?" Lin Sun was stunned, then looked at the alarm clock. It was already 11 o'clock. He realized that he must have slept too late last night, which made him a little tired. Dad, I'm sorry, I had a nightmare. Does it hurt?" Lin Sun smiled, a little embarrassed. Lin Batian glared at his son resentfully and said, "Are you sure you had a nightmare? Why did I notice you were smiling happily earlier?" Lin Sun's face froze, and then he said unhappily, "Dad, you actually peeped at your son sleeping?" Lin Batian showed an unnatural look on his face after being discovered. Then he said, "Ahem. Come out and eat quickly. The food is getting cold." The corner of Lin Sun's mouth twitched, and then he had to get up. While eating a sumptuous lunch, Lin Sun's eyes were somewhat complicated. "I still miss my previous life." As soon as these words were spoken, Gu Yinyin and Lin Batian both looked at Lin Sun. "Son, what's wrong? Are you not used to it?" Gu Yinyin said with a smile. Lin Sun shook his head. "No, I just sighed. Maybe I'm used to simple food, and it's hard to change my mindset." "Don't worry, Mom. Who doesn't want to have a better life?" "You're right. Now that we are here, we should make the best of it. Son, I'll take you to visit our company someday to see your future industry." Lin Batian laughed. Lin Sun was surprised and said, "Dad, are you kidding me? I don't even know the most basic things about the company, and you still want me to take over?" Lin Batian said seriously, "You can learn if you don't know. Dad has worked hard for so many years to pave the way for you. Now basically nothing big has happened. You just need to sit in the office and enjoy the air conditioning." Lin Sun quickly shook his head. "I'm still young and haven't even finished college yet." He has no interest in these things. His father is the richest man in the country and has countless businesses under his name. He probably can't even count them, let alone manage them. Lin Batian's face was full of black lines. "You should also think about Dad. In order to train you, Dad hasn't spent a honeymoon with your mom for more than 10 years. Lin Sun rolled his eyes. "Dad, you don't feel embarrassed to say this. I've been kept in the dark for so many years, and I haven't said anything." Looking at his stubborn son, Lin Batian felt a little annoyed. "Since you are not interested, fine. Then find a wife quickly, and you two can manage it together." Lin Batian waved his hand. Lin Sun said calmly, "No, even if I have a girlfriend, I still have to spend my honeymoon with her. I don't have time." Lin Batian. Rebellion. Gu Yinyin watched the father and son bickering and chuckled. Then she suddenly asked curiously, by the way, son, what happened after you sang with that girl that night? Did you get her contact information? Lin Sun was startled and looked at his mother in confusion. Mom, how did you know? God, is my mom so perceptive? Lin Batian also pricked up his ears at this time. Gu Yin looked proud. What storms and waves haven't I seen as your mother? You are young. How could I not know it? Lin Sun smiled bitterly and said, I added him on WeChat and chatted for a while. What do you think? Do you like it? Gu Yin said with a smile. Lin Sun rolled his eyes. Is this a question of whether I like her or not? She is so outstanding. I am not worthy of her. Okay. Nonsense. My son, Lin Batian, is a rare talent. Is there any woman in the world that my son can't match? Our Lin family has such strong genes, and you are the son of the richest man. To be frank, those who want to marry into our Lin family can line up around Liangsheng. Lin Batian said, domineeringly. Where do you get your mysterious confidence from? Good genes? I hope my son looks like me. Okay, but you look so shabby. Humph. Gu Yin said speechlessly. Who said that? That's right. My wife is right. Lin Sun glanced at his father with disdain. He must not be dominated by his wife in the future. Look how she is being controlled. Chapter 24, I'm going to have dinner with my senior today. 2 days later, it was Saturday. Lin Sun went out early, and he changed his clothes specially today, looking like a real idol trainee. Both parents were stunned by his actions. Your son is going on a date so soon? Alipay received 100,000 yuan. Alipay received 100,000 yuan. Lin Sun, who was sitting in the taxi, was instantly killed. The driver was also startled when he heard the sound. He smiled and said, That's a good ringtone. Yeah, not bad. Lin Sun could only smile in agreement. He opened his phone and found that there were 20 more W in his Alipay account. Mom, son, when you take a girl out for dinner, it has to be good food. Dad, build it. Just have fun. Lin Sun didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he still felt warm inside. It's great to have parents who are the richest people in the world. Sure. Which one do you think is suitable for me to wear? Inside the rental house, Jiang Yunxiao walked up to Su Qingshi with clothes in his hand, looking a little crazy, and asked. Su Qingshi raised her eyebrows. We're not going on a date. Why are you wearing something so nice? Jiang Yunxiao's face turned bitter, and she said, The other party is the son of the richest man. If I were to dress in ordinary clothes, people might think I'm a country girl. Su Qingxi? To be honest, with Jiang Yunxiao's looks, she would still look beautiful even if she wore old lady's clothes. There's nothing to worry about, okay? And according to Su Qingshi's understanding, Lin Sun is not the kind of person who looks at others through tinted glasses. Do you like Lin Sun? Su Qingshi suddenly asked. Jiang Yunxiao was startled, then narrowed his eyes and smiled. Are you jealous? Su Qingshi frowned and sneered. Do you think it's possible? Jiang Yunxiao looked at her best friend's changed expression with pride. Haha, did she think that her little trick could escape my sharp eyes? A sly look flashed across Jiang Yunxiao's eyes, and she asked tentatively, Sure. Are you going? Su Qingshi glanced at her and said, Didn't they only have an appointment with you? Jiang Yunxiao handed her the phone. Here, look, he said he would meet us. Hurry up. Change your clothes quickly. You're going to be late. In the end, Su Qingshi was dragged out by Jiang Yunxiao. Both of them have very eye-catching looks, and they will definitely get people turning their heads to look at them when they walk on the street. Su Qingshi wore a simple purple long skirt that directly covered her calves. She wore a pair of white sneakers, revealing her flawless white calves, which made people reluctant to look away. What was even more amazing was her appearance. After simple dressing, she only put on very light makeup, and you could see that her skin was really flawless, like a fairy. Her temperament is somewhat cold, giving people a feeling of being kept 1,000 miles away, like a mountain snow lotus, sacred and inviolable. Jiang Yunxiao, on the other hand, was lively and cheerful, and went for the sexy look. She wore a set of black leather jeans, and the top just covered her ribs, revealing her white belly button. Her waist was slender, and her outline was clear, and there was a vest line on her belly. Jiang Yunxiao's height was about the same as Su Qingshi, so the leather pants barely covered 2/3 of her thighs. Her pair of long legs as straight as chopsticks were not wearing stockings and were exposed to the air. These legs are comparable to those of a leg model. Many people's attention was focused on Jiang Yunxiao. After all, Her outfit was relatively more eye-catching. Wow, is that a fairy? Mom, I saw a fairy. What beautiful girls. Two of them, with two different styles. I think I've chosen the right street to visit today. What long legs. I can play with them for 10 years. The girl in the skirt is very pretty, but you can't see her figure in the skirt. The other one is very hot. I don't know who is lucky enough to be their boyfriend. Hey, anyway, it's not you or me. No one here is worthy of them. What a shame. If my dad had better genes, maybe I could have gone up and asked for WeChat. You have the heart of a thief like Chow, but you don't have the courage of a thief like Chow. Beautiful lady, can you add me on WeChat? The two women attracted too much attention, but they were still brave enough after all. I saw a handsome boy walking up to the two girls with a cell phone in his hand, smiling what he thought was a very handsome smile. Su Qingshi glanced at him, then looked away and ignored him. Jiang Yunxiao smiled and looked at the boy in front of her. You are very handsome, but I'm sorry, we don't have WeChat. The boy's face froze. He felt a little embarrassed after being rejected. After all, there were so many people watching him. So he smiled and said, Beauty, I want to pursue you. Can you give me a chance? Jiang Yunxiao blinked. Do you want to pursue me or my best friend? The boy was stunned and subconsciously glanced at Su Qingshi. Seeing her angelic beauty, his breathing became a little disordered. What a nice view. In fact, he felt that Su Qingshi was prettier. Just by looking at her, he knew that she was the woman he could not get. On the contrary, Jiang Yunxiao had a good personality, so the chances of pursuing her were greater. They are all top beauties. Only children would do multiple choice questions. I want them all. Of course, this sentence can only be roared in the heart. The boy came back to his senses and smiled at Jiang Yunxiao. Of course, I want to pursue you. A hint of coldness flashed across Jiang Yunxiao's eyes, and she said calmly, You hesitated, so I refuse. The boy's face froze. Can we still play like this? At this point, no matter how dumb the boy was, he knew that the beautiful woman was making fun of him, which made him feel a little embarrassed. However, amid the discussions among the people around him, he still ran away in shame. Humph, what kind of stuff is that? I can tell at first glance that you're Aquaman. Still want to trick me? No way. Jiang Yunxiao glanced proudly in the direction the boy ran away, as if she had won a battle. Then she leaned close to Su Qingshi's ear with a smile. Sure. You put on so much makeup today? So suppose. She usually doesn't wear makeup unless there are formal occasions. Otherwise, she is usually barefaced because her bare face is enough to crush most girls. Jiang Yunxiao actually brought it up at this time, which made her think deeply. Why did I put on makeup for no reason? Was it because I was going to have dinner with Lin Sun? Isn't it just a meal? Su Qingshi glanced at Jiang Yunxiao and said calmly, What's wrong with putting on makeup occasionally? Jiang Yunxiao suppressed his laughter. Nothing. Ha 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 ha. Sure. This is the first time I see you being so arrogant. TSK. I have to talk to Lin Sun about this later. Su Qingshi's eyes showed a hint of murderous intent. Okay, then I will also tell him about your glorious deeds in the past, Jiang Yunxiao. Jiang Yunxiao was shocked when she heard this and quickly begged for mercy. No, I was wrong, Aunt. Please calm down. You can't talk about that kind of thing. She will be killed. Chapter 25 Invite the Fairy Seniors to eat hot pot. When Lin Sun got out of the car, he saw the Fairy Senior who was extremely dazzling in the crowd, and of course, Senior Jiang. Even from more than 10 meters away, Lin Sun could still feel a sense of fairy spirit from her. What a nice view. Every time he sees the Fairy Senior, Lin Sun thinks she is so beautiful. Lin Sun walked quickly to the two senior sisters and said with a shy smile, Senior sisters, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Su Qingshi nodded slightly and said nothing. Jiang Yunxiao looked at Lin Sun with shining eyes. You're great, junior brother. You're very handsome. Haha, really? Thank you. I feel okay. I'm not as pretty as you seniors. Lin Sun scratched his head shyly. He put a lot of thought into this trip. Jiang Yunxiao's eyes flashed with cunning, and she asked faintly, Then tell me, who is prettier, me or Sure? Hearing this, Su Qingshi immediately looked over, curious about how Lin Sun would answer. Lin Sun was startled, then instinctively glanced at the two girls. His face flushed, and he stammered. Well, actually, both senior sisters are very beautiful. Fairies. Oh no. Senior sister Su looks like a fairy that walked out of a painting. Not rare in the world. She is the gentle and cold type. What about me? What about me? Jiang Yunxiao asked quickly. Lin Sun said seriously. Senior Jiang is also very beautiful and has a good personality. She makes people feel that she is easy to get close to. Jiang Yunxiao's eyes curved into crescents, looking particularly adorable. She smiled and said, "Who is prettier, me or you, Senior Sister Sue?" Lin Sun hesitated for a moment, but still told the truth. Senior Sister Sue. Su Qingshi tilted her head slightly, with a tiny curve at the corner of her mouth. Jiang Yunxiao's face froze. "Are you polite?" Lin Sun quickly explained. "Senior Jiang, please don't misunderstand me. I mean, you are also very beautiful." Well, I. Looking at the incoherent boy, Su Qingshi found it interesting and looked at him with a smile. Okay, no need to explain. She won't care. Jiang Yunxiao looked at Su Qingshi. Sure. Is this human language? Then I'm leaving. She was speechless. There were clearly 3 of them coming out to eat, so why did she feel like she was redundant? Lin Sun felt a little embarrassed, and his back felt a little cold. Are all girls so scary? Fortunately, the fairy senior is understanding. Little did he know that Su Qingshi helped him out because he praised her for being beautiful. There is no girl who doesn't like to be praised. Even though Su Qingshi knows that she is very beautiful, it is more convincing to hear others admit it. Where are we going next? Jiang Yunxiao rolled his eyes. You should ask our richest junior brother about this. Lin Sun understood what he meant and said hurriedly, Shall we go eat first? Junior. Do you want to treat us to a big meal? Let me tell you, I won't eat something that's too cheap. Jiang Yunxiao said half-jokingly. Lin Sun thought about it and said with a smile. So, senior sister, what do you want to eat? I will pay for all the expenses today. It's great. Jiang Yunxiao looked at Lin Sun with satisfaction and then asked Su Qingshi. Sure. What do you want to eat? Su Qingshi said calmly. Whatever, I'm not picky. Jiang Yunxiao fell into deep thought, and then her eyes lit up. Let's go eat hot pot. A big question mark appeared on Lin Sun's face. He thought that the senior would choose to go to some high-end restaurant like Forest Royal Court, but unexpectedly, she chose to eat hot pot. Suddenly, he realized that what the senior sister said before was just a joke, and he had misunderstood. How is it, Junior? Jiang Yunxiao looked at Lin Sun with a smile. Of course, Lin Sun had no problem with that. Okay, I'll reserve a seat then. Soon, Lin Sun made a reservation at the hot pot restaurant and called a taxi. Lin Sun sat in the passenger seat, and the 2 girls sat in the back seat. Junior Lin, I thought you had a special car to pick you up. Doesn't your family arrange a driver for you? Jiang Yunxiao brought up the topic and asked Lin Sun. Lin Sun explained, I'm not used to it. I think it's not bad. Besides, it's not good to be too conspicuous in a luxury car. Su Qingshi glanced at him. She had been chatting with Lin Sun on WeChat these past 2 days. Through the chats, she knew a lot about Lin Sun. There was no way out. This silly junior had no intention of hiding anything from her and confessed everything. Jiang Yunxiao looked envious. Oh, when will I be able to drive a luxury car and live in a villa? I did it in my dream. I'll do one when I get home tonight. Su Qingshi hit her mercilessly. Are you still thinking about these unreal things at such a young age? Do you think you are Mr. Ma? Lin Sun's mouth curled up slightly. He found that the fairy senior sister was not as cold as she seemed. She could joke, too. It's just that she only did so with acquaintances. She pretended to be aloof to strangers. He also has to work hard to become an acquaintance of the fairy senior. Soon, the destination was reached. The hot pot restaurant was still very popular at this time. And when Lin Sun and the other 2 walked into the hot pot restaurant, they immediately attracted a lot of attention. There is no way. As far as the 2 women are concerned, they are already the most dazzling presence in the entire hot pot restaurant. Lin Sun is also a handsome guy, but compared with the 2 women, his presence is suddenly reduced a lot. As expected, there was another round of complaints. The boys' eyes were all on the 2 girls. Their expressions were extremely amazed. And when they saw Lin Sun, they wished they could replace him. Did this guy save the Milky Way in his previous life? How could he stand next to 2 fairies? Lin Sun didn't care about the envious and jealous looks of everyone, and came to a private room under the guidance of the boss. Oh my God! You booked a private room? That's so thoughtful. Junior, I love you. Jiang Yunxiao said in surprise as he looked at the quiet and empty private room. Although Su Qingshi didn't say anything on the surface, there was a hint of satisfaction in her eyes. After all, there are too many people outside, and it is too noisy. Their looks will undoubtedly attract attention, and they will feel uncomfortable eating hot pot. It's thoughtful of Lin Sun to think of this. Lin Sun actually didn't think so much about it. He just wanted to book a good one. This private room was the most expensive and the best. Even if he was eating hot pot, he wanted to show his status as the richest man. Unexpectedly, he accidentally gained some good impressions, and Lin Sun gave himself a thumbs up. He smiled and said, "Just look at what you want to eat and order whatever you want." Zhang Yunxiao scanned the menu while shouting that he was hungry and ordered a lot. Su Qingshi poured a glass of juice for them calmly and gracefully. Hand the poured juice to Lin Sun. Lin Sun quickly took it. "Thank you, senior sister." He must be the first one to drink the juice poured by the fairy senior sister herself, right? Lin Sun felt that he was surrounded by happiness. Su Qingshi didn't feel anything. She said, "This hot pot cost you a lot." "Thank you." Lin Sun smiled and said, "It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal, senior sister. You need to eat your fill today." Su Qingshi nodded slightly and raised her hand to gently lift the hair by her ear. The picture was extremely beautiful. Lin Sun was simply stunned. Chapter 26, When High School First Love Meets Fairy Senior. The three of them were very satisfied with the hot pot meal. The cost was not high, and one meal cost several hundred yuan. In Lin Sun's opinion, it's worth it. "Wait for me. I'm going to the bathroom." Zhang Yunxiao said something to Lin Sun and the other two, then ran to the toilet. Left there was Su Qingshi with a calm look on her face, and Lin Sun, who looked a little nervous. Unlike the previous two times, Lin Sun had some careful thoughts this time when he was alone. He was sure that he had fallen in love with the fairy senior, and he would unconsciously become nervous when he saw her. "Are you nervous?" Su Qingshi glanced at him and asked. Lin Sun exclaimed, "No, no." Su Qingshi smiled and said, "Then why are you stuttering?" This. Lin Sun was stunned, then coughed and quickly adjusted. "Well, senior sister is so beautiful. This is the first time I chat with such a beautiful girl. I'm a little uncomfortable." Su Qingshi asked curiously, "You've never been in love?" Lin Sun quickly shook his head. No. Senior sister, I just graduated from high school." "What's wrong with graduating from high school? I know some people who started dating in high school. Your thinking is a bit backward." Su Qingshi said. "Yeah." Lin Sun smiled awkwardly. "By the way, senior sister, is your home here?" Lin Sun suddenly asked. He still doesn't know where the senior lives. Su Qingshi shook her head. "No, I just came here to relax, and I will go back in a few days." Oh. Lin Sun was a little disappointed. He thought that the senior sister lived in Liangsheng, so it would be more convenient to ask her out another day. "When will your college entrance examination results come out?" Su Qingshi asked. "It should be in these 2 days." Lin Sun estimated and said. Su Qingshi nodded. "I wish you get what you want." Lin Sun's eyes lit up. "Thank you, senior sister." The two chatted about some topics related to malnutrition, and Lin Sun gradually became less nervous. Not long after, Zhang Yunxiao came back, her eyes wandering between the two of them, as if trying to catch something. "What are you looking at?" Su Qingshi asked indifferently. "I want to see if there are any sparks when you two are together, a single man and a single woman," Zhang Yunxiao said with a smile. Lin Sun's face immediately turned red. Su Qingshi's face darkened. Okay. Where are we going next?" Zhang Yunxiao quickly changed the topic. Su Qingshi looked at Lin Sun. The latter thought for a moment and said, "Shopping?" According to reliable sources, girls all like shopping. Okay. Let's go." More than an hour later, the three came out of the mall. As the only boy, Lin Sun was naturally given the responsibility of carrying the bag. Carrying so many bags, Lin Sun was a little out of breath. "It seems that I need to exercise regularly." Basically, the things in their hands belonged to the two girls, mostly daily necessities. Of course, they paid for themselves. Lin Sun wanted to rush to pay, but Su Qingshi glared back at him. In their opinion, even if Lin Sun's family is rich, they are not very close, and they cannot cheat him of his money. Although Zhang Yunxiao likes to talk nonsense, he is still relatively rational. After leaving the mall, the sun was already high in the sky, and the three of them found a place under a big tree to cool off. "Thank you for your hard work, Junior. You are helping us carry things in such a hot day. Are you thirsty? Wait here for a while. We will buy you something to drink." Before Lin Sun could respond, Zhang Yunxiao pulled Su Qingshi away. Lin Sun stood there, thought about it, and decided to put the things down. Lin Sun. Suddenly, a doubtful voice came from the side. Lin Sun was stunned for a moment. Then he looked up at the other person. Su Qing. I saw Su Qing standing a few meters away in a white dress. Su Qing came over and glanced at Lin Sun. Why are you here? Lin Sun said calmly. Come out to buy something. His tone was somewhat cold, and he didn't stutter at all like he did when communicating with Su Qing. Su Qing also felt his alienation. A hint of sadness flashed across her eyes, and she smiled. You look very handsome today, worthy of being the son of the richest man. Compared with before, you have changed a lot. You didn't know how to dress up before. Today's Lin Sun made her eyes light up. When he was in high school, Lin Sun dressed very ordinary. Although he was a little handsome, he was not that dazzling. Now, he has more confidence and wears trendy clothes, making him a sunny boy. Su Qing suddenly felt that the boy who had a crush on her was becoming outstanding. Unfortunately, she broke the other person's heart. Lin Sun had no extra expression on his face and said coldly, People change, don't they? This is what you taught me. Su Qing is froze. Lin Sun. Lin Sun raised his hand to interrupt her. Sorry, we are not that familiar with each other. You can call me classmate Lin Sun or classmate in the future. Thank you. He had given up on this girl a long time ago. Just think of it as the throbbing of youth fed to the dogs. Su Qing wanted to say something, but suddenly a hint of purple appeared in her sight. Have you been waiting long? Su Qing walked up to Lin Sun and glanced at him. Although the tone was still as plain as usual, it contained a hint of gentleness, like a spring breeze. Lin Sun was in a good mood when he saw Su Qing. He discovered that Su Qing was holding 2 ice creams, one in each hand, which immediately made her look less ethereal and more worldly. So cute. Seeing that there was suddenly a girl next to Lin Sun, and that she was extremely pretty, Su Qing's face suddenly turned pale. Lin Sun, who is she? Su Qing glanced at her. She had just seen Lin Sun chatting with the girl in front of him. For some reason, she felt uncomfortable when she saw this scene, so she came over without waiting for Jiang Yunxiao. Su Qing was a little surprised, because the girl in front of her was very beautiful, at least on the same level as Jiang Yunxiao. Is this Junior so popular with women? Junior, who is this? Look, this is the difference. The senior student used this to show respect for a stranger, while Su Qing directly asked her who she was with a questioning tone. Of course, Lin Sun stood on the side of the senior sister and introduced her first. This is my high school classmate. We just happened to meet. He turned to Su Qing and said, This is my senior sister, Su Qing. The two women looked at each other knowingly. Su Qing's expression was almost unsustainable. She asked first, and Lin Sun actually answered the girl first, and he didn't even bother to introduce her name. It hurts. A hint of satisfaction flashed across Su Qing's eyes. She was very smart and could tell right away that Lin Sun treated her differently. She had to admit that she felt a little happy, and she also smelled an unusual scent. So she stretched out her hand to Su Qing. Hello, I'm Su Qing. Chapter 27, The Further Warming of the Relationship Between Me and My Senior. Hello, I am Suingiski. Please note that it is I am, not I call. The difference of one word directly puts oneself in the position of the master. I have to say that Su Qing has a high emotional intelligence. Su Qing's face was frozen, but she also reached out her hand and shook Su Qing's hand back. Hello, my name is Su Qing, and I'm Lin Sun's high school classmate. Su Qing smiled calmly. What a coincidence, your last name is also Su. Yes, it's a coincidence, Sister Su. I just heard Lin Sun say that you are his senior. How did you two know each other? Su Qing asked sharply. Sister Su? By taking a step back to advance, are you trying to deliberately emphasize her age? Oh, sister, you are too naive. Su Qing's eyes flashed with sarcasm, and she said, I was studying at Nanyang University and met Lin Sun by chance. Nanjing University? What a coincidence. Senior, I also want to apply to Nanjing University. Don't you want to apply to Peking University? Lin Sun asked suddenly. Su Qing's face froze, and she felt angry. Lin Sun, you idiot, you actually ruined my show. Su Qing said, it's not easy to get into Peking University. Su Qing was not to be outdone and said, yes, I also felt unsure, so I decided to follow my original wish and apply for Nanyang University. After a pause, she continued, this was the goal that Lin Sun and I set when we were studying together. At that time, we studied together almost every day, so we set this goal together. Use the ultimate move. Lin Sun's face turned dark. Sister, are you trying to stop me from pursuing my senior? But what Su Qing said was true, and he couldn't refute it. Confused. What to do? Su Qingshi glanced at Lin Sun, saw his expression. A hint of anger appeared in her eyes, and she laughed angrily. Great, little brother, there is actually such a story? But Su Qingshi was not afraid of the stage. She looked at Su Qing, who had a triumphant look on her face, and said with a smile, Really? Then Lin Sun was able to do so well in the exam. Thanks to you. Su Qing's eyebrows curved. I also want to thank Lin Sun. Without him, I'm afraid I wouldn't have made such rapid progress. This is a girl with a lot of scheming. Su Qingshi pursed her lips and smiled. Are you a couple now? For some reason, although she was not asking him, Lin Sun heard a hint of murderous intent in her words. He immediately explained, No, there is nothing wrong between us. The murderous aura disappears. Save your life. Su Qing looked a little ugly. Su Qingshi was a little surprised. I thought you were already together. Su Qing was about to speak, but Lin Sun said first. Senior sister, I'm thirsty. There was a hint of coquettishness in her tone. Su Qing looked at him in astonishment. She had never seen Lin Sun like this before. Su Qingshi was also caught off guard. When she came to her senses, she felt amused and said, Then put your things down. I caught a glimpse of Su Qing from the corner of my eye. She suddenly changed her mind and said, Let me feed you. As she spoke, she handed the ice cream to Lin Sun's mouth. Swing. Lin Sun was stunned for a moment. He wondered if he was dreaming. Was the fairy senior feeding him ice cream with her own hands? Real or fake? Su Qingshi's voice sounded somewhat doubtful. Lin Sun came back to his senses and quickly took a bite of the ice cream. The icy cool taste made Lin Sun feel satisfied, but more importantly, happy. I feel like the hard work of carrying things is not tiring at all. Su Qing looked at the two intimate people. Her expression could no longer hold back. She originally wanted to say that Lin Sun had confessed to her, but now there was no need to do so because the clown turned out to be herself. Well, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. When she turned around, Su Qing's eyes turned red. Looking at Su Qing walking away, Su Qingshi's aura suddenly turned cold. She glanced at Lin Sun calmly and said, Put the things down. Lin Sun was confused. What happened? He was still very obedient and put the things down. Su Qingshi handed him the ice cream he had bitten and asked indifferently, Are you happy when I feed you ice cream? Happy. Lin Sun nodded subconsciously, and when he came to his senses, he quickly explained, Senior, I. Su Qingshi glared at him and then asked, Is that your lover? The tone sounded somewhat dissatisfied. Don't ask Lin Sun how he could tell. He immediately and obediently explained what had happened. To him, this matter was like a thorn, and it would be better to remove it as soon as possible so that he would not feel guilty when facing his senior in the future. After listening to Lin Sun's explanation, Su Qingshi's expression finally eased. She looked at him in surprise. Do you like this? Lin Sun scratched his head. Not really. After all, the two of us are often together, so there is a little ambiguity. But since the last time, it has been completely impossible for her and I to be together, so don't worry, senior sister. I'm relieved. Su Qingshi smiled and said, Why should I be relieved? What are you talking about? There is nothing between us. Why are you so anxious about me? Lin Sun broke out in a cold sweat. It's okay. I was just being rude and said the wrong thing. At the same time, he felt a little disappointed. Yes, the senior sister doesn't like me, so why would she care about such a small thing? Lin Sun couldn't hide his emotions, and his whole face drooped. Su Qingshi was stunned when she saw this. She didn't expect that her words would cause such a drastic change in the little guy's mood. She had been having a psychological struggle since Su Qing left. Her behavior today was too abnormal, and it was totally unlike what she, Su Qingshi, would do. He actually competed openly and secretly with someone else's first love, as if he was jealous. Well, the word jealous is not appropriate. Do I like Lin Sun? No way. How do I feel about him? It seems that when I am with him, I feel more relaxed than usual. And when she was hypnotizing herself, she accidentally said the above sentence. Obviously, her words hurt the younger brother. For a moment, Su Qingshi didn't know how to start. It seems like she has never been able to comfort anyone. However, Lin Sun's emotions came and went quickly, and he soon regained his composure. He licked the ice cream and praised. This ice cream is delicious. By the way, senior sister, where is senior sister Jiang? Su Qingshi gave him a strange look, then said, she's still in line. She's probably buying soda now. Lin Sun nodded. He glanced at the ice cream in Su Qingshi's hand and reminded her, Senior, if you don't eat it now, it will melt. Su Qingshi came back to her senses and took a look at the ice cream in her hand. Sure enough, under the high temperature, most of the ice cream had melted, and the cream was flowing down from the side, about to flow onto Su Qingshi's white and tender fingers. Lin Sun was quick-witted and subconsciously reached out to help her catch the cream that was flowing down. Unexpectedly, Su Qingshi also moved at the same time and put her other hand on the mouth that was holding the ice cream. And the hand that Lin Sun stretched out just happened to hold her other hand. For a moment, both of them were stunned. Chapter 28. The senior sister asked me out. Senior, I didn't mean it. Lin Sun's face suddenly became extremely embarrassed, and his whole face looked like a boiled shrimp. But having said that, my senior sister's hands are so soft and feel so comfortable to touch. Su Qingshi looked at Lin Sun, who was anxious to explain, and said helplessly, Why are you so startled? Lin Sun looked at her in surprise, not understanding why she said that. Su Qingshi said calmly, So you can let go of my hand? How long do you plan to hold it? Ah! Lin Sun realized that he was still holding the other person's hand and quickly let go. Su Qingshi found it interesting to see him looking so ashamed. Even his cold face had a hint of softness. What a nice view. Lin Sun was stunned. Su Qingshi hummed. What did you say? Lin Sun raised a corner of his mouth and praised without disguising. Senior sister, you are so beautiful. Su Qingshi pursed her lips. Thank you. She felt something was wrong and quickly used ice cream to cover up her embarrassment. Lin Sun smiled. He felt that sometimes he should be bolder. Although secret love is beautiful, if he does not have the courage to confess, then he will only miss it in the end. Thinking of this, Lin Sun raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a natural smile, and his whole temperament seemed to have changed. Su Qingshi looked at Lin Sun with some surprise. She found that this little brother seemed to have become a little more handsome. It seems that he has added a bit of masculine godlike aura from a sunny big boy. What's with this inexplicable sense of security? What's wrong with you? Why are you laughing so happily? Jiang Yunxiao, who had just returned, looked at Lin Sun curiously. Lin Sun saw her and smiled. You are back, Senior Jiang. Jiang Yunxiao nodded and then handed him the plastic bag in his hand. Here, your water. After Lin Sun thanked her, he first helped Su Qingshi unscrew a bottle of soda and handed it to her, who politely took it. I say, why do I feel like something is wrong with you too? Jiang Yunxiao looked at them curiously. Su Qingshi was stunned, and then she thought of what had just happened, and suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Oh my! Sure. Why are you embarrassed? It's rare. Jiang Yunxiao looked at her best friend as if she had discovered a new continent. Shut up. Su Qingshi glanced at her indifferently. Lin Sun drank soda nonchalantly, as if nothing had to do with him. My heart is already blossoming with joy. He felt that his relationship with his senior would be further developed after today. After walking around for another hour, Su Qingshi felt that Lin Sun had too many things in his hands, so she suggested that they stop here for the day. Soon, Lin Sun called a taxi for the two girls, loaded the bags into the trunk and waved goodbye to them. Lin Sun himself took another car back home. The young master is back. The maid greeted Lin Sun respectfully. The latter nodded slightly. Hello. He walked into the hall, leaving the maid with a nymphomaniac look on her face. Master looks so handsome today. In the living room, Gu Yanyan was taking care of her skin. She had been diligent in taking care of her skin recently, and the effect was very obvious. She was completely different from the ordinary woman she was before. Mom, I'm back. Lin Sun greeted him. Gu Yanyan nodded in response, and then she woke up in shock. My son is back. Quick, come here. Lin Sun was just about to go upstairs when he heard the words and walked over. What's wrong, Mom? Gu Yanyan asked with a gossipy look on her face. How was it? Did you have fun? Lin Sun nodded. It's pretty good, except that the sun is a little strong, but everything else is fine. Gu Yanyan said seriously. Who asked you this? I mean, how was the date? Lin Sun smiled helplessly and said, Mom, I just invited her to dinner. How can that be considered a date? Gu Yanyan smiled and said, Inviting a girl you like to dinner, isn't that a date? Lin Sun was ashamed. What was wrong with his mother's train of thought? What did you eat? Hot pot. Hot pot? You are the son of the richest man, and you treat others to hot pot? Is the money I gave you not enough for you to treat her to a good meal? Gu Yin Yin widened her eyes. Lin Sun was puzzled. What's wrong? The hot pot is delicious. He saw that the senior was eating happily. Gu Yin Yin said angrily, Son, if you want to pursue a girl, you have to spend more time on her. Don't save money. Just spend as much as you can. Anyway, our family is not short of money. Girls like generous boys. Lin Sun crossed his arms and said, Don't. You may have misunderstood. Not all girls like rich men. Anyway, please don't worry about this matter, okay? I will take care of it. I'm going back to my room now. I've been out and about all day, so I need to take a shower first. After saying that, Lin Sun got up and ran without waiting for his mother to answer. Hey, this kid. Gu Yin looked at her son with a helpless look and sighed. After returning to the room, Lin Sun received a message from the Fairy Senior. Fairy Senior, we're here. Is this to report safety? Lin Sun's mouth curved up, somewhat happily, and replied, What a coincidence. Me too. Fairy Senior, you have been carrying things all day today. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Sun widened his eyes, somewhat incredulous. His Fairy Senior sister actually cared about others? Goodness. Without realizing it, have they already progressed to this point? Lin Sun was about to reply when Su Qingshi sent another message. Fairy Senior, are you free tonight? Lin Sun was surprised and quickly replied, I'm free. After finishing the college entrance examination, he didn't have to work a summer job, so he was basically a salted fish, and he could do whatever he wanted. Fairy Senior, will you go somewhere with me tonight? Lin Sun was full of surprise. The senior sister took the initiative to ask me out? Huh? She took the initiative to ask me out. Reply? Okay. After the chat, Lin Sun's face was full of excitement. He was so surprised. It was already a great honor to be able to go shopping with the Fairy Senior today, but he never expected there would be such an unexpected surprise. Bath. He needs to take a nice bath. After a while, the sound of Lin Sun's dog barking was heard from the bathroom. I heard that when boys take a shower, they always think they are possessed by singers and sing in ecstasy. Meanwhile, rental housing. I'm so tired. Zhang Yunxiao stretched lazily. Her graceful curves were extremely stunning, but it was a pity that no man had the chance to see them. Su Qingshi glanced at her and said, Pack your things. Most of them were bought by Zhang Yunxiao, and she only had a few of her own. Zhang Yunxiao had no choice but to tidy up resentfully, like a puppet. Su Qingshi sat in the computer chair. Looking at the messages on her mobile phone, she smiled slightly. She didn't know what was wrong with her. She actually went out alone with a boy she had only known for less than a week late at night. Maybe I'm possessed by the devil. Ginger. Lend me your car tonight. You want to go out? What for? To see my dad. Oh, do you want me to accompany you? Need not. Well then, stay safe alone, babe. Chipta 29. Swingis jest transformation. Lin Sun stood by the bridge and sent a message to his Fairy Senior on WeChat, letting her know that he had arrived. But the Fairy Senior did not reply to him. It is now 19:30 in the evening. The evening breeze is cool, and the weather is not very good. The weather forecast says there will be rain. Lin Sun just realized it and couldn't help but pray secretly. Oh God, today is my first date with the beautiful senior sister. Please don't let it end in rain. For tonight's date, well, it can't really be called a date. In order to meet the senior, he changed his outfit again. His hair was slightly styled to look a little fluffy, and he also added a thin plaid jacket on his upper body, making him look energetic and handsome. The two agreed to meet on the bridge, where they first met. After hesitating for a while, Lin Sun sent another message, but the other party still did not reply. What's going on? Is it raining over there? Didn't she go out? A faint sense of loss welled up in my heart. Just then, a minivan stopped beside him, and a cold voice called him. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Lin Sun was startled, looked over, and immediately said in surprise, Senior's sister. At this time, Su Qingshi was sitting on a small electric scooter with her long legs on the ground and a pink helmet on her head. Su Qingshi did not wear a skirt tonight, but a short-sleeved shirt and jeans, and still the same pair of white sneakers. Her hair was simply tied up, and she wore a pink helmet and a mask, revealing only a pair of cold eyes. Lin Sun had never imagined before that Su Qingshi who was as beautiful as a fairy, could actually ride an electric scooter. He always thought that the fairy senior sister was more suitable with a sports car, but he didn't expect that he would see a different side of her today. However, this discovery surprised him, as if fairies were not so far away after all. What about being a little cute? Are you in a daze? Get in the car. Su Qingshi saw that the boy was staring at her and reminded him. Oh. Lin Sun hurried over. Su Qingshi handed him a helmet and said, "Put it on." Lin Sun took it and found that it was a new helmet with the label still on. "Senior, did you buy this especially for me?" Su Qingshi hummed softly. "This bike belongs to Jiang Yunxiao, and there is only one helmet, so I went around to the store and bought one for you." This also explains why she was late. There was an indescribable love in Lin Sun's eyes. Haha, this was the first time that the senior sister bought me something in the true sense. He decided to put this helmet on the bedside table as a display after returning home. "Just give it back to me before you go back." At this time, Su Qingshi suddenly spoke. Lin Sun was stunned, then a little disappointed. "So, he just lent it to himself?" "I'm kidding." Su Qingshi's lips curved into a beautiful curve, but unfortunately Lin Sun couldn't see it because of the mask. "Stupid. How could she take back something you wore and she bought it for you, right?" Lin Sun immediately turned his worry into joy. "Thank you, senior sister." He put on his hat very quickly and happily put one foot on the back seat, etc. At this time, Su Qingshi suddenly said, "What's wrong, senior sister?" Lin Sun's face flushed red, and he looked at her with some confusion. Su Qingshi said expressionlessly, "I drive." When Lin Sun realized what was happening, he wanted to slap himself in the face. Look at his EQ. How could he let a senior drive? Just now, he was thinking about sitting behind the senior sister, maybe hugging her waist or something. So he was a little dizzy and didn't react. Sorry, senior. Then should I drive?" Lin Sun put down the bicycle that was already on the back seat immediately. Su Qingshi responded, then used her long legs to move directly to the back seat. The senior sister's legs are so long. Lin Sun couldn't help but sigh. Then he pulled himself together, not wanting to embarrass himself anymore, and sat in the front driver's seat. He could still feel some temperature under his body. Thinking that was the seat where the senior sister had just sat, Lin Sun's face turned red again, feeling a little uncomfortable. "Slower." Su Qingshi's voice came from behind. "Okay, senior sister, hold on tight." Lin Sun responded, then gently twisted the handle, and the electric scooter made a few slight turns and then went straight forward. Su Qingshi sat in the back seat and did not hug Lin Sun's waist, but instead grabbed the iron bars on both sides of the seat with her hands. She looked at Lin Sun's back. The boy's back was broad and strong, which gave her an inexplicable sense of security. Moreover, even though they were so close, she didn't smell any sweat. "Junior, have you taken a bath?" Su Qingshi had never been so close to a boy before, and before this, she had never thought that this would happen to her. But she kept struggling in her mind, and finally a voice in her heart told her that some things can only be accepted after trying. So she is slowly changing herself, taking Lin Sun as her goal. After getting to know him for a while, she found that this boy was a little special and different from other boys, so she was willing to try to get closer to him. If it's not what she wants in the end, then... However, when she was with her junior, her personality would involuntarily become gentler, and she could not be as cold to him as she was to others. Perhaps there is something shining about the other person that attracts her. It remains to be investigated for the time being. "Senior, where are we going?" Lin Sun's question came from the front. Su Qingshi said, "I'll give you the directions, just follow me." "Good," Lin Sun responded, and then his timid voice came again. "Well, senior sister, if you get tired of holding on to both sides, you can hold on to my clothes." Su Qingshi was stunned. She didn't expect Lin Sun to say that. To be honest, holding on both sides did make her feel a little uncomfortable. Her arms were sore, and she had to keep a distance at all times, which made her a little too tense. After thinking about it, she silently withdrew her hand and then grabbed Lin Sun's clothes around his waist. "Well, Su Qingshi, you are a cool goddess and the other person is just a younger brother. Why are you shy and nervous? Come on, you have to take the initiative." Following Su Qingshi's directions, Lin Sun was surprised to find that this road led to the cemetery. On the way, when passing by a flower shop, Su Qingshi stopped Lin Sun. Then she went in alone. A few minutes later, she came out with a bunch of white chrysanthemums in her hands. Lin Sun's face suddenly became serious. He realized that this trip seemed to be very important to the fairy senior. Why are you so nervous? When they got back on the road, Su Qingsha noticed that Lin Sun's body was tense and he was sweating slightly. Lin Sun's somewhat hoarse voice sounded. Senior sister, is my outfit today too informal? He thought that this time the senior student asked him out just for shopping and dining and never thought that they would go to the cemetery. Would it be inappropriate for him to go to the cemetery with his loser looks? Su Qingsha was stunned for 2 seconds. Then she realized what the boy was worried about and said softly, "It's okay. You are fine like this, very handsome." The boy was very perceptive. He noticed her thoughts and considered the problem from her perspective. This showed that the boy had been paying attention to her. Thinking of this, the corners of Su Qingsha's mouth under the mask slightly raised, and the only visible eyes also had a hint of tenderness. Unfortunately, Lin Sun, who was driving, was destined not to see it. Chapter 30, it seems that this feeling is also very good. The cemetery at night seemed very quiet, with only a few strangers walking around in the cemetery. Apparently, they were also here to visit the deceased. Lin Sun parked his electric scooter near the entrance and accompanied Su Qingsha into the cemetery. "Senior, watch your step," Lin Sun reminded softly. "The streetlights here are not very bright, and you can only barely see the road clearly." After Lin Sun's reminder, he quickly turned on the flashlight on his cell phone to illuminate the ground for Su Qingsha. Slightly. A few minutes later, the two had gone deep into the cemetery and came to a tombstone. Su Qingsha looked at the gray-white figure on the tombstone and was absent-minded for a moment. Lin Sun also looked at the tombstone. The person on it was a middle-aged man with a very serious look, but a kind expression between his brows and upright features. It could be seen that he must have been a remarkable man when he was young. Resurrection. This is his name. Without asking, Lin Sun knew that this was Su Qingsha's father. "Senior, she doesn't have a father." I don't know why, but Su Qingsha's back seemed a little lonely, desolate, and sad at this moment. Lin Sun felt a pain in his heart, and a feeling of pity grew and magnified. He wanted to hug the senior sister in his arms and be her support. Su Qingsha stared at the portrait in a trance for a long time, then slowly lowered her head and placed the bouquet in her hand in front of the tombstone. "He was my father. When he was alive, he was an outstanding policeman. In order to prevent the public from being affected during a bomb disposal incident, he fought the gangster alone. When he was about to grab the bomb, he was held by the gangster and fell into the river. In the end, the bomb exploded. He never came back." Sokinsi spoke softly. Lin Sun knew she was talking to him, and his expression was a little complicated. "Is it the bridge where we first met?" Sokinsi nodded gently. "This." Lin Sun opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but didn't know how to start. That night, she also thought he was going to jump into the river and spoke up to stop him, which led to their first encounter. Only then did Lin Sun understand why the cold goddess would go out of her way to talk to a stranger. Yes, Su Qingsha's personality was such that she would never take the initiative to chat up a boy. She also hated boys. To be honest, if it was another person who wanted to jump into the river that night, she would have spoken out. When she saw people jumping into the river and thought of people jumping into the river, she would think of her father who fell into the river. At that time, it was just that person, and it just happened to be him. At this moment, Lin Sun didn't know whether he should be thankful or what other emotion he felt. It's too complicated. Su Qingsha looked at the tombstone and said slowly, "My mom always advised my dad not to rush to the front when working, but my dad always laughed it off. In the end, there was only a silk banner and a cold bank card lying in the bedside table in my mom's room, and he never came back. My mom lost her husband, and I lost my dad. Sometimes I wonder what kind of blow the families of every police officer who died will suffer. They are also husbands, wives, children, and fathers. Salute to every police officer who silently contributes to the society." Lin Sun couldn't bear it any longer at this time, so he made the boldest decision of the day. He gently held Su Qingsha in his arms and said softly, "Senior sister, if you feel uncomfortable, just cry. There are no outsiders here, and I am willing to bear your tears. Uncle, he is great. I think if he is given another chance, he will make the same choice. He is an amazing person. Your good life is the greatest reward for him." Su Qingsha did not resist Lin Sun's embrace. On the contrary, she showed unprecedented weakness at this moment. After so many years, she finally took off her disguise at this moment after meeting someone she could rely on. Lin Sun's embrace made her feel a strong sense of security, and her intense heartbeat gradually calmed down. Su Qingshi rubbed gently in Lin Sun's arms like a kitten and slowly closed her eyes. At this moment, she was not the cold goddess Su Qingshi, nor was she a fairy, but just an ordinary, fragile girl. No matter what happens in the future, now she just wants to take a breath. Lin Sun gently stroked Su Qingshi's back. At this moment, he did not feel any romantic feelings in his heart, but was filled with heartache. He decided that he must make his senior happy every day. Senior, he will protect you. The two of them continued in this mood for several minutes. After Su Qingshi calmed down completely, she said in a hoarse voice, "Have you hugged enough?" Lin Sun gently let go of Su Qingshi without the shyness of the past and asked gently, "Are you feeling better?" Su Qingshi nodded gently. "Thank you." Lin Sun grinned. "Senior sister, I think you are quite good like this. You are not as unattainable as usual. It makes people feel very friendly." Su Qingshi glanced at him calmly. "Why do you feel friendly? Do you want to let a large group of people bother me?" Lin Sun was stunned for a moment, then reacted. "Yes, if the fairy senior is really so weak and gentle, wouldn't she attract a large group of crazy suitors? Wouldn't his love rival's fighting power increase greatly by then? No, absolutely not. You can only see this side of the senior sister yourself." Su Qingshi glanced at Lin Sun, who was gradually getting into the role, raised the corner of her mouth, and said with a hint of warning, "It's better for you to know what happened tonight." Lin Sun immediately assured, "Don't worry, senior sister. I promise I will never tell anyone that you are actually a gentle girl." Su Qingshi's face froze. A hint of murderous intent flashed across her eyes. She looked at Lin Sun with a half-smile and curled her lips. "Junior, come here." "What's the matter, senior sister?" Lin Sun came over happily. Unexpectedly, Su Qingshi reached out and grabbed his ear and twisted it gently. "Ouch! Senior sister, spare me. Be gentle. I was wrong." Boom! At this moment, there was a sudden loud noise in the sky. Both of them were startled. "Is it going to rain?" Lin Sun frowned. Su Qingshi said softly, "Let's go back." Lin Sun felt a little regretful. Was he going back so soon? Swish, swish, swish. The heavy rain came suddenly, leaving them no time to react. "So soon? Senior, let's go hide from the rain first," Lin Sun said hurriedly, subconsciously pulling Su Qingshi's hand and running towards the exit. Su Qingshi felt a little strange when she looked at the hand held by the boy. She doesn't seem to mind her junior's closeness. This guy always subconsciously does things that make her feel warm. But it seems that this feeling is not bad either. Chapter 31. I walk in the rain, so no one knows I am crying. The heavy rain came unexpectedly, with thunder and rain falling immediately. Although Lin Sun and his companion ran fast enough, they still got wet. The two ran under a shelter and barely avoided the rain. The two men were leaning against a billboard with a 50-centimeter wide iron sheet on top, which was just enough to cover a person's body. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, as if it was going to wash away the scorching heat of midsummer all at once, with no sign of stopping. Because of being caught in the rain, both of their clothes were a little wet. Su Qingshi's black hair was also wet. A few strands of wet hair in front of her forehead stuck to her cheeks, giving off an indescribable pure desire. And because her clothes were wet, they stuck to her body, revealing her perfect figure. The short sleeves stuck to her body, and Lin Sun could see her fair skin through the clothes, as well as a hint of white. Lin Sun's breathing stagnated. Isn't this too tempting? Heavy rain mixed with cold wind came, and the rain mist like fine sand hit the two of them. Coupled with the cold wind, the thin Su Qingshi immediately sneezed and trembled. Seeing that the situation was not good, Lin Sun quickly took off his coat and said to Su Qingshi, "Senior sister, please wipe your hair." Su Qingshi glanced at the coat that Lin Sun handed over, paused, and then took it. "Thank you." She took off the khaki hairband that was tied around her hair and handed it to Lin Sun. "Help me hold it for a minute." Lin Sun took it with an "oh." Su Qingshi didn't mind Lin Sun's coat and used it as a towel to wipe her hair. "I've already hugged you, so what's wrong with using your clothes?" Lin Sun looked at Su Qingshi wiping her hair, and a look of infatuation appeared in his eyes. Senior Jiang Yunxiao had sent him a photo of a fairy senior drying her hair before, but it was withdrawn before he could save it. Now, he actually saw the senior drying her hair with his own eyes, and she used his clothes. Such elegant movements. The side profile is so beautiful. Lin Sun felt that he loved her even more. But he was not idle either. He casually put the hairband around his wrist, then took out his mobile phone, opened the camera, and quietly aimed it at Su Qingshi. The clothes blocked Su Qingshi's view and prevented her from seeing Lin Sun's movements. She didn't notice. Ah, Lin Sun was delighted. After focusing, he caught an angle and prepared to press the button to take the photo. His first private photo of his senior schoolmate is about to be born. Snap. However, the reality is cruel. Just as Lin Sun pressed his finger, a clicking sound was heard. Lin Sun's face froze. Huh. Su Qingshi looked over in confusion and happened to see Lin Sun, who was pointing his cell phone at her. Lin Sun. Oops. Social death. Forgot to turn off the sound. Lin Sun was going crazy. What should I do? Who will save him? How should I face this situation? Su Qingshi looked at him with a half smile. Secretly photographed? Lin Shun's mila davardli. No, I was taking pictures of the rain. Really? Let me take a look. Sukinsi smiled gently. Little brother, you can't even lie. Lin Sun was stunned when he saw Su Qingshi's smile. Her hair is still a little wet, and her clothes are still sticking to her body. At this moment, she shows a smile. How charming she is. Snap. Lin Sun did not hesitate and pressed his finger again. Su Qingshi raised her eyebrows. Are you pulling teeth from the tiger's mouth? He was quite bold and took the photos openly in front of her. She can't do this operation. Lin Sun quickly put away his phone and said seriously, Senior sister, stop chatting and dry your hair quickly, or you'll catch a cold. Su Qingshi glanced at him, but didn't ask him to delete the photos. Since he wanted to take them, then let him take them. Of course, if it were someone else, she would have forced them to delete it long ago. After wiping her hair, reluctantly, Su Qingshi planned to wring out Lin Sun's coat. I'll do it. Lin Sun grabbed the coat and wrung it out directly. Water dripped down, and the coat was wrung dry in just a few swipes. Then, Lin Sun put the wrung-out coat back on Su Qingshi. Thanks. After expressing her gratitude, Su Qingshi looked into the rain. Lin Sun was also looking at the heavy rain. Neither of them spoke, but there was an invisible tacit understanding between them. The heavy rain lasted for more than 10 minutes before it gradually subsided. Su Qingshi suddenly whispered, the car seems to be parked outdoors. Lin Sun also smiled bitterly. Yeah, I don't know if it can still be used after being soaked in the rain for so long. If it breaks down, well, he'll pay for it with a replacement. Shall we go? Su Qingshi glanced at Lin Sun and asked. Lin Sun thought about it, but still couldn't bear to see his senior sister getting wet in the rain. So he said, how about this? I asked my family to pick us up. My home is in this area, not too far away. It will only take about 10 minutes to get there. Su Qingshi shook her head. No need, Lin Sun. Shall we try? Lin Sun was stunned. Try? Try what? Is my senior confessing to me? Oh my God. Is this true? Su Qingshi said softly. I'm in a bad mood today and want to get wet in the rain. Lin Sun reacted and felt a little disappointed. Oh, it turned out that the senior wanted to try getting caught in the rain. He actually had the wrong idea. No, it's easy for people to think wrongly about what the senior said. But you might catch a cold this way. Lin Sun hesitated. Su Qingshi said, I exercise regularly, so my physical fitness is pretty good. Lin Sun didn't dare to respond after hearing this. He was usually busy with studies and didn't exercise much. Let's go to the car. After Su Qingshi finished speaking, she took the lead and stepped into the rain. Wait for me, senior. Seeing this, Lin Sun rushed out without hesitation. Well, the hair was wiped dry just now, and soon Su Qingshi was wet again. The two of them ran to the little electric donkey. As they thought, the little electric donkey had already taken a refreshing bath, and even the helmet was full. After sorting things out, Lin Sun took Su Qingshi away. Drive slower, the road is slippery, Su Qingshi said to Lin Xuandao. Don't worry, senior. I won't let you fall. Lin Sun said loudly with a smile. The corner of Su Qingshi's mouth raised. She had lost her mask somewhere. Her beautiful face without makeup, washed away by the rain, looked incredibly beautiful. He slowly stretched out his hand, passed under the young man's ribs, hugged his strong waist, and gently rested his cheek on his back. Lin Sun, who was driving, was almost fainted by the sudden happiness. His back is undergoing extremely elastic pressure, and you can feel how explosive the fairy senior sister's figure is from the touch. What made him even more intoxicated was that the fairy senior seemed to be gradually accepting him. Meaning he still has a chance, right? In fact, Lin Sun understood that Fairy Sue would only turn back into the fireworks fairy tonight. After tonight, she would seal herself again. But he was honored by her trust and honesty in him. The boy's dream is not just a dream. He is conquering the iceberg step by step and melting it with his passionate heart. On the street, there is an endless stream of people. Uncles and aunts who are busy working for a living are hiding under parasols, staring blankly at the rain. There were also young men and women walking alone in the rain. They walked very slowly, as if letting the rain wash their souls. Lin Sun suddenly remembered a sentence on the internet. I walk in the rain so no one knows I am crying. Chapter 32: The Importance of Emotional Intelligence. Because the rain started to get heavier halfway through the journey, Lin Sun could only drive towards a hotel. Of course, he just happened to pass by, but since he was already there, Lin Sun decided to get a room. Senior, let's go into the hotel and take a shower? We are all soaked. He parked the car in the parking lot of a motel in the rain and said to Su Qingshi. The girl got out of the car, wiped the water off her face, and nodded in agreement. Okay. Hearing this, Lin Sun finally breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that if he continued to go out in the rain with his senior sister, they would both probably catch a cold. So he took Su Qingshi into the hotel. When he arrived at the front desk, Lin Sun was worried. How many rooms should he book? One room? Is this too sudden? Will the senior sister overthink it? Su Qingshi hugged her shoulders, stood quietly behind him, and said nothing. It seemed that the cold rain had made her feel a little uncomfortable. Lin Sun immediately said to the front desk, "Hello, open 2 rooms for me." Seeing Lin Sun and the other 2 soaked like this, the receptionist was considerate and introduced. "Sir, here we have a VIP room with a king-size bed, which is closed to change, an automatic washing machine, and free food and beverages. Do you need any? Can I change clothes?" Lin Sun's eyes lit up, and he was about to speak when Su Qingshi suddenly said, "No need, just stay in a normal standard room. 1 room." "One?" Lin Sun's mouth curled up, and he couldn't suppress it no matter how hard he tried. Whatever the senior sister said was the truth. He politely said to the front desk, "Hello, let's book a standard room." The front desk was a little disappointed, but still quickly checked the 2 in. "Sir, madam, your room number is 0520. Please keep the room card." Lin Sun took the room card, thanked him, and then went into the elevator with Su Qingshi. "We're just going to take a shower and change clothes. There's no need to book 2 rooms or any VIP rooms. Even if you have money, you can't spend it carelessly, understand?" In the elevator, Su Qingshi took the initiative to speak, her voice sweet and a little cold. Lin Sun nodded quickly. "Senior sister is right. I won't do it next time." The senior sister is so nice. She helped him save money before he even got married. Hey, you swipe your card to enter. The standard room is quite big. After all, I spent nearly 200 yuan, and it has basically all the facilities. Senior sister, please take a shower first. I'll see if I can buy some clothes." Lin Sun said to Su Qingshi. Su Qingshi glanced at him. In fact, she could see that Lin Sun was even colder than her at this moment. After all, he was wearing short sleeves. So she said, "You go in first, I'll buy the clothes, and you don't know my size, do you?" Lin Sun was about to say something, but Su Qingshi frowned and said, "Just wash first if I tell you to. Don't waste time." "Yes." Seeing this, Lin Sun went into the bathroom dejectedly. Su Qingshi smiled lightly and then took out her cell phone, which had been handled on the road and was specially covered in a plastic bag. She chose a set of clothes for herself on Midon.com and also bought a set for Lin Sun. Although she didn't know Lin Sun's size, it was easy to guess a boy's size, which was basically that size. "Senior, have you bought clothes?" Lin Sun's voice came from the bathroom. Su Qingshi glanced at the bathroom door and then walked over. The closet was right next to her. She took out a men's robe and said, "The takeaway won't arrive for a while. Put on your bathrobe first." "Okay, senior sister, could you please put on your bathrobe?" Before Lin Sun could finish his words, the bathroom door opened a crack and a bathrobe was handed in. Lin Sun's face turned red, perhaps because of the heat or embarrassment, and he quickly took it. "Thank you, senior. Hurry up and put it on. I still need to wash it." 2 minutes later, Lin Sun came out of the bathroom wearing a bathrobe, which was not too revealing. Fortunately, the bathrobe is something you wear, not a towel that you wrap around your body. Su Qingshi entered the bathroom, and soon, the sound of running water was heard in the bathroom. Lin Sun sat on the sofa in a daze. Listening to the sound of water in the bathroom, he felt unreal. He and the fairy senior. Have they already reached the stage of living in the same room? Isn't this progressing too fast? At this moment, he was so close to the senior sister, and it was the first time he heard the sound of the fairy senior sister taking a bath. What came to his mind was the fairy senior's unbelievable figure, tall yet noble, especially when he thought of the senior's clothes soaking wet and sticking to her body in the rain, the looming spring scenery. Lin Sun's blood suddenly boiled. He was just 18 years old, at the age of full vigor and vitality. When he met a beauty like Su Qingshi, he couldn't help but have wild thoughts in his mind. The fairy senior sister stood in the shower, with a beautiful figure. "Ah, no, Lin Sun, you can't be so dirty. How can you take advantage of someone's misfortune like this? Senior sister is a fairy. She is sacred and inviolable. How can you have such an idea?" Bang! Lin Sun slapped himself, and his restless anger immediately subsided. He felt a little helpless. I should have booked 2 rooms. Ding dong. The door opened, and Lin Sun got up to open it. "Hello. Here's your takeaway." Lin Sun took the 2 packages and said to the delivery man, "Thank you, you've worked hard." "You're welcome. I wish you a happy life. Remember to give me a 5-star rating, dear." Lin Sun closed the door and said to the senior who was still taking a shower, "Senior, the clothes are here." The bathroom was silent for a second, and then Su Qingshi's voice came over. "Put my clothes at the door. I'll get them later." Lin Sun said, "Oh," and did as he was told. About 10 minutes later, the bathroom door finally opened. Lin Sun had already changed his clothes and was sitting there listening to Douyin. When he heard the voice, he subconsciously looked up and was immediately stunned. Su Qingshi put on the clothes she had bought temporarily. Her hair was wrapped in a white towel, like a bun. She wore a white shirt on her upper body and loose trousers on her lower body, giving her the charm of a big sister next door. Even so, she still looked breathtakingly beautiful. After taking a bath, the girl's face was flushed. Her hair was wrapped up, revealing a pebble-like face. Under her white neck was a beautiful clavicle. From the clavicle down, indescribable. It was also the first time that Lin Sun met such a fairy-like senior. Is this the beauty coming out of the bath? Lin Sun's fiery gaze made Su Qingshi feel a little uncomfortable. She tilted her head slightly and asked, "Does your clothes fit you well?" Lin Sun nodded. "Thank you, senior sister, it's very suitable." In fact, the clothes that the senior bought for him were a bit loose, but he would wear them even if they were a size bigger. Su Qingshi nodded calmly and then said, "Wait a moment, I'll blow-dry my hair and then go back." Lin Sun nodded and sat obediently. Everything was normal during the journey. When Su Qingshi dried her hair, the rain outside had stopped. Although there was still a drizzle, it was negligible. The 2 packed up their wet clothes and checked out of the room. This time it was Su Qingshi who was driving. She took Lin Sun to his villa. "Let me wash your clothes for you, and then I'll give them to you when they're dry." Su Qingshi glanced at the bag hanging on the hook. Lin Sun quickly refused when he heard it. No, I can wash it myself. Don't bother senior sister." "How can I let my senior sister take action?" He quickly took his clothes. Su Qingshi gave him a strange look. "With your emotional intelligence, how can you get a girlfriend?" "Ah." Lin Sun didn't understand. Su Qingshi didn't say anything else and said, "I'm leaving now. Goodbye." After saying that, she started the electric scooter. "Be careful, senior sister." Lin Sun waved towards Su Qingshi's back. Lin Sun retracted his gaze only after the senior sister walked away. When he turned around, he suddenly realized something and slapped himself hard. Idiot Lin Sun. Damn it, why is he so slow? What the senior meant was to help me wash my clothes and give them to me next time. Doesn't this mean that she has a reason to meet me next time? He actually ruined this opportunity with his own hands. This mouth. Cut it off. Chapter 33. The Demons and Ghosts in the Class Group. The next day, there was no doubt that Lin Sun had a fever. He stared at the ceiling with lifeless eyes, and his head felt heavy. "My physical condition is too poor." He shook his head, tilting it slightly to the side, his eyes fixed on the bedside table. There was a helmet and a hairband on the table. Of course, the hair circle belonged to the senior student. It had been in Lin Sun's pocket since he came back yesterday. She probably forgot to ask him for it. This is something from the fairy senior. When a girl's hairband falls into the hands of a boy, the meaning is very different. Taking the phone, Lin Sun sent a message to the fairy senior. "Good morning, senior. Do you have a cold or fever?" The other party replied within 2 seconds. "Fairy senior. No. Do you have a fever?" Lin Sun, it seems that it should be yes. Fairy Senior, drink more hot water. Fairy Senior sister, is there any medicine at home? Lin Sun raised the corner of his mouth and replied, yes, by the way, Senior sister, I still have your hair tie with me. When will I give it to you? Fairy Senior sister, no need, just throw it away for me. Seeing this, Lin Sun couldn't help but feel happy. Okay, I promise to throw it away for you and put it in my pocket. At this time, another message came from the Fairy Senior sister, and Lin Sun quickly looked at it. Fairy Senior sister, my physical fitness needs to be improved. When I get to college, I will have a lot of freedom and there will be a place where I can exercise regularly. The long string of words made Lin Sun a little troubled. Damn it, Senior sister won't think I'm a thin dog, right? No. Go to the gym when his fever is gone. Let his dad get him a New Year's card. Lin Zunyanyan's reply. Okay, Senior sister. Expression. Determined. After finishing the conversation, Lin Sun felt a dry throat. He stood up, supported his weak body, poured a glass of water, and drank it all. Then he walked out of the room listlessly. Lin Batian has gone on a business trip, and Gu Yinyan is the only one at home. Seeing Lin Sun's kidney deficiency, Gu Yinyan immediately felt distressed. Oh, my son, what's wrong with you? Lin Sun rubbed his temples. I got caught in the rain yesterday and have a slight fever. Gu Yinyan quickly asked the housekeeper to bring some antipyretic medicine. Come, take some medicine. Gu Yinyan held warm water in one hand and medicine in the other and handed them to Lin Sun. The latter said helplessly, you have to eat something. It's not good to take medicine on an empty stomach. Yes, master. The kitchen has specially made breakfast and is heating it up. I'll go get it. Guanbo said hurriedly. Thank you, Guanbo. Lin Sun said to Guanbo Deo. Soon, Lin Sun ate a few mouthfuls of rice and drank the medicine under the watchful eyes of Gu Yinyan and Guanbo. Only then did I regain some of my spirits. You kid, why did you get caught in the rain for no reason? Gu Yinyan said with concern. Lin Sun comforted her. It's okay, Mom. The fever was worth it to him because it gave him a sense of reality about what had happened yesterday. He also has to thank the rain yesterday. By the way, Mom, don't I still have more than a month of summer vacation? I want to go to the gym. Lin Sun spoke. Gu Yinyan didn't expect her son to say that and immediately said, okay, I have a gym too. You can just go there. Oh, I should have added a gym to the villa earlier. Look at my brain. Master and Madam, I will give the order right away to have it built next to the villa. Guanbo said with a smile. Lin Sun waved his hands quickly. No, don't bother. We won't be living here for long anyway. We'll be moving soon. Oh my God. It seems like he hasn't fully experienced the happiness of rich people. He adds extra things to the gym whenever he is asked to. The money power is terrible. After making a decision, Lin Sun returned to his room, got into bed, and fell asleep. Lin Sun slept until night. After getting up, his whole body was soaked with sweat. The smell of sweat made his face turn black, and he hurried into the bathroom to wash up. I have to say, after taking the medicine and having a good sleep, he felt much better. I took my temperature, 37.0 degrees Celsius. I quickly sent a message to the Fairy Senior. But the Fairy Senior sister didn't know what she was doing and didn't reply to him. At this time, a video call came in. Seeing that it was Fatty, Lin Sun pressed the answer button. What's up, Fatty? Brother Sun, where have you been making money these days? I haven't heard from you at all. The fat guy was eating skewers on the street at this time, and next to him was his girlfriend, Xiao Ai. Lin Sun smiled and said, At home. Look at my brain, Brother Sun. You are the richest man. The fat man slapped his head. Lin Sun smiled and said, What's the matter? Come out for a bite? No, the fever just subsided. What? Brother Sun, you still have a fever? Let me see what's going on. It rained a little. Well, I still want to get drunk with you. Xiao Ai brought her best friend here and wanted to introduce her to you. So I'll have to ask you out next time. Lin Sun, you are such a fat guy. He's a very nice person. If there were girls at the dinner party in the past, no, even in the past he would not go, because before he only had eyes for Su Qing, but now he only has eyes for the Fairy Senior, and other women are nothing but clouds. By the way, Brother Sun, the college entrance examination results will be released at 12 o'clock tomorrow. Can I come to your house then? The fat man suddenly said. Lin Sun was stunned. So fast? He didn't expect time to pass so quickly. It's been a month since the college entrance examination. Okay then, just come over tomorrow. Okay, I'm hanging up now. I love you. Roll! After hanging up the phone, Lin Sun was looking forward to tomorrow's college entrance examination results. Although he estimated his score, it was a different feeling to see it with his own eyes. The next morning, after getting up, Lin Sun glanced at his phone and saw that the class chat had exploded. Still no reply from the senior. Lin Sun simply went to wash up. At this time in the class group, classmates, the prize drawing is about to begin. Are you nervous? Haha. Class monitor should be able to get into a top university, right? No. The results haven't come out yet. We can't draw conclusions so early. The best students in our class are Lin Sun and Su Qing, right? I wonder how many points they can get in the exam. Yeah. Where are they? Come on. At Lin Xun at Su Qing. Lin Sun was peeking at the screen. He took a look at the topic and saw that it had turned to himself, so he replied. Lin Sun, about 700. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet, and then 666. 999. Don't ask why. The answer is 6 times. Oh my God, I actually got 700 points. I'm sure I'll get into a top university. Too small. The pattern is too small. Not to mention a first-class university. It's possible to get into Tsinghua University or Peking University. Is this what a top student is? And he's rich. Unlike me, I can only go to a cow or horse university. My fake university is one of them. At this time, the avatar with the nickname Su Qing flashed out. Su Qing. Mine is probably around 702. Brush. Suddenly, there was another wave of screen swiping. Lin Sun watched this scene and was not surprised. Su Qing's grades had always been similar to his. Soon, it was 12 o'clock. Chapter 34, Lin Sun's college entrance examination results. Brother Sun, I'm a little nervous. Why are you so nervous? How many points do you think you can get? About 400? Then you don't have to be nervous. Just go to college honestly. At this time, in Lin Sun's room, 2 people were guarding in front of the computer, looking at the computer page, loading. Because today is the day to check the college entrance examination results, the entire system has been stuck. After a while, a big 404 appeared on the page. Both of them looked dark. Brother Sun, is your computer working? Lier Pang said with some complaints. Lin Sun said in a deep voice, it's a second-hand computer from a few years ago, from Xiaomi. Lier Pan. His eyes widened. You are the richest man in the country, and you even use a second-hand computer? Lin Sun said somewhat awkwardly. I've used it for a long time, and I'm a little reluctant to throw it away. There's still a lot of information in it. Hearing the word information, Lier Pang's eyes glowed green. Fuck. Information? Let me see. He grabbed the computer and started to operate it quickly. Soon a red F drive appeared in my sight. Good boy, Brother Sun, you are really a hidden talent. This is more than 100 GB. Lier Pang opened one of the files with a click of the mouse, as if he had never eaten meat before. Hello, students. Today we are going to talk about the application of trigonometric functions. A video is opened. Lier Pang was stunned for a moment. It felt like this was really just learning material. Lin Sun was stunned by the fat man's actions. When he realized what was going on, he frowned. What the hell are you thinking about? Do you think the information I'm talking about is that kind of thing? You want to watch that kind of video for a 1-minute video? Save your kidney, brother. Sorry for showing off. Lier Pang smilataw kuarli. At this time, the door of the room opened and Gu Yinyin walked in holding a computer. Son, use mom's computer. You've used that computer for so many years, it must be very stuck. Gu Yinyin smiled and handed the computer in her hand to Lin Sun. Thank you, Mom. Lin Sun was delighted and took the computer from his mother. This second-hand computer, I remember it was introduced to your dad by a coworker when he was working at the construction site. Gu Yinyin looked at the second-hand computer on the table, a hint of nostalgia in her eyes. Lin Sun smiled and said, Did you really find out from the bricklayer? Gu Yinyin smiled awkwardly and said, Actually, your dad asked for it from one of his employees. Lin Sun was speechless. Okay, don't worry about those details. Just check the results. Gu Yinyin urged. She also wanted to see how many points her son had scored. After all, I've studied hard for more than 10 years just for this day. Lin Sun nodded, and then he looked at Lier Pang. Fatty, check your admission ticket number first. After a while of operation, the page starts to jump. After a while, the fat man's score appeared in front of several people. Chinese. 101. Mathematics, 88. English, 66. Physics, 60. Chemistry, 65. Biology, 71. Science, 196. Total score, 451 points. Huh, 451? Fatty, that's great. This score exceeds your budget, right? Lin Sun said in surprise. The fat man was also surprised when he saw the score. Fuck, I've made it. I don't have to go to the construction site anymore. With this score, I can go to college. Of course. Gu Yin also praised. Hey, thank you, Auntie. Brother Sun, it's your turn. Check your score. Liarpa Nurja. Lin Sun smiled, switched accounts calmly, and after logging in, his score came out. Ah! Gu Yin suddenly screamed. The fat man's eyes widened with shock. F. Lin Sun looked at the score and raised his eyebrows. Language, 136. Mathematics, 145. English, 140. Physics, 93. Chemistry, 100. Biology, 97. Science, 290. Total score, 711 points. 711. Oh my God. My Lin family has made progress. My son got admitted to 711. Gu Yin murmured to herself. She covered her mouth and tears fell down. Seeing this, Lin Sun quickly took out some paper to wipe his mother's face. Mom, why are you so excited? Why are you crying? Gu Yin held Lin Sun's face in her hands, with a look of heartache and pride. Mom is happy. My son is so outstanding. It's worth it. Everything is worth it. Lin Sun's emotions also surged up, and his nose felt sore. Yes, my son didn't embarrass you. Mom and Dad, your efforts over the past decade have not been in vain. Liu Pang's eyes became a little sour when he saw this scene. It was so touching. He thought, if he took his grades to his parents, he would probably be taught a lesson by his father's 7 wolves, right? Thinking of this, Liu Pang shuddered and dared not think about it anymore. After Gu Yin knew her son's score, she immediately took out her cell phone, called Lin Batian, and walked out of the room. Lin Sun scored 711 points, which was something he had not expected. He expected to get a perfect score of 100 in chemistry, and he was a little surprised that he also got such a high score in Chinese. He could only say that he was lucky. However, at least I didn't let my family down. Lin Sun took out his cell phone, took a photo of his grades, and the first thing he did was send it to Su Qingshi. I didn't expect that the message would be replied immediately after I sent it. Fairy Senior, very good. Like. Lin Sun immediately smiled like a child. Then he replied, Senior sister, from now on, I am your junior. Please take care of me. Expression, silly smile. Fairy Senior, you have always been my junior. Lin Sun couldn't help but burst out laughing. Fat Lier, who was watching this scene, couldn't help but ask, Brother Sun, you are smiling like a chrysanthemum. What are you so happy about? Lin Sun glanced at him and said, You will have a stepmother soon. What? Liu Pang was stunned for a moment, then his eyes widened. Okay, you tricked me. Look at my physical attack. Lin Sun. On the other side, Lin Batian was holding a meeting when a cell phone suddenly rang. Everyone immediately looked over, curious about who dared to leave the volume on during the meeting. Lin Batian silently took out the Fruit 15 Pro. Everyone quickly looked away. Oh, it's the boss. Sorry to bother you. Hello. Lin Batian answered the phone in public. What? Lin Batian suddenly exclaimed, startling all the senior executives. What happened? Is the company going bankrupt? Is the boss being cheated on? Everyone was confused. Ha! Great. You're worthy of being my son. Great. I'll be right back. Lin Batian then smiled, his smile as beautiful as a chrysanthemum. He hung up the phone and said to the senior executives, Dismiss, leave work an hour early today. Everyone. Holy shit, the sun is rising from the west? Didn't you hear it? Lin Batian looked around. Everyone quickly packed up their things. Ahem, my good-for-nothing son's college entrance examination results came out today, and he only scored 711 points. Oh, I have to go back and talk to him. Lin Ba raised his hand and glanced at the gold watch on his wrist, pretending to be nonchalant. The senior executives who were packing up froze for a moment, and the next second. Wow, is the young master so awesome? He actually got over 700 points. Hiss. So terrifying. I didn't expect the CEO to be so outstanding. Even the young master has the appearance of a dragon among men. It turns out that the genes are strong. Yes, my rebellious son dropped out of school a long time ago, and he can't even catch up with the young master. Young master is awesome. The president is a good educator. Yes, Lin Batian felt very comfortable after hearing these words that satisfied him. He waved his hand and said, I declare that all employees in the company will take 3 days of paid leave. He has money. He can make whatever he wants. Oh yeah, the president is wise. I second the motion. Chapter 35. The fun suddenly became much less when the senior left. When the college entrance examination results came out, Lin Sun's class group went wild. Wow, I got 498. That's a full 50 points more than usual. That's great. Have you passed the first tier line? What are you thinking about? This year's first tier line is after 530. Then I just passed. 666. You are all top students with a bright future ahead of you. You above me actually scored 666 points? So amazing. What the hell do you want? I'm only 388. Brother, be careful with your words. By the way, can some experts please report the results? I'm curious. +1 for curiosity. +1. After a while, a message was sent. Homeroom teacher at Lin Sun, at Su Qing, at Lu Li, at class monitor, at student committee member. How many points did you guys get in the exam? After the head teacher spoke, the group suddenly became lively again. Lu Li, teacher, I failed the test. I only got 617 points, which is 20 points lower than I expected. Monitor. Hey, I've got the last book. School committee. Get out of the way. I'm going to show off. Academic committee. Picture. Crowd AS. So scary. How terrifying. Citizen B. The first and second floors are all fake Versailles. I only obey the school committee. Audience C. Awesome. 666. Really 666 points. With this score, I can pass 211. Citizen Ding. My class is rich in crouching dragon and phoenix chicks. I am very happy. In front of the computer, Su Qing scrolled the computer screen with her slender fingers. She kept peeking at the screen, as if waiting for someone to speak. Then she scrolled the mouse again and clicked, and another page appeared with her college entrance examination results on it. Looking at her results, Su Qing couldn't help but smile. Class group. Crowd D. Why aren't there any Lin Sun and Su Qing scores? Show them to me to blind my dog eyes. Audience C. As we all know, Lin Sun and Su Qing have always been ranked first and second in the class. Their worst grades are better than 666, right? Student counselor. What do you mean? Citizen C. Sorry. I don't mean to look down on you. Suin, picture. The crowd. Fuck. My passionate horse. As expected of a goddess. This result is amazing. I am uneducated. Please speak up. 700 points. I almost thought the full score was 700, but only 50 points were deducted. What a great student. Su Qing actually scored 700 points? Lin Sun and Li Erpeng looked at each other, somewhat surprised. Oh, isn't it that you're not as awesome as Brother Sun? Su Qing has good grades to begin with. Li Erpeng said indifferently. Lin Sun shrugged. Whether her grades are good or not, it has nothing to do with me. Brother Sun, everyone is curious about your grades now. Don't you plan to blind these boys' titanium dog eyes? Li Erpeng said eagerly. Lin Sun thought about it and nodded. Okay, let's open their eyes. Young people tend to be quite competitive, and Lin Sun is no exception. Moreover, he never thought about keeping a low profile. Lin Sun. Picture. The second after Lin Sun posted the results, the group was flooded with messages. Brother Sun is awesome. The protagonist always appears last. 711, 11 points higher than Su Qing. It's close to full marks. With this score, I'm sure I'll get into Peking University or Tsinghua University. More than stable? I think it's already a sure win. Just to share in the good news. My network has been down for 2 hours. I hope my results will be half as good as Sun's. In the high school class teacher's office, Lin Sun's class teacher suddenly exclaimed. Other colleagues cast curious glances. The head teacher smiled and said, 2 of my students scored over 700 points. More than 700 points. Still 2. Immediately, colleagues looked at me with envy and praised me highly. Lin Sun took a look at the information in the class group, most of which were meaningless, so he simply quit and asked Li Erpeng, Fatty, what are you going to do next? Pang said. I decided to go to the factory with my boyfriend and work for a month during the summer vacation. Lin Sun was a little surprised. Doesn't your partner have a part-time job? Pang waved his hand. I asked her to resign from that job. After all, being his girlfriend's part-time masseur was a bit inappropriate. What about you, brother? What are you going to do? Me? I'm going to work out next, so I don't think I have anything else to do. I envy the richest man. He doesn't have to worry about work. Roll! After saying goodbye to Pang, Lin Sun breathed a sigh of relief. The college entrance examination had come to an end here. High school is really an unforgettable place. It is the place where many people begin to fall in love. Lin Sun was no exception, but for him, it was a story without an ending. He opened the Fairy Senior's WeChat and sent a message. Lin Sun, Senior Sister, what are you doing? After a while, Su Qingsha replied. Fairy Senior, I'm packing my things. I'll be back to school tomorrow. Lin Sun was shocked and quickly replied. So fast? Fairy Senior, I originally came here just for vacation, planned to stay for a month, but I still have some unfinished business at school. Her family conditions were not as good as Lin Sun's. She had a part-time job, and there was just some time left before school started. She was already a junior and had a lot of time, so she planned to make use of it. Lin Sun suddenly felt lonely. As soon as the Fairy Senior left, he seemed to have less fun. Does that mean that he can only see the Fairy Senior when school starts? After thinking for a while, Lin Sun replied, Then Senior Sister, please be safe. On the other side, Su Qingsha, who was sitting at the computer desk, looked at the WeChat reply message and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Reply, waiting for you to come to NTU. What are you laughing about so happily? Jiang Yunxiao suddenly appeared behind Su Qingsha and asked curiously. Su Qingsha covered her phone without leaving a trace and said calmly, Have you finished packing? Jiang Yunxiao said, One more thing, sure, don't change the subject. Tell me, which handsome guy are you chatting with? Su Qingsha glanced at her. Guess. Jiang Yunxiao said in amazement. Sure. I found that you have changed a lot in the past month since you came to Liangsheng. I hardly ever saw you smile before. But now, you smile every time you look at your phone. What's going on? Su Qingsha was stunned. It was obvious that she had not thought about this question either. But when I think about it carefully, it is true. I am indeed not as cold as before. Why? Lin Sun's figure unconsciously appeared in her mind. By the way, are you still chatting with that junior brother? Jiang Yunxiao suddenly asked. The more she thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong. Her best friend's condition seemed to be what people on the internet called the symptom of being in love. No way. But my best friend isn't close to any guy. Oh, it seems that there is only that junior brother. Su Qingsha said calmly. Don't you have anything to do? Why are you paying attention to this? Jiang Yunxiao stared at Su Qingsha with eyes wide open. Oh my God, you are hiding it. Covering up is the truth. No way, you're not really interested in younger brother type boys, right? What's the problem? Su Qingsha felt that there was no problem at all. Who said that you can only find a boyfriend who is older than you? Isn't the little milk dog attractive? Jiang Yunxiao exclaimed in amazement. Awesome. Our aloof goddess is about to blossom. However, if the other party is junior brother Lin, it must be very interesting, right? By the way, we're leaving tomorrow. Do you want to say goodbye to him? Jiang Yunxiao looked at her best friend teasingly. Su Qingsha said, No need. She already said it. Chapter 36. First day of school. I'm here at Nanjing University. The senior student returned to Nanjing University, and the college entrance examination results came out. Lin Sun filled in Nanjing University according to his own wishes. In the following days, except for 3 meals a day, he basically spent all his time in the gym. Fitness. The early stages were, of course, very difficult. Lin Sun couldn't even do 100 push-ups in one go in the first 3 days. When he woke up the next day, his waist was sore or his hands were weak. Exercising is hard. Whenever he feels tired, Lin Sun would think of his senior schoolmate, and he would feel motivated again. In addition to exercising, Lin Sun also chats with his senior schoolmates every day. Even if it's just a few simple greetings, it can make Lin Sun happy for a long time. He also understood that his senior was usually busy and did not dare to disturb her, so he would also look for senior Jiang Yunxiao at the same time. Of course, he wanted to find her to find out about Su Qingsha. Now he and Su Qingsha, well, should be considered friends, right? According to Jiang Yunxiao, he seemed to be Su Qingshi's first friend of the opposite sex. Lin Sun couldn't suppress the smile. Just like that, the summer vacation is coming to an end, and the school is about to start. There is no doubt that Lin Sun was admitted to Nanjing University. During this period, leaders from Peking University and Tsinghua University even called him to ask whether he wanted to apply to them. 711 points is already a very high score. Although not the top scorer in the college entrance examination, it has exceeded the admission score of Peking University and Tsinghua University. Of course, Lin Sun refused. To him, no matter how good Peking University or Tsinghua University was, it couldn't compare to the beautiful senior schoolmate at Nanjing University. Fatty was admitted to a local engineering college in Liangshan for his undergraduate degree. Being admitted to a university, especially a bachelor's degree, is a rare thing in Fatty's hometown. I heard that he even held a grand banquet, which shocked the whole village. During the application period, Su Qing also sent a message to ask Lin Sun whether he had already applied for Nanjing University. Lin Sun was stunned when he saw the news. Swing? Why is she still in my address book? Didn't I delete her? So much time has passed that Lin Sun almost forgot that Su Qing was still in his address book. But he was too lazy to reply. September 2nd, at the gate of Nanjing University. Today is the first day of school for freshmen. The young faces are looking around at the place where they will live for the next 4 years, their eyes full of curiosity. At this time, the students entering and leaving the school were all looking in one direction. There, parked a black Rolls-Royce. Son, have fun in college, treat your roommates to meals more often, and cultivate good dormitory relationships. Yes, Mom. Also, you must be modest and cautious in school. You are too innocent. Don't let anyone fool you. I know, Dad. Lin Batian and Gu Yinyan were nagging at Lin Sun at this time, with reluctance in their eyes. The child has finally grown up. Okay, Mom and Dad, you can go back. I'm not a child anymore. I can do it on my own. Lin Sun said with a smile. Lin Batian nodded. Okay, if you have anything, just call me. Dad still has $1 billion business here. Lin Sun nodded. I know. Okay, I'm going to report in now. Bye, everyone. Lin Sun walked into the gate of Nanjing University, dragging a suitcase and carrying a school bag. Looking at his son's back, Lin Batian and Gu Yinyan hugged each other, with tears in the latter's eyes. Suddenly, I feel a little reluctant to let him go. Lin Batian patted his head comfortingly. Okay, don't be sad. Our son has grown up, and we don't need to worry about him anymore. But I just can't bear to do it. I bought a ticket to Sonya for 3 days for my honeymoon. Really? Well, now that the kid is going to college, we should also relax a little, right? Okay, then let's go back and pack our things. Looking at his wife, who was even more anxious than himself, Lin Batian felt helpless. Where did your reluctance just now go? Under the envious gazes of the crowd, the Rolls-Royce slowly drove away from the Nanjing University campus. Hello, are you the new student reporting in? A senior school girl wearing a red ribbon came over. Lin Sun nodded. Hello, senior sister. May I ask where I should report to the Department of Finance? The senior student took a look at Lin Sun. He had handsome features and a tall stature. What a handsome guy. She immediately smiled and said, I'm from the finance department. Come with me. As she spoke, she enthusiastically took the suitcase from Lin Sun's hand. Lin Sun smiled shyly. This senior sister was so enthusiastic. He took out his cell phone, took a random photo, and sent it to the fairy senior sister. Lin Sun, senior. I'm here to report in. Lin Sun, following another senior student to report. On the other side, Su Qingshi, who had just finished her work and was about to go to the cafeteria to eat, felt her cell phone moving. She took it out and looked at it, and immediately smiled. The junior is here. But soon, she clicked on the picture Lin Sun sent her. In the picture, a long-legged senior girl in uniform was walking in front with a suitcase. She should be the other senior girl mentioned by Lin Sun. The skirt of that girl's JK uniform was not long, revealing a pair of white, beautiful legs. She just turned her head and smiled at the camera and was captured. Su Qingshi frowned and hesitated for a second. She changed direction and walked towards the school gate, which was in the opposite direction of the cafeteria. Lin Sun was a little disappointed that the fairy senior did not reply to his message, but he quickly followed the senior to the headquarters of the finance department to receive new students. Inin, where did you kidnap this handsome boy from? Most of the receptionists were girls. When they saw Lin Sun's handsome face and puppy-like aura, they immediately started to make a noise. Inin was the senior who taught Lin Sun. She smiled and said, "He is a freshman in our department. Is he handsome? Don't mention it, he's really handsome. After picking up dozens of new students, I finally got a handsome guy. Does the handsome boy have a girlfriend?" Where had Lin Sun seen such a scene? He didn't expect these seniors to be so enthusiastic, which made him a little socially anxious. "Hello, senor. Could you please help me with the admission procedures?" Lin Sun greeted politely. "Come on, let me help you. Take out your admission letter." Lin Sun did as he was told, took out the notice, and then signed some things according to the procedure. "And your WeChat ID and mobile number too," a senior schoolgirl said with a sly look in her eyes. "Ah, you want this too?" Lin Sun was stunned. Yes, yes." The senior student nodded quickly. "Of course I am lying to you. How can I lie to you about my WeChat ID if I don't say that?" At this time, senior sister Eneen suddenly laughed. "Don't listen to their nonsense. Let's go. The formalities are done. I will take you to your dormitory." Hey, Eneen, you're going too far." The other girls all started to make a noise. "Eneen, haha, you want to flirt with my junior? Sorry, I fell in love with you first. Of course I added you first. Lin Sun, who knows? I encountered campus fraud on the first day of school. Just as Lin Sun was about to follow senior sister Een to the dormitory, a cry of surprise suddenly came from the crowd. Chapter 37. On the first day of school, I became famous with my fairy senior. "Wow, that girl is so pretty. Is she a senior?" "Hey, you're a freshman, right? Let me introduce you to senior Su Qingshi, the most popular schoolgirl in Nanyang University. Remember to stay away from her when you see her next time." "Why? Hey, you still want to be stubborn? Let me tell you, all the people in Nan University who want to pursue the goddess can line up around Nan University. She is not only the campus beauty, but also a talented woman in the Department of Finance. Last year, she won many awards with her professional knowledge. She is a fairy who is high above everyone else. Senior sister Sue has a cold personality. Most people don't dare to approach her. She has rejected many boys who have confessed their love to her. No one in the entire Nankai University can catch her eye. I don't know what kind of person senior sister Sue likes." The girl was wearing a floral dress, had a tall figure, a beautiful face, and had a queen-like demeanor. She immediately attracted countless eyes as she walked on the campus road. Even the girls looked at Su Qingshi with admiration. Facing this talented woman, they found that they were not even worthy of jealousy. Lin Sun was also stunned at this time, because Su Qingshi was walking towards him, and the two were heading in opposite directions. "Senior sister is so beautiful." Lin Sun looked at Su Qingshi in amazement. After not seeing her for a while, she became even more charming. At this time, the fairy senior sister has regained her image of a cold goddess, and her former gentleness has been left in the rainy day of Liangsheng. Soon, Lin Sun became nervous, because Su Qingshi seemed to be walking towards him. Could it be that the senior is here to pick him up? No way, no way. Even though Lin Sun himself couldn't believe it, there was still a hint of desire in his heart. Amidst all the gazes, Su Qingshi stopped. She was only 2 meters away from Lin Sun. Everyone was confused. What happened? Why did the goddess stop? Senior. Lin Sun smiled and waved to Su Qingshi. Seeing this scene, everyone looked at them with contempt. Are you thinking too much, kid? How dare you greet the goddess? Do you think the goddess is looking for you? It must be you who is blocking the goddess's way. Well, that's it. Senior sister Een, who was helping Lin Sun pull his suitcase, whispered to Lin Sun, "Junior brother, please get out of the way. You're blocking senior sister Sue." Lin Sun was stunned, then turned away in a daze. Did he block the senior? Su Qingshi glanced at Lin Sun. The corners of her mouth twitched slightly, and she said softly, "Have you completed the admission procedures?" Lin Sun nodded quickly. "It's done." Su Qingshi nodded, then looked at Een, who was stunned beside her. "Where is his dormitory?" Een subconsciously said, "Building 7, room 307. "Thanks." Su Qingshi looked at Lin Sun. "Take your luggage and follow me." After saying this, she turned and left without caring whether Lin Sun agreed or not. Lin Sun was stunned for a moment, and when he came to his senses, his face became excited. "Okay, I'll be right there. I'm sorry, senior. I can go to the dormitory by myself. No need to trouble you." Lin Sun quickly snatched the suitcase from Een Yin's hand and chased after Su Qingshi. Why? Inin looked at Lin Sun's back in disbelief. Junior, please add me on WeChat before you leave. After the two walked away, the silent atmosphere suddenly exploded. What the hell? What did I see? Goddess Su is talking to a boy. The iron tree has blossomed? Or has a sow climbed up a tree? This is a big event. Who is that freshman? How could senior sister Su personally take him to the dormitory? He seems quite handsome, but I feel like he's not good enough for senior sister Su. I think I've seen him before. His parents drive a Rolls-Royce. Excuse me. Oh my God. Hurry up and inform those boys in the dormitory that there is a member of the opposite sex next to their goddess. In a short time, the news spread rapidly in the campus forum. Someone even took a photo of Lin Sun and Su Qingshi in the same frame and posted it on the forum. Su Qingshi has always been the focus of Nanjing University, so as soon as this topic came out, it quickly rushed to the front page. God damn it, who is this kid? My dear ministers, I want all his information within 5 minutes. Lin Sun would never have thought that he would become a celebrity at Nanjing University on his first day of enrollment. At this time, he was pulling the suitcase and following Su Qingshi silently. The fairy senior walked slowly and gracefully, neither hurried nor slow. Her tall figure made her curves perfect. Lin Sun's hands were a little itchy at this time, and he couldn't help but want to take a picture of this scene. Just as he was lost in thought, a calm voice came over. Go faster. Lin Sun came to his senses and quickly walked to Su Qingshi's side, but he deliberately kept a distance from her. Su Qingshi glanced at him and said nothing. Lin Sun took the initiative to ask, Senior sister, did you come here specially to pick me up? Su Qingshi said calmly, I'm afraid you don't know the way, so since we know each other, I'll help you once. Lin Sun was happy in his heart. This excuse could only fool the little kid. He smiled on the surface and said, Thank you, senior. Su Qingshi glanced at him and asked, Did they ask for your WeChat? Lin Sun was stunned. Who are they? Su Qingshi said, The volunteers who receive the new students. Lin Sun shook his head. No, they wanted me to leave my WeChat, but I didn't. Su Qingshi smiled and said, It seems like you are quite popular, right? Lin Sun scratched his head embarrassedly. It's because those senior sisters are too enthusiastic. He wouldn't think in that direction. After all, it had never happened before. Su Qingshi asked, Have you bought everything? Lin Sun nodded. My housekeeper brought most of my things to school in advance. They should be in the dormitory, so I have less luggage to carry. Su Qingshi nodded. After the new students enter school, the first thing they will do is prepare to start military training, but with your physical fitness, it shouldn't be a big problem. Lin Sun has been working out for the past month. Now his body is much stronger than before, and his temperament has become more mature. Lin Sun nodded. I have learned all this in advance. Su Qingshi nodded, but then she realized that she seemed to be worrying too much, so she simply stopped talking. She wasn't a talkative person. When Lin Sun saw that the fairy senior schoolmates stopped talking, he felt a little itchy in his heart. But it feels pretty good to have my senior around. Well, what's wrong with the looks of the students around me? Why are they always looking at me? Arrive. Not long after, Su Qingshi brought Lin Sun to Building 7. Go in by yourself and get the key from the dormitory manager. Each dormitory has a number. Su Qingshi said softly. Thank you, senior sister, Lin Sun said gratefully. As Su Qingshi appeared in the boys' dormitory area, many onlookers began to appear around. Seeing this, Lin Sun quickly said to Su Qingshi, Senior sister, you go back first, I can go in by myself. If the senior student stays any longer, she will probably be watched by more people. He has already begun to experience the fame of the fairy senior in Nanjing University. Okay, goodbye. Su Qingshi also noticed that there were more and more boys around her. She frowned, said hello, and left. She even felt like she was a little crazy for bringing a boy to the boys' dormitory. There is no doubt that stories about yourself will appear in the campus forum, but she never cared about those things. If she did, how tiring would her life have been in the past few years? After watching the senior leave, Lin Sun entered the dormitory, politely asked the dormitory manager for the key, and went upstairs with his suitcase. Chapter 38. Sorry, you are a good person. Lin Sun's dormitory is room 307, building 7. The environment is pretty good, with 4 people in a room, 2 toilets, and 2 sinks. After Lin Sun came in, he found that no one had arrived in the dormitory yet. The things he asked the housekeeper to bring were now at the back of the bed on the left side of the door. To his surprise, The dormitory seemed to have been renovated and was very clean. It didn't need to be cleaned at all, except for a little dust on the bed frame. Everything else was clean, and the dust obviously fell in the past 2 days. He was a little surprised. Could it be that Guanbo took action? Without thinking too much, Lin Sun quickly made his bed, went to the bathroom to relieve himself, then sat on the bed, waiting for his roommate to arrive. Lin Sun felt sleepy and simply lay down on the bed with his upper body and fell asleep. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Sun was awakened by a noise. He opened his eyes and saw a boy tidying up the bed opposite him. He quickly sat up. "Hello, do you live here too?" "Sorry to wake you up, bro. Hello, my name is Lu Gang. I'm from South City and I'm a retired soldier who just returned to school after being discharged from the army." Lu Gang is as his name suggests, with a stocky build, a buzz cut, a clean and cheerful appearance, and a dark green short-sleeved shirt that reveals his arm muscles, giving people a sense of security. Lin Sun felt a full sense of justice from him. Do all former soldiers have such good temperaments? "My name is Lin Sun, and I'm from Liangsheng." The two shook hands. "Sure, brother." "Great. How long have you been practicing?" Lu Gang looked at Lin Sun with some surprise. Lin Sun laughed and said, "It's not bad. It's only been a month. Let's go running together some other day." "Okay. Add me on WeChat." "Okay." The two added each other's contact information and gradually became familiar with each other. "Where did you serve before?" Lin Sun asked curiously. Lu Gang smiled and said, "At the border." After he retired from the army, many people asked him where he served, and he always answered like this. Even if he retires, he cannot reveal the address of his former unit. This is a clause in the confidentiality agreement and also a kind of awareness. Lin Sun nodded and said with some envy, "Life in there should be very self-disciplined, right?" Unlike him, he can stay up until 2 or 3 o'clock. Lu Gang waved his hand. "It's not as good as you think. Whether you are self-disciplined or not depends on the situation. It depends on whether you are carrying a gun or a crutch on your shoulder." Lin Sun didn't understand and didn't think much about it. "Can you have a girlfriend in the army?" Lu Gang smiled softly when he heard this. "I started dating when I was in high school, and it's been 5 years now." "Awesome." Lin Sun gave a thumbs up. Well, he was the only single guy in the dormitory right now. "Brothers, here I come." At this moment, an excited shout was heard, and a boy rushed in. The boy had a flaming perm with the tips of his hair tinged a bit yellow. He had some acne on his face, but overall he looked very energetic. "Hey, are you two here?" "Hello, my name is Go Xingli, and I live in Causeway Bay, 10 kilometers away. They all like to call me Go Shun. My name is Lin Sun. My name is Lu Gang. Brother Lin, Brother Lu. Brother Go, Brother Go." The three of them smiled at each other. "Brother Lin, Brother Lu, how old are you?" Go Xingli asked in a familiar manner. Lin Sun said, "I'm 18. Lu Gang said, "I have been in the army for 2 years, so I am already 20 years old this year." Go Xingli clasped his hands in a serious manner and said, "I am 19 years old. How about we become sworn brothers?" This brother comes first. "I, Go Shun, greet my 2 brothers." "You're too polite, Brother Go." Lin Sun and Lu Gang said politely. "Wow, this guy is too enthusiastic, right?" "Then, brothers, can you please move downstairs and help your brother with his luggage?" Go Xingli suddenly chuckled. Lin Sun and Lu Gang's faces froze. Wow, he was waiting for them here. However, the two did not refuse and followed Go Xingli downstairs. 5 minutes later, the three of them came back, each holding a lot of things in their hands. "Brother Go, I can understand you carrying a basketball, but what does it mean you carry a basketball hoop?" Lin Sun hugged a small basketball hoop and wondered. "Hey, to tell you the truth, I'm the boss of Causeway Bay. I'll participate in any basketball games in the neighborhood and win prizes every time. Isn't this the prize for winning? I was thinking of keeping it in the dormitory so I can practice shooting." Lin Sun was speechless. This reason was too strong, and he couldn't refute it. Soon, with the help of Lin Sun and Lu Gang, the third roommate's bed was also made. After the three of them added each other's contact information, they gathered together to chat. "When will the last roommate arrive?" "I don't know, but it will be here soon. It will arrive before night. It seems like we have a class meeting at 7:30. Tisk, TSK. Aren't there a lot of pretty girls in our finance department?" "Hey, don't tell me, brother. I heard that the campus beauty is in our department. Her name is Sue something. Sukinsi." Yes, yes, yes. Oh my God. We are both freshmen. Why do you know her, Brother Lin? Because senior sister Sue is really beautiful and famous. Really? Then we'll have to meet some other time. Brother Lou, don't you have a girlfriend? Having a girlfriend doesn't stop me from looking at pretty girls. 6. Awesome. Finally, at 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the last roommate came to the dormitory. His name was Wuda. He was a shy boy, tall and thin, wearing glasses and a little introverted. However, under the coordination of Brother Go, they can still chat harmoniously. After everyone arrived at the dormitory, Lin Sun suggested going to eat. Go Shengli, let's go. Let's go eat. Brothers, help me carry my luggage. I'll treat you to dinner. Lu Gang, I'll treat you. I still have a lot of money left from my retirement pay. Wuda, how about AA? Lin Sun, stop arguing. It's my treat. Go Shengli, it's my treat. Lu Gang, okay, you go. Wuda, I have no objection. Lin Sun, I second the motion. What the hell? Haha. Lin Sun smiled and said, brothers, stop arguing. I'll treat you to this meal. Okay, then I'll shamelessly eat it. Lu Gang said cheerfully. Go Xingli was a little curious. Brother Lin has a good family background. Lin Sun nodded. Not bad, he is just the richest man in Longwa. It turns out to be a... Ah, what the hell is that? Go Xingli widened his eyes. Lu Gang and Wuda also looked at Lin Sun in shock. Lin Sun shrank his neck. Brother still has some strength. 666. Awesome. You'll be my brother from now on. If you don't give up, I will call you my foster father. After the four of them made up their minds, they headed to the second cafeteria where the food was better. Many universities have more than one cafeteria, and there are differences between them. The first cafeteria is mostly operated by the school itself, while the second cafeteria is contracted to outside vendors and offers a wider range of flavors. The four of them walked on the school road, looking around curiously. So many beautiful women. Oh no, so many beautiful scenery. These landscapes are very white, very bright. Lin Sun's appearance is quite outstanding. He is nearly 1.8 meters tall, has messy hair, and a fair and handsome face. He is the type of young and handsome guy. As he walked by, several girls looked at him sideways. Classmate, can you add me on WeChat? A girl stopped in front of Lin Sun and said embarrassedly, oh my. Go Shengli and others looked at Lin Sun with a teasing look on their faces. Lin Sun was stunned for a moment, then politely refused. Sorry, classmate. I didn't bring my cell phone. 3 roommates. Absolutely. How can you refuse like that? Let go of that girl and let me come. The girl was a little disappointed and walked away regretfully. Brother Lin, isn't it so embarrassing for you to reject others like this? Go Shengli said as he put his arm around his shoulders with a look of disappointment on his face. Then how should I refuse? Lin Sun asked as if asking for advice. He really had no experience. Watch out. I'll only demonstrate it once. Go Shengli raised his thumb and pointed at himself. Then took out his cell phone, looked around with a sly look, his eyes lit up, and immediately walked towards a girl. Beautiful lady, can you add me on WeChat? The girl looked at him in shock. Then a hint of disdain flashed across her eyes, and she said, I'm sorry, you're a good person. After saying this, she avoided Go Shengli as if he were the plague god. The latter's face froze. Ha! Lin Sun and the other 2 laughed heartlessly. What are you laughing at? I just want to ask you if you have learned it. Go Shengli said with a flushed face. Lin Sun tried to hold back his laughter and said, I learned that, Brother Go. You are a good person, ha! Lu Gang and Wuda laughed even more happily. Chapter 39, Self-Introduction. After the group of 4 finished their meal, it was almost 7 o'clock. After a few people discussed it, they staggered towards the classroom. They had joined the class group a few days before school started. A person with the counselor's avatar posted a notice to hold a class meeting in room 104 of the Yutsai building. A young boy wearing glasses walked into the classroom, holding a folder in his hand, and stood on the podium. Students, please be quiet for a moment. Well, hello, I'm your counselor. My name is Lu Anda. The name may sound a bit strange, but if nothing goes wrong, I will lead you all through a wonderful campus life in the next few years. The teacher's alma mater is also NTU. He was once the president of the student union. After graduating from school, he happened to be hired as a teacher, so the age difference between us is not big. If you have any questions in your daily life, you can always talk to the teacher, and the teacher will do his best to help you. Okay, the teacher has finished introducing himself. Now it's the students' turn to introduce themselves. Everyone should go to the podium so that the students can recognize their faces. Don't be shy. Follow your student numbers, starting from number 1. Hello, everyone. My name is Huang Xiuyan. I'm from Kyoto. I was born in the 2000s. I like reading books and playing the piano. Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Go Xingli. I'm from Causeway Bay. I'm male. I like women. Hello, handsome guys and beautiful girls. My name is Zhang Xiao. I'm not arrogant. I'm a bit introverted and socially anxious. I hope you can take good care of me. Soon after a round of self-introductions, it was Lu Gang's turn. Hello, comrades. My name is Lu Gang, a retired soldier. If you need any help, please feel free to ask. If there are any sports enthusiasts, we can meet offline. In addition, I would like to compete for the position of sports committee member. I hope you will support me. Thank you. Pa pa pa. The classmates applauded one after another. Retired soldiers are generally very popular among classmates. Next, it's Lin Sun's turn. Wow, that boy is so handsome. There's a handsome guy in our class, and I didn't know about it. As Lin Sun walked towards the podium, he clearly heard several girls whispering. He has never paid much attention to his appearance, thinking that his looks are very common, but now, it seems that this is not the case. Is he really handsome? Hello, everyone. My name is Lin Sun. I'm from Liangsheng. I'm 18 years old, and I'm honored to study at NTU. I'm glad to meet you all. Please take care of me. Thank you. Pa pa pa. This time the applause was even louder than Lu Gang's. Soon, the self-introduction session ended, and Luan laughed and said, Okay, the self-introductions are just to give everyone a preliminary understanding of each other. There will be more time to enhance our understanding of each other in the future. The next step is to hold class leader elections. Everyone will have the opportunity to choose the position they want to hold. I hope that students will actively participate. This is a good opportunity to exercise themselves. Students who have decided to run for election need to go to the podium and talk about their reasons for running and what they should do. After the counselor finished speaking, Lu Gang was the first to go up. He wrote his name on the blackboard, and after making a convincing speech to unify the ideas, he left the stage amid applause. Brother Lin, do you want to be the squad leader? Go Xingli quietly poked Lin Sun's arm. Lin Sun shook his head. No, I know very well that I don't have the qualities to be a squad leader. Being a squad leader? Did he eat too much or drink too much? Even dogs don't. Hello, everyone. My name is Huang Xiuyan. I want to run for class monitor because I have always been the class monitor in high school. Lin Sun silently withdrew a complaint. Soon, all the class leaders of Finance 201 class were determined. Lu Gang became the sports committee member without any doubt. After all, no one dared to compete with a retired soldier. After the meeting, two girls walked towards Lin Sun. Classmate Lin Sun, can you add me on WeChat? Seeing this, several boys looked sideways, wailing in their hearts. Why? Why is there such a peach blossom? Can being handsome really allow you to do whatever you want? Oh, baby, you can do it! Go Xingli cheered. Lu Gang and Wu De smiled kindly as fathers, as if they were looking at their promising sons. Lin Sun refused. I'm sorry. You are all good girls, but I already have someone I like. Familiar recipe. Go Xingli's face froze. The two girls were confused. Puff! Puff! Lu Gang and Wu De turned their heads away in tacit understanding, with the corners of their mouths twitching. Sorry, I just couldn't help it, ha. After hearing Lin Sun's rejection, the two girls were still a little unwilling. One of them said, Classmate, don't think too much. We added you not because we like you, but just want you to help us cut a knife. Yeah. Lin Sun's mouth twitched. Do I look very simple? In the end, the two girls left unwillingly. Brother Lin, if you keep acting like this, I wonder how many girls' hearts you will break. Go Xingli said with an indignant look on his face. Lin Sun was puzzled. Didn't you teach me that? And I really don't want to join? Lu Gang interrupted. I think Brother Lin was right to refuse. If you really meet a girl, just add her on WeChat. What's the difference between you and Aquaman? I agree. Uda nodded seriously. What's wrong with Aquaman? Aquaman is not a scumbag. He just wants to give every girl a home. Go Xingli said lightly. I beg your pardon. I cannot agree with what you, Chow Thieves, have said. Going back to the dormitory? Why are you going back? On your first day at school, of course you're going to drink. Brother Go has a lot of capacity. Haha, I dare not. It's just a small amount. At Go Xingli's instigation, several people went straight out of the school gate and came to a barbecue restaurant. Boss, take your order. Here I come. 10 skewers of pig penis, 10 skewers of kidney, 10 skewers of leeks, 2 servings of pig brains and oysters. Let's start with 100. Lin Sun and others stared at Go Xingli with wide eyes. Brother Go, how weak are you? What did you do last night? All for kidney tonic? Go Xingli waved his hand and said, we eat barbecue to nourish our kidneys. Come on, order some too. Several people looked at each other and nodded silently. Lin Sun, give me some grilled tilapia, peanuts, and pork intestines. Lu Gang, I'd like some seafood porridge. Vida, ilike hot dogs. Would you like some wine? Then why not fix it? Beer. What a coward. Give me 2 pounds of erguotu. Soon, the barbecue came up and everyone started to have fun. Oh my God, Brother Lin, how come you have become 2? What do you mean 2? Isn't there only me? Eh. Why are you guys shaking up and down? I feel like throwing up. Ha ha ha. You're all brothers. You can't drink. Who's barking? Because it is the new year tonight. The surrounding barbecue stalls are doing very hot business. Oh my God. Am I drunk or am I dazzled? Look, there's a beautiful girl. Go Xingli suddenly exclaimed and pointed behind Lin Sun. Several people looked at it and were immediately amazed. About 10 meters behind Lin Sun, there were 2 girls waiting for the traffic light. Under the street lights, the 2 girls' tall and sexy figures are eye-catching, and their looks are even more stunning, especially one of the girls in a long skirt, with her black hair loose and her side profile cold and noble, making people feel that she is unattainable at first glance. The most beautiful woman. Why does he look familiar? Lin Sun stared blankly, then felt dizzy and couldn't help but cover his head. Of course, it wasn't just Lin Sun and his companions who saw it. Others also started talking about it. Some even dared to strike up a conversation, only to return dejectedly within seconds. Hey guys, do you want to make a bet? Go Xingli rolled his eyes and said, what's the bet? But I can get the WeChat of one of those 2 beauties. Go Xingli said confidently. You? Brother Go, don't embarrass yourself. Don't you have any idea of the other person's level? Lu Gang said disdainfully. What are you talking about? Although I am not good-looking, I have a pure heart that has made countless beauties fall in love with me. Appearance? That's nothing. Oh, if you want it, I'll treat you tonight. I'll have as many kidneys as you want. Really? Really? Lin Sun and Wu De can testify to this. That's right. +1. Go Xingli was so excited that he took a gulp of erguotu and was about to stand up. At this time, Wu De suddenly grabbed him and said, Brother Go, they are coming. The green light on the road came on, but the 2 girls suddenly changed direction and walked towards Lin Sun and others. If. Are you here to see me? Is your charm that great? Go Xingli couldn't help but say, you are so shameless that I can't match you. Huh? Look, that's the school beauty Su Qingshi and the beautiful Jiang Yunxiao. Oh my God, why did they come down to earth? What the hell? Could it be that the 2 school beauties are here to have a barbecue as well? Is that the school beauty? She's so pretty. Look closer and you'll see she's a fairy. Sukinsi? Lin Sun drank a little too much and his ears were buzzing, but he seemed to vaguely hear the name of the fairy senior. Su Qingshi and Jiang Yunxiao were also having a team-building activity tonight. After all, the school had just started and they had to get together in the dormitory. When the 2 were about to go back, Su Qingshi vaguely heard Lin Sun's name. She glanced and really saw Lin Sun lowering his head. Although she couldn't see the face clearly, she recognized that it was Lin Sun, so she came over. Less than 3 meters away from Lin Sun, a furious boy suddenly stopped her. Su Qingshi frowned slightly. What's the matter? Go Xingli was stunned when he looked at the beauty in front of him. He had never seen such a beautiful girl before. For a moment, his strong character was suppressed, and he even stuttered. Then that? Senior sister, can you? No. Su Qingshi said indifferently, interrupting Go Xingli's spell. As soon as the other party opened his mouth, she knew what he wanted to do, which was nothing more than asking for her contact information. She was used to it. Go Xingli. Ha. Lu Gang's heartless laughter came over. Jiang Yunxiao watched the scene with a smile, but did not say a word. Su Qingshi bypassed Go Xingli and came to Lin Sun's side. Smells so good. Lin Sun smelled a fresh fragrance, slowly raised his head, and his somewhat drunken eyes fell on Su Qingshi's face. Oh my god. Are you a fairy? Puff. Ha ha ha. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, Jiang Yunxiao laughed like a pig. The corners of Su Qingshi's mouth twitched slightly, as if she wanted to laugh, but she forced herself to hold it back. She whispered, "Why do you drink so much?" Lu Gang, Go Xingli, and others were a little sober at this time and stared at the scene in a daze. What the hell? What kind of operation is this? The legendary school beauty actually took the initiative to talk to Lin Sun? Other people around were also confused, and they were all guessing what the relationship between that boy and Su Qingshi was. After all, Su Qingshi has had zero scandals for such a long time. It is too shocking that a man who can make the goddess greet him suddenly appears. Lin Sun laughed and said, "I'm happy today. You see, I'm not drunk, but my sons can't drink much. They are talking nonsense." Lu Gang and his companions immediately looked dismayed. Who is talking nonsense? And we treat you as our brother, and you want to be our foster father? Brother Lin, I didn't expect you to be such a brother. Su Qingshi glanced at Lu Gang, who was the most sober of the group. Are you guys in the same dormitory? Lu Gang has also seen the world. After all, he has a girlfriend, so he is not restrained towards Su Qingshi. Hearing this, he nodded and said, "Yes. He drank a little too much. Please take him back." Okay. At this time, Go Xingli came over and said, Senior sister, do you know Brother Lin?" Su Qingshi glanced at him and said, "I know him." Jiang Yunxiao silently added, "Quite familiar." Go Xingli opened his mouth into an O shape. The onlookers were also stunned. Know each other? Pretty familiar? Does Su Qingshi have any male friends? Big news. Many people took out their phones and took photos of this scene. With the caption, "Shocking. New news from Nanjing University. The campus beauty appeared at a barbecue stall, suspected of picking up a drunk friend of the opposite sex. Picture, click QQ group chat, casual chat group, paste send." In the field, Su Qingshi looked at Lin Sun, who lay down again, and after a moment of silence, she looked at Jiang Yunxiao. The latter crossed his arms across his chest, looking like a little submissive. What? What do you want to do?" A minute later, under Jiang Yunxiao's resentful gaze, Su Qingshi took her coat and gently draped it over Lin Sun. Everyone. Click, click. I can't explain it in words. I can only take photos like crazy. Jiang Yunxiao rolled her eyes fiercely. How could she still want this best friend? Although she was wearing a coat, she only had a black vest underneath. Without the coat, her arms were exposed to the air and felt chilly. Hey, this is what it means when you have a crush on someone. You sell your bestie first. But she was also somewhat relieved that she was right in her guess that Sure cared very much about this junior. Is this considered a proactive attack? It's rare to see such a cold goddess fall in love. Let's go. Su Qingshi looked at Lin Sun steadily, then retracted her gaze after a few seconds and left with Jiang Yunxiao. Bang! Oh my god, Brother Lu, is this a dream? Fuck, why did you hit me? Does it hurt? Bang! What do you think? Fuck, it's real. I'm not dreaming. Is that the school beauty? She's too beautiful. That's not the point. The point is that Brother Lin actually knows the school beauty. Hiss. This kid is really good at hiding his true abilities. Let's go back and wait for him to wake up. Then we'll torture him. I'll watch the punishment. Finally, Lu Gang paid the bill, and several people supported each other and staggered towards the school. Chapter 41, Senior's Code. The next day, Lin Sun woke up early. He opened his eyes and was in a daze for a full minute. Where is this? Sitting up, Lin Sun looked around and found himself in the dormitory. His roommates on the other 3 beds were all fast asleep. By the way, he's already a college student. I remember we had a dormitory dinner yesterday and he got drunk. Drinking makes things worse. This is the second time. The last time I drank was with Fatty. He showed up at the hotel the next day for unknown reasons. Fortunately, this time he ended up in his own bed. I took a look at my roommate. I saw that Lu Gang was sleeping quite well, lying under a military blanket with only his head exposed. Go Xingli was different. He was lying on his stomach with one leg hanging on the ground and his head resting on the edge of the bed. He was snoring like an arrow player, and there was a pool of saliva on the ground. Wu seemed to be drunk as well, with half of his body exposed and only a pair of red shorts left on his body. Hiss. Brother Go, you look so good sleeping. I must take a picture of him as a souvenir. Lin Sun gave a mischievous smile, then reached out to search for his cell phone on the bed, and suddenly took out a coat. Huh? This coat is not mine. Lin Sun looked at the coat in his hand and suddenly found that it was a woman's coat. He smelled it closely and could smell a fresh fragrance. How come he has a girl's jacket? Are you awake? At this time, Lu Gang also woke up and looked at Lin Sun and smiled, a little silly. Lin Sun asked curiously, Lu Gang, how did we get back last night? Lu Gang laughed and said, of course he walked back. Otherwise, how could he fly back? But this. Lin Sun glanced at the coat in his hand. Oh, you mean the coat? You really don't remember what happened last night? Lu Gang looked at Lin Sun with a strange expression. Last night? What happened? I remember I seemed to recognize a few suns. Lin Sun scratched his head. Lu Gang's mouth twitched. Brother Lin, I didn't expect you to be so talented. You actually know the campus beauty of Soochow University. Tell me quickly, what is your relationship with the school beauty? The campus beauty of Soochow University? How do you know I know a senior? Lin Sun said in surprise, eyes wide open. Lu Gang chuckled and recounted what happened last night. Lin Sun's mouth opened into an O shape after hearing this. Did the fairy senior sister appear last night? And she even put a coat on him in front of everyone? This, how could I not remember it? TSK. You didn't see the senior sister's expression at that time. She was so gentle that it was inconsistent with the rumors. It's probably spread all over the school now. You might become a celebrity. Lu Gang said enviously. Lin Sun was a little worried. What's wrong? What's that expression on your face? You must be happy to be associated with the school beauty. No, I hate myself for being drunk at the time and not seeing everything that senior did. Lu Gang went to wash up, and the other two were still sleeping. So Lin Sun opened WeChat and sent a message to the senior. Lin Sun. Animated expression, silly smile. Fairy senior. Animated expression, Sundara. Lin Sun raised the corner of his mouth and continued typing. Good morning, senior sister. Su Qingshi, who was reading in the library at the time, silently put down the book and picked up the mobile phone after receiving Lin Sun's WeChat message. Fairy senior. Are you sober? Lin Sun. I'm sorry, senior sister. I drank too much last night. Fairy senior. Don't you know how much you should take? Lin Sun. Animated expression, he. Fairy senior. Playing dumb? Lin Sun. Senior. Thank you for your coat. I'll give it to you after I wash it. Fairy senior. The coat belongs to Jiang Yunxiao. Lin Sun. Su Qingshi looked at the reply, and the image of Lin Sun's frozen face at that moment appeared in her mind. She couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth like a beautiful scenery. The classmates who were watching her silently were all stunned. The goddess looks so beautiful when she smiles. It turned out that the coat did not belong to the senior, and Lin Sun was very embarrassed after making such a small mistake. He misunderstood after all. After finishing the chat with the fairy senior, Lin Sun sent a message to thank Jiang Yunxiao. The latter didn't care and started gossiping with him instead. Through chatting with Jiang Yunxiao, he knew that he had become famous and that people were looking for his information on the campus forum. Lin Sun was shocked and quickly asked Jiang Yunxiao to teach him how to log into the campus forum website. When he saw the information in the forum, Lin Sun's face suddenly darkened. He did become popular, but many posts said that he was not worthy of the senior and that it was like putting flowers on cow dung. Some of the comments were particularly eye-catching. Post 1. Who is this guy? How can he be so ugly and appear in the same frame with the aloof goddess? Is he just trying to attract attention? Post 2. He looks like a pretty boy. How could a strong woman like Sue like this skinny dog whose hair hasn't even grown out yet? I'll punch him. Post 3. Who can tell me which building this guy is from? I want to compete with him to see who is more handsome. Post 4. I know this junior. His name is Lin Sun. He is a freshman in the Department of Finance. Post 5. The person above sent me a private message. Let's talk for a moment. Lin Sun's blood pressure almost exploded when he looked at these posts. But he knew clearly that these guys were just jealous of his close relationship with the fairy senior and were just mad with impotence. However, the photos taken by passersby made Lin Sun's eyes light up. One photo was taken at the freshman reception, where he was pulling his suitcase and walking side by side with a fairy-like senior student. One photo was taken when the senior sister put a coat on him. Although the pixels were a bit blurry, Lin Sun was still very surprised. After all, the senior sister would not easily show such an expression. This was the first time he made the senior sister make an exception, right? Looking closely, he and the senior student are quite a good match. Hey, I saved it. After saving the photo, Lin Sun exited the forum and quickly got out of bed to wash up. Den o'clock. Go Xingli and Wu De also got up one after another. After washing up, they sat at the table and ate the breakfast that Lu Gang brought back for them. After breakfast, Lin Sun was surrounded by 3 roommates. What do you mean? Lin Sun said with some fear. Brother Lin, tell me the truth. Are you the school bell's brother? Go Xingli took a magnifying glass from somewhere and moved close to Lin Sun, looking at him nonstop. Lin Sun's eyes widened. Why do you say that? Then why is she so nice to you? You can't say she has a crush on you, right? Lu Gang crossed his arms and showed an unfathomable expression. From what I see, Lin Sun, you must have known the school beauty for a long time, right? Lin Sun nodded. To be honest, I met this senior during the summer vacation. Fuck. What kind of luck do you have? How could such a good thing happen to you? Go Xingli widened his eyes. A mysterious smile appeared on Lin Sun's face. It was a dark and windy night. Roll! I never knew, Brother Lin, that you have this side to you. Lin Sun briefly recounted his experiences with the fairy senior schoolmate. Of course, there are some things that cannot be revealed too much. After hearing this, the 3 of them looked at Lin Sun with envy. Brother Lin, I admire you for being able to know the school beauty. I would like to have you as my godfather. Please teach me how to pick up girls. My son, you are too polite. I am a little thirsty and need a cup of milk tea to rinse my mouth. Get lost. You're still touching me even though I'm being polite to you. Haha. Chapter 42, Military Training Ground. The fairy senior came to bring me water. In the afternoon, the squad leader notified everyone in the class group to collect their military training uniforms. Freshmen have to undergo military training for half a month when they enter college. Class 201 of the finance department was temporarily organized into the 21st company. The company commander, who was also the instructor, was a tall young man. Even when he was wearing camouflage uniform, one could tell he was very strong. Stand at attention. Look to the right. Stand in line. Look forward. Stand at attention. Time. 20 minutes. Look up. Tuck your chin in slightly. Look straight ahead and stare at the back of the head of the person in front of you. Student, please twist your neck to the middle. Report to the instructor, I had a stiff neck last night. What are the others laughing at? Come on, everyone, squat down. The instructor glared at everyone, and they were in great pain. Lin Sun and 3 others squatted in a row. Brother Lu, are you bored? Why are you here to suffer like this with us? Go Xingli looked straight ahead and spoke to Lu Gang beside him with a crooked mouth. As we all know, retired soldiers are exempt from training. We are brothers. Besides, how boring would it be for me to be alone in the dormitory? Lu Gang replied in a low voice. I really love you for what you have done, my son. 2 boys in the corner over there. Stand up. I'm talking about you. Don't look back. Go Xingli and Lu Gang stood up in bewilderment. The instructor walked up to them and asked, What are you 2 whispering about? Speak louder so everyone can hear. Go Xingli chuckled and said, Instructor, that. Make a report before you speak. Report? Nothing. You didn't say anything? I heard your whispers from a long distance away. Do you think I'm deaf? The instructor's eyes suddenly fell on Lu Gang. Seeing that the young man stood straight, he was a little surprised. Have you practiced before? Lu Gang said. Just came out. Oh, sure. Where have you been before? The instructor asked in surprise. Lu Gang. Border. Okay, you can move around for a while. The instructor said with a gentle look. Lu Gang looked at his gay friend with pity and silently looked away. Brother, you're on your own. Sometimes squatting is better than standing. Of course, the premise is that there is a group of people squatting with you. Go Xingli. Report. He wants to report. An instructor is giving him special treatment. As for you, tell me. Go Xingli's eyes rolled, and then he shouted. Report to the instructor. My roommate just said that you can't do it. He wants to challenge you. Instructor? Roommate? What did you say? The instructor suspected that he didn't hear clearly. Go Xingli pursed his lips towards Lu Gang and said, My roommate said he wants to compete with you in push-ups. Everyone started eating the melon out of curiosity. Veterans versus instructors. Who is stronger? Back after the commercial. The instructor glanced at Lu Gang, then looked at Go Xingli and smiled. Okay. listen to the command. It's you push-ups ready. Go Xingli was confused. Ah, no, Brother Lu, challenged you, but you asked me to do push-ups to prepare? Don't understand? Do you want to go to the playground and run a few laps to sober yourself up? Yes, 100 push-ups. When you finish, you stand up. Everyone. Brother Go, you are so pitiful. Lin Sun and the other two prayed silently for Brother Go. Hang in there, Brother Go. If you do it faster, we won't have to suffer the pain of squatting. I have to say that Go Xingli is worthy of being a basketball player. He has good physical fitness. He completed 100 push-ups in just less than 5 minutes. Everyone, stand up. Listen to the command. March in step. Amidst the sour wails, the chief instructor finally blew the whistle for the break. Everyone, take a break for 10 minutes. Everyone felt relieved. They were already soaked. Lin Sun and his companions were extremely tired, and Go Xingli even collapsed and sat down. Ouch! My waist hurts. Brother Lu, Godfather, can you help me ask the instructor for mercy? I don't want to stay here anymore. Go Xingli looked as if he had lost all desire in life. Lin Sun and Wu De both nodded in agreement. They also felt that it was too stuffy. With the sun shining directly on their heads, it was just like being in a sauna. Lu Gang chuckled and said, "Stop complaining. Take this opportunity to exercise your body. After all, there is only one military training in college." After saying that, he happily ran off to brag to the instructor. During the break, the field suddenly became lively, and many seniors who had been waiting outside with milk tea came over to visit. Some people send autumn milk tea to their girlfriends. Some send cold drinks to their secret crushes. Suddenly, Go Xingli's eyes widened and he sat up abruptly. Fuck, are you faking your death? Lin Sun looked at him in shock. Hey. Brother Lin, look, your goddess. Go Xingli suddenly pointed excitedly not far away. Lin Sun looked in the direction he pointed and was stunned. He actually saw the fairy senior. I saw Su Qingshi walking towards me from a distance, still wearing a long skirt, holding an umbrella in one hand and a bottle of mineral water in the other. The senior student seems to like wearing skirts very much. As Su Qingshi entered the venue, she immediately attracted everyone's attention. Wow, that's Senior Su. Why is she here at the military training ground? Hiss. She has such a strong temperament. She is worthy of being the school belle. Why is she here? Is she delivering water? No way. Who had such good fortune in his previous life to have the beauty of the Soochow University delivering water? She must have just passed by. Hey look, she's heading towards the 21st company block. Oh my god. It looks like it's heading towards that group of boys. Why? We are both wearing military training uniforms, but I am obviously more handsome. I beg to differ with what you say. When Su Qingshi stopped at the 21st Company Square team, everyone accepted the fact that the school beauty was not just passing by. Pairs of curious eyes were as big as copper bells. Hello, who are you looking for? The instructor had never seen such a beautiful girl before and suddenly asked. Su Qingshi glanced at him and said, I'll look for Lin Sun. Lin Sun. Yo. The classmates all started to make a noise and looked at Lin Sun with teasing eyes. Lu Gang and the others all had ambiguous smiles on their faces. Go Xingli poked Lin Sun and said, Brother, are you still sitting? Lin Sun came back to his senses, stood up quickly, dusted off his butt, and walked to Su Qingshi happily. Senior, are you looking for me? Su Qingshi glanced at him. The boy was wearing a military training cap. After only one morning, his originally fair skin had turned a little yellow and he was sweating nonstop, but he was full of energy. I don't know if it was because I saw her. Su Qingshi handed him the mineral water in her hand. This is for you. Lin Sun was somewhat flattered. For me? Although he was trying to confirm the words, his hand had already taken the water and he was smiling happily. You should do your military training well. I'm just here to take a look. Be careful to protect yourself from the sun. Su Qingshi's words were simple, but they made people feel that she cared. Okay. I'll pay attention, senpai. Lin Sun nodded repeatedly. He was very surprised. He didn't expect that the senior schoolmate would come and bring him water in person. This was something he couldn't even imagine. That's a fairy senior. But he was a little worried. Senior sister, will it have any effect on you if you bring me water? After all, Su Qingshi is extremely famous, and she would probably attract a lot of criticism if she did this. Su Qingshi said calmly, It's not anyone else's turn to care about what I do. Strong. Lin Sun looked at her with some admiration. I'm leaving. Su Qingshi came and left quickly, leaving only a beautiful back view for everyone. Chapter 43. The beauty in the school also wants to sing with Lin Sun. Sure, brother Lin. The school beauty has brought you water. Is this marriage settled? Go Shengli looked at Lin Sun in a sly way. At this moment, many people looked at Lin Sun with complicated expressions, and they all found it difficult to accept this fact. Some people recognized this guy. He is the boy who had a scandal with the school beauty. He has become popular on Tieba. I didn't expect that he really had a relationship with the school beauty, and it was quite close. At this time, Lin Sun did not notice that in the next block to him, a girl in military training uniform was staring at him blankly. She was very beautiful with fair skin, and she was very eye-catching even in the military training uniform. Ching Ching, what are you looking at? At this time, a girl next to her asked in confusion. Su Qing retracted her gaze and shook her head. Nothing. The girl sighed. That boy is so handsome. I think it's not unacceptable for senior sister Su to bring him water. Other girls nodded. Now that you mention it, I feel the same way. That boy is really handsome. Is he really the school beauty's boyfriend? I suspect he is her relative. After all, they are both very good-looking. That makes sense. Then Xiaofang, why don't you go ask him? Are you gonna die? I have social phobia. Listening to her classmates' discussions, Su Qing felt upset. That's right, she also successfully applied for Nanjing University, but her major was not the same as Lin Sun's. Of course, she didn't go to Nanjing University just for Lin Sun. It's just that when she saw that the boy who had been so good to her seemed to be getting better and better, she always felt that she had missed something. Beep! Continue the lesson. The rest time always passes quickly, even if the instructor extends it. Stand at attention. Look to the right. Look forward. Begin military posture. The military posture can improve a person's temperament. Keep your shoulders back, arms naturally vertical, and your middle finger close to the seam of your pants. Hold your butt tight. Classmate, don't stick your butt out like that. Pull it back. The day's military training passed quickly. After the chief instructor blew the whistle, a group of people attacked the cafeteria. Cooked rice. Sons, Daddy's back. Oh, Godfather is back? What's the menu for tonight? Twice cooked pork, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, spicy chicken, fried chicken legs. Lin Sun and the other two looked at Lu Gang, who was bringing meals to the entire dormitory, affectionately, as if they were looking at their adoptive parents. They were all exhausted, so the arduous task of serving meals naturally fell to the macho Lu Gang. Come here, son. This is yours. Lu Gang divided the food quickly. Thank you, foster father. I have decided that from now on you will be our head. Second, I second the motion. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the football field, basketball court, and all the open spaces were filled with people. Military training during the day and entertainment time at night. In the first class tonight, our instructor Sean will teach you a few military songs. Welcome, everyone. Good. Pa, pa, pa. Half an hour later, with the students singing sporadically, we entered the next stage. Is there anyone willing to come up and perform a talent? The instructor asked, holding the microphone. There was silence for half a minute, and no one moved. The instructor laughed and said, No? If not, then shall we start the training? Don't! The students became agitated. Report! Soon, the first brave man appeared. He sang an old song that was tuneless and ended with the audience bursting into laughter. With the first one, there will be the second one. There are singing, dancing, crosstalk, martial arts performances, and various acrobatics. Oh my God, there really is a crouching tiger, hidden dragon. Go Shengli looked envious, and then he looked at Lu Gang. Brother Lu, why don't you go up and perform military boxing? Lu Gang shook his head. I forgot about that thing a long time ago. At this time, a girl from the next company was singing. After she finished singing a song, she suddenly asked, Instructor, can I invite a classmate to come up and sing with me? When these words were spoken, not only did the instructor's eyes light up, but even the crowd of onlookers started to cheer excitedly. They love watching the fun the most. Who do you want to call? Asked the instructor. The girl's eyes suddenly fell on the direction of the 21st company, and she said softly, Lin Sun, can I sing a song with you? Oh, Lin Sun, Lin Sun, Lin Sun. Everyone started to make a fuss and repeatedly shouted Lin Sun's name. Fuck, Brother Lin, your peach blossom disaster is coming. Envy, go up there and embarrass yourself. Oh no, go up there and shine. Brother Lin, don't be a coward. Go ahead. Lin Sun was a little surprised, but he stood up and walked to the girl. The instructor tactfully handed him a microphone. Lin Sun felt a little embarrassed. With so many eyes watching him, he felt a little socially anxious. "Hello, my name is Chu Weiwei, and I'm majoring in computer science." The girl introduced herself to him. Lin Sun politely replied, "My name is Lin Sun, and I'm from the finance department." The girl in front of me is very beautiful, with an oval face, fair skin, light makeup, a tall figure, and a well-developed curves. She looks like a very confident girl. However, Lin Sun was unmoved. Anyway, she was not as pretty as the fairy senior sister, and he only liked the fairy senior sister. "Well, what do you want to sing?" Lin Sun asked shyly. Chu Weiwei looked at the handsome tall boy in front of her and smiled. "Before that, can I ask you a question?" "Ah, do you have a girlfriend?" "Oh." As soon as she said this, there was another round of booing. Go Xingli and the others all smiled kindly. "Father no longer needs to worry about my son not being able to get married. The child has grown up." The instructors all smiled, and some of them sighed, saying, "It's great to be young, but their youth has already been dedicated to the motherland." Facing the girl's sudden question, Lin Sun swallowed and said, "No, no." He didn't know that after his answer, many girls became excited. Some boys also breathed a sigh of relief. It seems like this guy doesn't have that kind of relationship with the school belle. Well, then they are relieved. Chu Weiwei's eyes flashed with joy, but she saw that Lin Sun was getting more and more nervous, so she didn't ask again. "Can you sing? I will wait." Lin Sun nodded. "A little bit." After everyone turned on their cell phone flashlights and started rocking, the music started. "Girl, I want to learn a magic trick to travel in space." "Boys, I think the wind doesn't know where it should go." "Wow, they sing so beautifully, don't they?" "Yes, the girl's voice is so sweet, and the boy's voice is so magnetic." "Love it. I'm going to sing a duet with the boys later." Chorus: "I will wait for the dead tree to sprout and bloom new flowers." After the song was finished, thunderous applause broke out in the audience. Chapter 44 Military Training ends. Sure, where did you go this morning?" As soon as Su Qingshi returned to the dormitory, Jiang Yinxiao came over and asked with a gossipy look on his face. Su Qingshi said calmly, "Study." "Study? Oh my. Our Su University beauty went to the military training ground to study," Jiang Yinxiao said in a teasing manner. Obviously, she already knew about Su Qingshi bringing water to Lin Sun in the morning. Oh my god, this is too fierce. Since Shirshir came back from Liangcheng, she has become a different person. She almost thought that her best friend had been possessed by another spirit. Su Qingshi glanced at her and asked, "Has it spread?" Jiang Yinxiao nodded like a little chicken pecking at rice. Yes. It's not just the forum. It's even spread to the school next door." Su Qingshi's charm and popularity are no longer limited to Nanjing University. Even the neighboring universities are spreading her legend. Many alumni come here just to catch a glimpse of the goddess. This was within her expectations. She had never thought about hiding it. "By the way, Shirshir, you don't really like Lin Sun, do you?" Jiang Yinxiao asked tentatively. "No." Su Qingshi glanced at her indifferently. "Oh my god, this is too crazy." Jiang Yunxiao's eyes widened, covering his chest. Sure, are you really my dearest best friend?" "No." "What?" "Your most beloved one is Chairman Mao. My best friend really likes Lin Sun." "When? Where? Why doesn't she know anything?" Jiang Yunxiao certainly didn't know why. The only thing she knew was that her electric scooter was gone, but unfortunately she didn't drive it. However, this also made her hard to believe. If this matter were to spread out, the entire Nanjing University would probably be shaken. As if knowing what she was thinking, Su Qingshi said calmly, "Don't spread rumors." Jiang Yunxiao rolled his eyes. "Come on, it's already so obvious. Do you still need me to pass it on? By the way, does Lin Sun know? Does he need to know? That makes so much sense. I can't even argue with it." Su Qingshi ignored her best friend who was already talking like crazy and sat in front of the computer. Thinking about what happened to her in the past few days, she felt that it was a little unreal. It seems like I am really actively pursuing Lin Sun in my behavior. So crazy. Su Qingshi opened the computer and somehow logged into the forum. She was curious about what scandal she had recently. However, Su Qingshi accidentally saw a video with the title Military Training Gala Performance. Less than 2 hours after the video was posted, it already had thousands of views. After clicking in, Su Qingshi quickly saw the key point. When she saw Lin Sun standing side by side with a girl in the video and singing together, her beautiful eyebrows immediately raised. She glanced at her best friend, then silently put on her headphones. Xiaox Weidi's singing voice is as beautiful as ever, just like the last time she and the other party performed at Shui Jichin's concert. However, this time, there was another girl standing next to him. She was quite pretty, and her peach blossom eyes kept looking towards Lin Sun while she was singing. Noticing this scene, Su Qingshi felt inexplicably uncomfortable. Fortunately, the junior was quite honest and immersed in his own world. He didn't look at the other person and left when the song ended. Through the comments under the video, Su Qingshi learned that the girl was from the computer department. Her name was Chu Weiwei, and she was also a freshman. With her outstanding grades and pure looks, she became the most beautiful girl in the department. It seems like this girl has feelings for Lin Sun. This guy is popular with women, and these girls are all very beautiful. The girl she met last time was called Su Qing, who was Lin Sun's first secret crush, or first love for short. Su Qingshi narrowed her beautiful eyes. Sense of crisis? Su Qingshi, never had any sense of crisis, because no one could compete with her for what she wanted. Junior brother, but she fell in love with him first. Zhang Yunxiao, who was watching videos, suddenly shivered all over, feeling a little strange. The weather was obviously very hot, so why did he feel cold for no reason? The next morning, at the sound of the alarm clock, the four people in room 307 reluctantly sat up from their beds. Goshingli, I suggest that we split up into two groups. Brother Lu will go to the military training ground to resist the instructors, and the other three will sleep for another 2 hours. Lin Sun, I have read it and reported it to the United Nations. Wu Da, I second the motion. Lu Gang, that's a good suggestion. Don't bring it up again next time. Finally, they succumbed to the order to assemble, and the four of them walked towards the military training ground, looking as if they were heading to the execution ground. The military training process was very boring. During the day, apart from standing at attention, they had to march and step under the scorching sun. Many people's skin became several shades darker, and some even had skin peeling. The evening activities also depend on the instructor's mood. If he is in a good mood, he will sing and dance, and the company will sing songs. If he is in a bad mood, he will stand at attention. Soon, it was time to check the results. At the principal's command, proceed as planned. The Cube team began to show off their achievements over the past half-month. Of course, when the Square team marches in unison, there are always a few people who stand out, so that the runway is littered with shoes of different sizes, but no one cares. It's finally over. The military training is over. Some are happy and some are crying. Watching the instructor's team leave, many people shed tears silently, with reluctance in their eyes. This day is finally over. With my skin color, even my own mother won't be able to recognize me. Goshingli took a photo of his dark face with his mobile phone, his expression more bitter than bitter gourd. Hey, I'm afraid I'll have to take care of my handsome face for several months. Lu Gang said with a smile. Why did you raise my back? Isn't it good like this? It looks really good. Brother Lu, you look good when your skin is dark. But when your skin is dark, it's funny, like a piece of charcoal. Ha! Get lost. I don't have sons like you. After a few people played around, Lin Sun asked, what are your plans, gentlemen? Goshingli, hey, what's your opinion, Brother Lin? Lu Gang, I will do whatever you want. Wu Da, I hope Brother Lin can make the arrangements. Lin Sun, okay, we must have a meal together. It's my treat. My parents told us to treat more often. Brother Lin is righteous. Godfather, good brother. The four of them did not go to the cafeteria, but walked towards the dormitory with the same goal. In order to have a satisfying meal in the evening, they all planned to leave their stomachs empty and endure it for a while. There's still some time before tonight, guys. Do you want to have a go? TSK, with your skills, how many tricks can you trick me into doing? I also want to take care of my skin and start the whitening plan from now on. I just want to quietly look at the beauty later. Oh no, read a book. I won't play with you guys anymore. 6. After a while, the door of room 307 closed and a harmonious snoring sound was heard, one rising and the other falling. Chapter 45, Heavy Rain. Just when the four members of 307 were packing up, God played a joke on them. It's raining. Go Xingli was wearing a vest and shorts, standing at the door of the dormitory with his hands behind his back, looking into the distance with a weathered look. Brother Go, have you figured out how to fight this battle? It's difficult. In my opinion, this is a tough battle where the enemy is strong and we are weak, and the enemy outnumbers us. What's the solution? Well, I have no choice but to ask for reinforcements. Reinforcements? We are surrounded by enemies on all sides. Where are the reinforcements coming from? Hello? May one takeout? Yes, yes, yes. This is Building 7. Please deliver it to our door. 5-star rating. 6. In the end, the few of them could only order takeout in the dormitory to make do with one meal. Mainly because they hadn't eaten lunch. They devoured the food like hungry wolves without leaving a single grain behind. This rain in Nanjing University is unusual. Judging from the intensity of the rain, it is going to flood Nanjing University, right? Liu Gang lit a cigarette and said in surprise, Liu Gang naturally smokes. Except for him, the other three do not smoke. However, Liu Gang seldom smokes in the dormitory. Every time he smokes, he consciously runs to the balcony. Brothers, look at the class group. Oh my god! At this time, Go Xingli suddenly exclaimed. Lin Sun and Liu Gang looked at each other, then silently took out their mobile phones and opened QQ. At this time, the class group was in an uproar. Help! It suddenly started to rain heavily, and we are trapped in the cafeteria. Everything was fine when I came here, but I can't go back. We are all in the dormitory here, and we don't even have an umbrella. Who can help us? I'm afraid this rain will last until next year. Ha ha ha. Just go to the supermarket above the cafeteria and buy some quilts and sleep there. 666. Fortunately, I'm in the dormitory. Picture. Wow, there's so many people. Who wants an umbrella? I'd like to be a charge guard. Me. Thank you, kind man. +1. In dormitory 307, Go Xingli suddenly let out a wolf howl. Why are you so excited? Lin Sun looked at him puzzled. Go Xingli chuckled and said, Look, many girls are trapped in the cafeteria. If my brother sends the umbrella over, won't love come? Fuck. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Are you sending warmth? You look so dark. I'm afraid you're sending fright. What's wrong? You are discriminating. Can't you have love just because you are black? In the end, under the speechless gazes of several people, Go Xingli took an umbrella, changed into his newly bought A-cone, and happily went out to look for love. Lin Sun. Why isn't he wearing slippers? Liu Gang. I want to ask that too. Wu Da. With such heavy rain, Brother Go won't be washed away, right? Liu Gang. Oh no. That's what happens when you're blinded by love. Who cares? At worst, we can just get ready to retrieve the body. Ding dong. Lin Sun was staring at the rain in a daze when his cell phone suddenly vibrated. He took it out and saw a message on the page from the Fairy Senior. Lin Sun quickly clicked it to check. Fairy Senior. Animated expression, are you there? Lin Sun, the senior sister who is here. Fairy Senior. Picture. Lin Sun clicked on the picture and found that the photo sent by the senior was a photo of the rain. The background of the photo was the cafeteria. Judging from the angle, if Lin Sun guessed correctly, it should have been taken from the library. Fairy Senior is in the library? Lin Sun asked curiously. Is Senior still in the library? Do you have an umbrella? Fairy Senior. No. Lin Sun immediately realized that the senior was trapped in the library. She sent him a message. Was she asking him to pick her up? Oh no. To bring her an umbrella? Thinking of this, Lin Sun did not dare to delay the opportunity and stood up quickly. Brother Lin, where are you going? Liu Gang asked puzzledly. Lin Sun responded, a friend of mine is stuck in the library. I'm going to pick her up. Wu Da asked curiously, male or female? It's a senior. Well, when he didn't ask, Liu Gang looked distressed. You have changed. You have all changed. How can I, a man of the new era, be so impetuous, so passive? What do you want to eat? I'll bring it to you when I come back. Liu Gang. 1 fried chicken burger and 1 fried rice. Wu Da. A cup of taro bubble milk tea, no bubble. Okay. In the library, at this moment, a group of students were standing under the door of the library, looking at the heavy rain in front of them and whispering. On the second floor of the library, Su Qingshi sat by the window, staring out in a daze. She still had her cell phone in her hand. Opening the phone, Su Qingshi looked at the chat page. The topic ended with the word no she sent, and the other party did not reply. Is this guy coming to see me? Knowing her, it's very likely. However, the rain was so heavy that even if people held an umbrella, they would get wet in a short time. No way. Who is that stupid? Maybe the other party didn't reply to the message because of something else. Su Qingshi shook her head. She sent the photo to Lin Sun not to ask him to come and find her, but because it was raining and people's emotions would fluctuate. So she took the photo and shared it with Lin Sun. Simply just sharing. She put away her phone. It was raining and she couldn't go back for a while, so she just read a book for a while. But suddenly, I caught a glimpse of a dark shadow out of the corner of my eye. Su Qingshi's expression froze for a moment, her pupils dilated, and she could barely see the young man in the rain. The next second, Su Qingshi stood up, pushed away the chair, and walked downstairs. Because the noise was sudden, the students who were reading frowned and looked towards it. After seeing Su Qingshi, their displeasure turned into astonishment. Lin Sun didn't expect it to rain so heavily. Even though his umbrella covered his entire body, he was still wet when he walked from the dormitory. There were other people running around in the heavy rain and screaming. Finally, Lin Sun stood in front of the first floor of the library, with the eaves above his head, temporarily avoiding the heavy rain. Seeing that he was soaked like a drowned rat, the students around him subconsciously stepped away. But they were all a little surprised. Everyone else was running back, but why did this boy rush over in the heavy rain? Is your girlfriend in the library? Thinking of this, everyone felt relieved. Lin Sun didn't care. He looked around and didn't see the fairy senior sister, so he suddenly became anxious. No way. Is the senior not in the library? He subconsciously took out his cell phone and prepared to send a message to the fairy senior. At this moment, the crowd that was originally crowded at the entrance of the library suddenly became agitated, and then a passage was separated by the people. It just so happened that Lin Sun was at the exit of the passage. He looked up and was immediately overjoyed. Senior, Su Qingshi walked over slowly, and the classmates around her looked at her in amazement. The goddess is worthy of being a goddess. Looking at her up close, she is so beautiful. And the goddess in their hearts was walking in front of Lin Sun at this time, looking at him with a pair of clear eyes. The boy was shivering because of the rain, but now he was looking at her with a silly smile on his face. Something in Su Qingshi's heart seemed to be touched. Perhaps she will never forget the scene in which this silly boy ran towards her in the heavy rain. Chapter 46, We Withdraw Courage. Am I seeing right? The school beauty took the initiative to approach that boy. I was wondering why that boy looked familiar to me. Isn't he Lin Sun, the one who recently had a scandal with the school beauty? It's him? Hiss. How could he be so worthy? He's a little handsome, but not outrageously so. Does the school beauty like this one? Found it. That guy named Lin Sun is a freshman, and within a month of entering school, he has already had 3 scandals with the campus bell of Soochow University. The most explosive one was when the campus bell brought water to Lin Sun during military training. Shit, it's really him. With this skin color, I thought he was not the same person. Hiss, how is this possible? Has the school beauty's aloof image finally collapsed? I heard that the beauty in the computer department is also interested in this guy. There were more and more whispers around, and Lin Sun frowned. He himself didn't care, but he didn't want his senior sister to be criticized. Lin Sun is a timid and shy boy when facing Su Qingshi, but at other times, he is quite normal, even a little cold. Just as he was about to warn everyone, Su Qingshi suddenly asked, "Are you cold?" Lin Sun immediately smiled foolishly. "It's not cold." Su Qingshi looked at his wet appearance and said, "Let's go." "Ah, but it's still raining hard." Lin Sun was a little dazed. Su Qingshi said calmly, "It's not like I haven't been wet before. We're going to get caught in the rain again, senior. This time is different. You might really catch a cold. Don't you have an umbrella this time? But let's go." Before everyone could react, Lin Sun and Su Qingshi left the library holding an umbrella. If. What did I hear? This is too much information, and I, a student at NCU, can't even understand it all. Just now, school beauty, Su seemed to mean that it wasn't the first time for the two of them to get caught in the rain. Hiss, have they been caught in the rain before? You understand it well, but don't understand it next time. I can't accept it. Is the school beauty admitting that her relationship with Lin Sun is special? The rain was indeed heavy. Just after they walked a few dozen meters, Su Qingshi's shoes were already soaked. Mud and sand splashed onto her pleated skirt, leaving obvious wet spots. This was when Lin Sun tilted most of the umbrella towards Su Qingshi, and at this time Lin Sun was already feeling cold all over. "Senior, can I take you back to your dormitory?" Lin Sun said loudly to Su Qingshi. The latter shook his head. "Go to the south gate." Lin Sun was stunned. South gate? Why go there? But he didn't think much about it, and supported Su Qingshi as he walked towards the south gate. Maybe God couldn't bear to see such a beautiful girl get wet, so the rain gradually subsided. On campus, students covered their cell phones with plastic bags and other waterproof items and rushed directly into the rain to be baptized. Screams rang out one after another. The university gates are divided into east, west, south, and north gates, all of which are open, so Lin Sun and Su Qingshi left the school smoothly. Because the umbrella blocked her face, no one recognized Su Qingshi, and the two came to a parking lot. Su Qingshi took out a key from her messenger bag, and the next second, the headlights of a car came on not far in front of the two of them. "Get in the car." Su Qingshi asked Lin Sun to get in the car. Lin Sun was still surprised at this time. He didn't expect that the fairy senior sister actually had a car. The car is a simple white Audi. It seems that the fairy senior sister has a good family background. Lin Sun escorted Su Qingshi to the driver's seat, then walked to the other side and got in the car. The car windows were closed, and the world suddenly became much quieter. But Lin Sun reacted quickly and felt a little restrained. Senior, if I sit in the car, I won't get your car wet, right?" "Of course it's nonsense. It's already wet," Su Qingshi said calmly. "So don't worry about those things. Fasten your seatbelts." Oh. Lin Sun obediently pulled the seatbelt. The car started and drove away from the school gate. "Senior, where are we going?" Lin Sun asked curiously. "My home." "Is senior sister's home local?" "I rented a house during the summer vacation and didn't return it." Oh. The topic ends. Lin Sun couldn't help but look at his senior. Su Qingshi was driving the car at the moment. Her beautiful face looked a little chubby from the side, and her expression was a little serious. The senior sister who drives seriously is so beautiful. Lin Sun couldn't help but be in a daze. "What are you looking at?" Su Qingshi noticed from the corner of her eye that this boy had been staring at her for a long time and asked calmly, "Senior, why are you so beautiful?" "Naturally beautiful." "Senior, are you still able to joke?" "Why not? I'm human too." "No, you're a fairy." "Brother, how can I respond to your conversation like this?" However, hearing such an evaluation from Lin Sun, Su Qingshi couldn't help but feel happy, and she didn't even notice that the corner of her mouth curled up. Lin Sun caught it, and his heartbeat began to accelerate. Then Lin Sun suddenly thought of something and asked curiously, "Senior, have you read the post on Tieba?" Su Qingshi glanced at him and said, "You know about Tieba so soon?" Lin Sun smiled innocently and said, "I heard about it from Senior Jiang, and then I registered." Su Qingshi raised her eyebrows. Occasionally, but rarely. Lin Sun immediately became excited. "Senior, let me ask you something. What do you think of the rumors about us on Tieba?" "Sakangdan?" Su Qingshi was puzzled. Lin Sun nodded. "Some people accidentally took a photo of me and my senior sister in the same frame and made various comments on the forum. And last time when I was in military training, a senior brought me water, and they talked about it too." He asked tentatively, "Senior sister, are you not angry?" "What are you angry about?" "Angry. They said we were in that kind of relationship." The traffic light turned green, and the car slowly stopped. She turned her head, and her originally cold eyes now had a hint of a smile. "That kind of relationship?" Lin Sun was a little afraid to face Su Qingshi's gaze, and subconsciously turned away, then boldly looked at her again. "Boyfriend and girlfriend relationship." Su Qingshi chuckled and said, "Then do you hope that we can have that kind of relationship?" "Ah!" Lin Sun was caught off guard and was struck by lightning. He didn't expect that these words would come from the mouth of the high and mighty fairy senior. Not prepared at all. What does senior mean by this? Is she testing him? "Do you like me?" Su Qingshi suddenly said something shocking. These 5 short words made Lin Sun's face turn red. Aye. Su Qingshi looked at the junior with interest, then looked straight ahead and started the car. Lin Sun's blood was boiling, but he soon calmed down. "Why are you so scared? I just like the fairy senior." "What is he afraid of?" "He is handsome, and his wealth. His father is the richest man. Tall, rich, and handsome. He has everything. Go for it. Do it." Just when Lin Sun was trying to muster up the courage to say those 4 words, the car stopped. "Arrive." Lin Sun. We withdrew our courage. Chapter 47. 89 points, 1 point away from love. The house that Su Qingshi rented was next to a primary school. It was an apartment building, and she lived on the 5th floor. Apart from a primary school, there is a long walk to the downtown area, so the surrounding is relatively quiet. Su Qingshi opened the door and invited Lin Sun in. Does senior sister come back to live here often? Lin Sun looked at the living room curiously. Is this the fairy's nest? It's very tidy and clean, and you can tell it's cleaned regularly. It's completely different from his. Lin Sun was too lazy to tidy up the house when he was at home. It wasn't messy, but it wasn't very tidy either. Su Qingshi changed into slippers, but kept her socks on. She took a pair of men's slippers from the shoe rack and handed them to Lin Sun. Put it on. When Lin Sun saw the pair of men's slippers, his heart sank. Is there a boy living in your house? He imagined the scene of his senior schoolmate living with a member of the opposite sex in his mind, and suddenly he felt as if his heart was being torn apart. Su Qingshi shook her head and said, "No, this is used to confuse outsiders." Ah! Lin Sun didn't react. Su Qingshi said, "I am a single woman living in a room. If someone were to target me, these slippers would make the other person think that I am not living alone, which would increase my safety index." I see. Lin Sun exclaimed in his heart, "It's too strong." Fairy Senior has great safety awareness. His mood recovered from the bottom. Lin Sun looked at the slippers on his feet, thinking that the senior sister's slippers, which were just for decoration, were now worn by him. Lin Sun suddenly felt happy. Go take a shower. Su Qingshi spoke at this time. Lin Sun basically shielded her from the rain all the way, but he himself got wet. Lin Sun hesitated. But there are no clothes. What a familiar scene. Last time in Liancheng, the two of them stayed in the same hotel because they were soaked. Su Qingshi said calmly, "My brother has a similar figure to you. I bought him clothes last time, but didn't have time to give them to him yet. I'll give them to you. Elder brother." Does Senior have a brother? Wow. The fairy Senior actually has a brother. The fairy herself is so beautiful, so wouldn't her brother be a handsome guy? After washing up, Lin Sun put on the clothes that Su Qingshi prepared for him. It must be said that they fit him very well, as if they were tailor-made for him. Su Qingshi, who was sitting on the sofa, looked at Lin Sun and nodded. It seems that I have good taste. This dress was indeed bought by her for her brother, but she never had the time to give it to him. Now that it is worn by her junior, his elegant demeanor is immediately revealed. Yeah, not bad. Lin Sun asked curiously, "Senior, do you want to tear off this label?" He grabbed the label on the clothes. It was obviously new clothes, and the label had not been removed yet. Su Qingshi said, "Tear it up. My brother should not need any clothes. I'll give it to you." Lin Sun's eyes lit up. "Thank you, Senior." "No thanks. Just consider it as your reward for coming to pick me up in the rain." Lin Sun had become accustomed to the senior's arrogance, so he walked happily to the trash can, fearing that the senior would go back on her word. He grabbed the label with both hands, tore it off, and threw it into the trash can, turning around and looking at Su Qingshi. "Senior sister, aren't you going to wash?" Hearing this, Su Qingshi stood up, took the clothes that had been prepared long ago, and walked into the bathroom. Lin Sun came to the sofa and was about to bend down to sit down when the bathroom door suddenly opened. Su Qingshi poked her head out and asked calmly, "Can you cook?" Lin Sun stood up quickly. "Yes. There are ingredients in the refrigerator. You can take care of them. I didn't have dinner." After saying this, without waiting for Lin Sun's response, the bathroom door closed again. Lin Sun immediately walked to the refrigerator and opened it. Inside were meat, shrimps, tomatoes, vegetables, and other ingredients. Lin Sun went over the dishes he could cook in his mind, and then took the ingredients out of the refrigerator. When he was a child, his family life was not very good and his parents were often not at home, so he basically cooked for himself after school. First, divide a piece of lean meat into two, then cut it into thumb-sized slices, put them on a plate, and marinate them. Turning around, Lin Sun deveined the shrimps. The shrimps were not that fresh, so Lin Sun decided to fry them. It took about 10 minutes to prepare all the ingredients, and Lin Sun also cooked. Well, enough for 2 people. Although he ate it, how happy it was to have dinner with the fairy senior sister. After figuring out the layout of the kitchen, Lin Sun started cooking. Wash the pot, light the fire, and add oil. Sure. The first dish Lin Sun made was fried prawns. He fried them directly in oil without any starch or other additives. After a while, a fragrant aroma gradually filled the kitchen. Oh, I forgot to open the exhaust. Lin Sun quickly freed his hands to open the exhaust. Su Qingshi had finished taking a shower at this time. She could smell the fragrance coming from the kitchen in the living room. She was a little curious about how her junior brother cooked, so she found the kitchen door. Looking at Lin Sun, who was cooking and stir-frying, Su Qingshi showed a look of satisfaction in her eyes. Not bad, not bad. He is good at both housework and cooking, and is a good house husband. How's it going, senpai? Is the sen attracting you? Lin Sun also noticed the senior schoolmate standing at the door. She was wearing a nightgown at the moment, which covered her beautiful figure and added a bit of gentleness and virtuousness to her appearance. The homely senior schoolmate is not as aloof as usual, and this is what fascinates Lin Sun the most. Because I'm the only one who sees my senior like this. Hearing this, Su Qingshi smiled faintly. I didn't expect your cooking skills are pretty good. Lin Sun smiled and said, when I was a kid, my parents pretended to be poor, so I had to cook for myself most of the time. Su Qingshi nodded. That's good too. Boys who can cook can get extra points. Lin Sun asked curiously. Then how many points can I get from the senior sister? Su Qingshi tilted her head and thought for a moment, then said, 9 points. Lin Sun's eyes lit up. Why is it so high? Su Qingshi added, the full score is 100. Lin Sun. We withdraw a surprise. Su Qingshi had something to say. In my eyes, your basic score is 80 points. 80 plus 9 is equal to 89. 80 means favorable impression. 89, 1 point away, means love. Is there anything I can help you with? Su Qingshi asked, looking around the kitchen. Then senior, please take this plate of shrimp out. It's already fried. Su Qingshi nodded, picked up the plate of fried shrimps, and walked out of the kitchen. In the hall, Su Qingshi couldn't help but lower her head and sniff, and suddenly felt a little greedy. Smells so good. She glanced at the kitchen and saw Lin Sun struggling with the pot. So she reached out, picked up a shrimp, and started peeling it. When the shrimp meat entered her mouth, Su Qingshi's eyes lit up. The second one. The third one. I can't stop at all. Senior, serve the food. At this time, Lin Sun's call came from the kitchen. Su Qingshi pretended nothing had happened and walked over. Lin Sun looked at the fairy senior who walked in and was about to speak when he suddenly saw a trace of oil stain on the corner of the fairy's mouth. Lin Sun was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? Su Qingshi was puzzled. Lin Sun smiled and said, Senior, did you eat secretly? Su Qingshi's face suddenly froze. Chapter 48, The First Dinner Together. After Su Qingshi's cold glance, Lin Sun no longer dared to mention the cheating incident. The little episode passed quickly, and soon Lin Sun had prepared 2 dishes and a soup. Fried prawns, stir-fried meat with green peppers, and vegetable soup. When she came out of the kitchen, Su Qingshi had already prepared 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks, and the bowls were already filled with rice. Obviously, she had also prepared Lin Sun's portion. Lin Sun sat opposite Ingeshi. For some reason, he felt a little nervous. It's my first time having dinner alone with my fairy senior, who understands family members. His hands are shaking when he holds the chopsticks. What should I do? Su Qingshi glanced at him and said, the shrimp is well cooked. You should try it too. As she spoke, she picked up a shrimp and put it into the bowl in front of Lin Sun. Thank you, senior. Lin Sun was flattered. Eat it. Although there were only 2 dishes and a soup, and the 2 did not say much, the atmosphere was inexplicably warm. Lin Sun had an illusion that this scene was like the 2 of them were already an old married couple. Obviously, the 2 of them are not even a couple. Not to mention Lin Sun, even Su Qingshi had this feeling. Usually when she was alone, she cooked for herself. The taste was average, but she could handle it. In addition, she played with her phone while eating, so a meal would take her more than half an hour. But now, Su Qingshi suddenly felt that time pass so quickly when she was having a serious meal. She even felt that her appetite was surprisingly good today, and she had the urge to keep eating. The cooking is good, and the taste is okay. Sukinsi sadendi prast. Lin Sun's eyes lit up. He thought the food he cooked was not to the fairy's taste. Then eat more, senior. Yeah, you too. The 2 dishes were neither too much nor too little, and the 2 of them finished them quickly. Lin Sun still had an unsatisfied look on his face, even though he had already eaten the takeaway. He also had a good appetite when eating with his favorite goddess. I'll go wash the dishes. Lin Sun quickly packed up the dishes and walked towards the kitchen. Even though I had only been here for over an hour, I was already familiar with the place and treated it like my own home. Sukinsi smiled fondly. What should she do with this feeling of fulfillment? However, Su Qingshi couldn't possibly let Lin Sun do everything alone. He was the one who cooked and washed the dishes, which made it seem like she wasn't helping at all. Let me help you. Lin Sun turned around and smiled. Fairy hands should avoid touching water. At least that's the case when I'm around. Su Qingshi pursed her lips and smiled. I'm not that precious. Let me wash it. She rolled up her sleeves, revealing her white arms, and was about to join in washing the dishes. But as soon as she stepped in, her foot suddenly slipped and she lost her balance. Ah! Even though she was a fairy, she subconsciously let out a soft cry. Lin Sun was quick to act and quickly held onto the fairy senior's slender waist, forcing it to stabilize. Are you okay, senior? Lin Sun's somewhat anxious voice came. Su Qingshi reacted and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, if it weren't for Lin Sun, she would have been bruised or in pain for a few days after falling. Thanks. Only then did Su Qingshi notice that the boy's big hands were on her waist. The two big hands just held her waist. The hot temperature passed through the clothes to her skin, making her face instantly turn a bright red. Lin Sun also noticed this, and his breathing quickened. The blushing face of the senior sister caused him a critical hit. However, Lin Sun still knew his limits. If he really did something rogue, the senior student would probably feel disgusted with him. He whispered, Senior, the ground is too slippery. Don't come in. I'll help you out. Yes. But only she herself knew that her heart was not as calm as it appeared, and her heart was beating very fast. Lin Sun carefully stroked Su Qingshi out of the kitchen, let go of her, and said with a smile, Senior sister, go to the sofa and rest for a while. I will wash it. Su Qingshi also realized it and nodded. Then thank you for your help. No trouble. Lin Sun took a few minutes to finally wash the dishes, then clean the kitchen before walking out. In the living room, Su Qingshi was looking down at her phone, a little absent-minded. Lin Sun looked down at her profile. Su Qingshi's profile was very beautiful, especially when her hair was tied up, revealing her fair neck. Her profile, neck, and collarbone were so breathtakingly beautiful. Her figure is far better than her peers, and her perfect curves are simply too foul. She looks like she came out of a comic book. Lin Sun had never seen such a beautiful girl. The fairy senior sister is so beautiful that his heart is moved. What are you looking at? A light voice sounded, bringing Lin Sun back to his senses. He said, Senior, I should go back. He was already very satisfied to be dragged to her residence by the fairy senior to take a shower, change clothes, and have a meal. Just now, when he was washing dishes, he saw that the rain outside the window had stopped. Su Qingshi paused, then nodded. Be careful on the road. Lin Sun nodded. Okay, senior sister, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Tomorrow, he hopes to see her. Su Qingshi nodded and replied softly, see you tomorrow. Lin Sun left the apartment building. Su Qingshi sat on the sofa, looking at the empty house, and suddenly she felt her heart was empty as well. In the past, when she was alone, she would do what she had to do and rest at the right time, without thinking about anything else. But today, this junior student only stayed here for less than 2 hours, but he made her feel that her life had become more colorful and warmer and more beautiful. However, with the departure of the young man, this atmosphere was also taken away. Well, this kid cooks well. Let him cook next time. Shaking her head, Su Qingshi stood up. When she passed the bathroom, she stopped. Looking at the wet men's clothes in the washing machine, Su Qingshi raised the corners of her mouth. This idiot doesn't even want his clothes? After Lin Sun came out of the building, he did not rush to take a taxi, but walked towards the downtown area. He looked back in the direction of the apartment building, then took out his mobile phone, took a picture, turned on the location, and saved the screenshot. After doing all this, Lin Sun left with satisfaction. At this moment, a young man passed by him. Lin Sun couldn't help but look back at the other person out of curiosity, because the young man was very handsome and tall, even taller than him, and had a strong aura, like a male star. He was a handsome guy that people could not help but pay attention to. More importantly, Lin Sun always felt that he had seen him somewhere before. Under Lin Sun's gaze, the handsome young man walked into the apartment building. Lin Sun was surprised. Does he also live in that building? Without thinking much, Lin Sun turned and left. After he turned around, a puzzled, handsome face popped out from inside the apartment building. This guy is kind of handsome, but a little dark. I guess he's not Shursher's type. Chapter 49, Goodbye. We are strangers. When Lin Sun returned to school, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. The moment he entered the campus, Lin Sun's restless heart gradually calmed down. Yeah. Suddenly, Lin Sun jumped up and clenched his fist and swung it hard. The classmates who passed by all looked at him with concern for the mentally retarded. Lin Sun felt a little embarrassed, then walked happily towards the dormitory. On the way back, Lin Sun always felt like he had forgotten something. But what did you forget? Forget it. Don't think about it anymore. I'll think about it when I get back. 10 minutes later. Lin Sun, can you explain why my fried chicken burger didn't show up? My taro paste Bobo doesn't want Bobo milk tea, and I also want an explanation. Lin Sun looked at Lu Gang and Wu De, who had forced him into a corner with an embarrassed look on his face. I didn't mean to forget to bring you something. Damn it, he ate so much that he forgot to bring the midnight snack he promised to his roommate. As we all know, if you forget to bring warmth to your son in the dormitory, they will hate you for days. Brother Lin, I'm not saying anything harsh about you, but you're like a different person when you come back from outside. This outfit doesn't seem to be the same as before. Lu Gang looked Lin Sun up and down as if he was looking at a panda. Hey, look at your radiant face. Could it be that you went out with the goddess? Wu De also showed a teasing smile. Lin Sun chuckled. What do you mean by flirting? There is still nothing innocent between us. Lu Gang looked at him in surprise. So, you really want to pick up the school beauty? The entire dormitory knows about the ambiguous relationship between Lin Sun and the school belle. Although Lin Sun has not confirmed the relationship yet, the latter has not denied the fact that he likes the school belle. Therefore, the only person who could make Lin Sun look like a pervert was the famous campus beauty of Soochow University. Lin Sun nodded shyly. It took 3 hours to pick someone up? Oh, wasn't it raining too hard? We were all soaked, so we went to the house rented by our senior sister and took a simple shower and had a meal. That's it. Simple. Lu Gang and Wu De looked at each other and then fell silent. You call this simple? Is there a heterosexual person in the entire Nanjing University who could be treated like this by the campus belle? I'm afraid there isn't even one. What Lin Sun called simple was as difficult as ascending to heaven in their eyes. It's to Versailles. Not long after, Go Xingli came back. To everyone's surprise, this guy also came back with a change of clothes. Did he find love too? Lu Gang asked tentatively. Brother Go, what are you doing? Go Xingli suddenly waved his hand and said, Sons, I hereby announce that I am officially no longer single today. What? I know. Is it true or false? How did you find a girlfriend? The three of them had question marks on their faces. Go Xingli smiled proudly and said, Of course it was on that stormy night, brother. It turned out that Go Xingli really took an umbrella to pick up the girl. He originally planned to pick up the girl in his class, but he happened to meet a girl who fell on the side of the road, so he went to help her. In order to thank Go Xingli, the girl took him to her dormitory. Go Xingli only then found out that the girl was a senior in college, preparing for an internship. She lived in the staff dormitory, had an independent dormitory, and usually worked a part-time job at school. After changing clothes in the staff dormitory, Go Xingli used his emotional intelligence comparable to that of Einstein and stayed in other people's dormitory until now. So, your love came from the wind? Lu Gang said with a strange look on his face. Go Xingli glared and said, What do you know? This is love. Ilov nima mapi. Lin Sun suddenly asked, Brother Go, have you asked for each other's contact information? Go Xingli, who was looking very proud, suddenly froze. Contact information? Yes. Since we can chat well, why not add each other as friends? Lin Sun said as a matter of course. After a few seconds, 307 let out a wail. Ha! I'm dying of laughter. You spent the entire night chatting naked and didn't even ask for my contact information. You're amazing. This, Brother Go. I'm sorry, Brother Go. I really don't want to laugh. Ha! My condolences. You deserve better. Go Xingli looked as if he had lost all desire in life. He didn't even ask for WeChat. Just left in such a cool way. Ouch. Why? Why is this happening? Does he really not deserve love? In the end, Go Xingli accepted this fact. Fortunately, I am still innocent. The three of them were collectively speechless. The next morning, Class 201 gathered to receive their books. After the military training, all that's left is classes. For people were walking on the school road, holding thick books. Hey, look, beautiful girl. Go Xingli pointed in one direction with excitement on his face. Lin Sun and others were speechless. This guy returned to his old ways the day after his breakup. He was really extraordinary. I said, can you spend some time exercising? You look at beauties every day. Your body must be empty, right? Lu Gang couldn't help but complain in his heart. But he looked in the direction Go Xingli was looking. Hiss! What a beauty! Lin Sun said speechlessly. Is it really that beautiful? He also looked in the direction and was suddenly stunned. It's not that he was stunned by the beauty like the other two people, but he knew that beauty. At this time, the beautiful woman seemed to have noticed him as well, so she walked towards him. 370 others were somewhat surprised and delighted. This beautiful woman walked towards them with a clear purpose. Could it be that? Lin Sun, long time no see. Go Xingli and the other two. They stared at Lin Sun as if they had seen a ghost, as if asking, Brother Lin, do you know this beauty? It's strange. Why are all the girls Brother Lin knows so high quality? Lin Sun ignored his roommate's question and nodded calmly. Long time no see. So you are also in Nanjing University. The beautiful girl in front of him was Su Qing. At this moment, Su Qing was wearing a long-sleeved yellow skirt and her hair was tied into a bun. With a height of about 1.6 meters, she had a well-proportioned body and was full of youthful vitality. Su Qing looked at the sunny boy in front of her, hesitated for a moment, and then said, Do you have time tonight? I want to treat you to dinner. Oh shit. So proactive? Just asked me out for dinner? Is this the charm of good looks? The three roommates were all a little crazy. Lin Sun frowned, then said indifferently, Student Su, we are not that familiar with each other, so I'm sorry. Su Qing was startled. She looked at Lin Sun in confusion. Lin Sun, when did we become so unfamiliar with each other that we can't even have a meal together? Lin Sun shook his head, not wanting to waste time with her, and said to his roommate, Let's go. After saying that, he left first. It was the first time for the three of them to see Brother Lin being so aloof. They looked at each other in surprise, somewhat curious. Brother Lin doesn't seem to be very friendly to this girl. Lu Gang and Wu Da both silently walked around Su Qing and followed happily. Go Xingli glared at Su Qing and said, I'm telling you, my brother Lin already has someone he likes. Although you are beautiful, it is impossible for you to be with Brother Lin. I advise you to learn your lesson. After saying that, he turned around handsomely and trotted after her. Su Qing silently looked at Lin Sun's back, her eyes dim, and she seemed a little lonely being alone. Chapter 50 Gu Yinyan's phone call. For Lin Sun, meeting Su Qing was just a small episode. He returned to the dormitory and started turning on the computer. Lin Sun only plays games when he is bored, and he is very bad at it. Every time he wants to invite his roommates to form a team, he is rejected. Brother Lin, how did you get to know that beautiful lady? Go Xingli suddenly came over with a bag of potato chips in his hand. Lin Sun paused, then immediately turned off the computer. At the same time, Lu Gang next to him also handed over melon seeds and snacks, and Wu Da came over happily. Lin Sun shook his head and sighed. It's all in the past. She was my high school classmate, right? You like her? Lin Sun said calmly. I did like it before. And then, later, she got together with a rich second-generation guy. Fuck, is this so ridiculous? After I slapped that rich second-generation guy in the face, they broke up again. Hiss, is she planning to chase you back now? Impossible. She is a very arrogant person, and I have already drawn a clear line between her and me. Next time any of you meet her, well, I mean just ignore her. Oh no, I was planning to pursue her, but I didn't expect she would be such a person. It really breaks my heart. Go Xingli sighed. Lu Gang glanced at him and said, You want to chase after everyone you meet. The harm is gone. Go Xingli took a pack of tissues and happily went to the toilet. Others were also doing their own things. At this moment, Lin Sun's cell phone suddenly rang. He took it out and saw that it was a video call from his mother. After the call was connected, Gu Yinyan's mature face appeared on the phone, looking at him with a smile. Son, how is your college life? Lin Sun smiled and said, Very good, Mom. Then he realized that the place where his mother was a bit high-end, not like at home, and he was immediately confused. Mom, are you out? Gu Yinyan smiled and said, No, Mom is at home now. At home? Lin Sun paused. Then he realized what was happening and asked in surprise. You guys haven't moved back to Tainzixuan number 1, have you? Bingo! Correct answer. Gu Yinyan turned on the rear camera of her mobile phone so that Lin Sun could see the decoration of the house. How is it, son? Isn't this villa nice? Lin Sun nodded in amazement. It was indeed quite nice, like a royal palace, with with all kinds of famous paintings and antiques. It was even bigger than the villa he lived in Liangsheng, and much more magnificent. Is this his headquarters? This is only in the living room. Zixuan number 1 is very big, bigger than you can imagine. By the way, will you come back during the National Day holiday? Gu Yin turned the camera and asked. Lin Sun thought about it, then nodded. Go back. The National Day is also a short holiday. I will go back home to spend it. Okay. Then how about our family of 3 going on a trip? Gu Yin immediately showed an excited smile. Lin Sun smiled. Okay, I'll do as you say. For so many years, he hasn't been able to go out and relax with his family. Traveling with his family is a luxury for him. That's good. It's a happy decision. By the way, son, how was your conversation with that girl? When Lin Sun heard this, he felt a little embarrassed. Mom, why are you so troublesome? Gu Yin said seriously. What's wrong? This is related to my future daughter-in-law. How can I not worry about it? And your emotional intelligence is not as good as your father's. It would be a pity if you scare the girl away. Lin Sun. Is he so unbearable? Shaking his head, Lin Sun said helplessly. Mom, she and I have been on good terms recently. We can be considered good friends. Even if she's a good friend, that girl is so pretty, she must be the campus belle in the university, right? Gu Yin asked teasingly. Lin Sun nodded seriously. Yes, senior sister is very popular in Nanjing University. Then you'd better hurry up. You should use the pocket money your parents gave you and your family's background, or else someone else will get there first. Gu Yin advised. Lin Sun nodded. I understand, Mom. His parents gave him a considerable amount of pocket money when he started school, but he has not used even 1% of it so far. Oh, it's really troublesome to have a wealthy family. There is so much money that I don't know how to spend it. Lin Sun had already made plans when he was in high school. As soon as he entered college, he would immediately find a part-time job to earn living expenses and reduce the burden on his family. He didn't expect that God would play such a joke on him. By the way, don't be afraid if you make mistakes in school. Just go to the principal if you have any problems. The principal has some money relationship with your dad. Gu Yin suddenly said. Lin Sun was stunned. When did Dad know the president of Nanjing University? Gu Yin chuckled and said, your dad wanted to take better care of you at school, so he donated a few buildings to the school in your name. Lin Sun. Good guy. Dad has always been very strict about donating buildings. To be honest, it was impossible for Lin Sun not to be moved. His parents have silently given so much for him, and he must repay them. After chatting with his mother for a while, Lin Sun hung up the phone. After a moment of silence, he opened WeChat and clicked on the chat page of the fairy senior. Lin Sun. Animated expression. What is the fairy doing? I thought the other party would not reply, but the next second, fairy senior. Animated expression, Buddha girl. Lin Sun's face suddenly showed a hint of surprise. Senior sister. Where are you? Fairy senior. Shopping with Jiang Yunxiao. Fairy senior. Picture. Lin Sun clicked on the picture. In the picture, there were the shadows of 2 girls, one wearing a skirt and the other wearing shorts. Just from the shadows, you could tell that they were very beautiful. Lin Sun. Do you need any labor? There was silence for half a minute before replying to the new message. Fairy senior. Jiang Yunxiao needs it. Jiang Yunxiao. Okay. How do we play? Lin Sun was delighted and quickly changed his shoes. Brother Lin, where are you going? Lu Gang was exercising with dumbbells, and seeing Lin Sun in a hurry, he asked curiously. Lin Sun chuckled and said, Senior asked me to go shopping. Lu Gang opened his mouth wide. Are you serious? Lin Sun nodded proudly. Of course. Although I went there to help carry things, it was the senior who asked me to go after all. So it's reasonable to call in an appointment, right? 6. Dad, I'm leaving first. Roll! Not long after Lin Sun left, Go Xingli limped out with a tissue in his hand. Do you have polio? Lu Gang looked at him with amusement. Go Xingli's face turned pale. I'm so tired from squatting. By the way, where's Brother Lin? Oh, he just went out. He said he was going shopping with the school beauty. Shopping, huh? With whom? The campus beauty of Soochow University. 6. Chapter 51 Shopping. There is a large shopping mall about 2 kilometers to the right of the north gate of Nanda University. Lin Sun took a taxi and arrived there in just a few minutes. According to the location given by the senior, Lin Sun found them in a Mishuai City restaurant. Junior brother. When Jiang Yunxiao saw Lin Sun, his eyes lit up immediately. He's getting more and more handsome. Lin Sun greeted her shyly. Hello, senior sister Jiang. He looked at Su Qingshi, his eyes brightened. Senior. Su Qingshi nodded slightly and handed Lin Sun a cup of milk tea that had been ordered. Thanks. Lin Sun took the milk tea, which felt cool to his hands and undoubtedly helped to relieve some of the heat. Senior sister is so considerate. What should I do if I like my senior more? Senior, didn't you buy anything? Lin Sun asked curiously. He noticed that there was nothing under the two women's feet. Jiang Yunxiao said leisurely. You don't have to buy things when you go shopping. We are just here to relax. Lin Sun looked at Su Qingshi, who tilted his head slightly and looked at the scenery outside the window. Lin Sun smiled knowingly. The three of them sat in the milk tea shop for about half an hour. After drinking, they went back to the mall again. It was basically Jiang Yunxiao and Su Qingshi who were walking around, and Lin Sun followed behind them. The two girls' looks were so eye-catching that they had become the focus of the entire shopping mall. Many eyes were on Su Qingshi. There was no way around it. The goddess was too beautiful and had an inexplicable fairy-like aura. What a beautiful girl. Is the one in the skirt a fairy? She's not as pretty as the pictures on the internet, right? Her looks are so pretty. The other one is not bad either. She's pretty and has a hot body. She's my type. These two beauties can make my roommate become mentally retarded. How should I approach someone like this to show that I am graceful? I need a military advisor online. You must be kidding. Even the military advisor can be caught as a black base. Most of the people's attention was on Su Qingshi and the other girl. But Lin Sun was not noticed by anyone because he was following behind the two girls at a safe distance of 2 or 3 meters. At first glance, it seemed as if he didn't know them. Even if someone noticed him, they would think he was the younger brother of one of the two girls. Lin Sun's appearance was very outstanding among boys. He was sunny, handsome, energetic, and a little bit honest. Brother, can you add me on WeChat? Lin Sun, who was about to catch up with Su Qingshi, was suddenly stopped by two girls. The two girls were dressed somewhat revealingly, with part of their belly buttons showing and their short skirts revealing a pair of long white legs, which was quite cool. They looked okay because they were wearing heavy makeup. However, Lin Sun obviously didn't want to pay attention, so he raised his hand to stop her and said, Sorry. Hey, little brother, you're so handsome. Would you like to get to know me? You're a junior at City Vocational School, right? We're also from City Vocational School. A girl stepped forward to Lin Sun and smiled with squinted eyes. Lin Sun subconsciously took a step back and said nervously, Well, you misunderstood. I am from Nanjing University. Oh, so you're from Nanjing University? Hee hee, so cool. You're handsome and a top student. Add your contact information. The girl is very brave and obviously a veteran. How can Lin Sun be her match? Just when he was getting anxious, the girls in front of him were suddenly pulled away, and Jiang Yunxiao suddenly appeared, protecting Lin Sun behind him, staring at the two girls. You two, how dare you hook up with me in broad daylight? Lin Sun. Two girls. Su Qingshi, who was walking to Lin Sun's side, suddenly had several black lines on her face. You, who are you? The girl didn't expect Jiang Yunxiao to be so domineering and said guiltily. Jiang Yunxiao raised the corner of his mouth. Who do you care who I am? You can't touch this brother. Why? He's not your boyfriend. That's right, everyone has a chance. You guys should also have a first-come, first-served basis, right? Su Qingshi glanced at the two girls with a look as if she was looking at a clown. Senior, has Senior Jiang always been so domineering? Lin Sun carefully leaned close to Su Qingshi's ear and asked in a low voice. The boy's breath hit her face and Su Qingshi's ears turned red, but she said calmly, She has always been a mess. Leave it to her. Lin Sun nodded and stood obediently beside the senior. Feels so safe. Jiang Yunxiao laughed angrily. What do you mean by first come first served? Girls, you are still too young. Don't think you can come out and chat with me just because you are dressed like a queen. Go away and don't make yourself look bad. What do you mean? The two girls immediately asked angrily. Jiang Yunxiao picked his ears and said casually, Take a good look at us. What do we look like? She also deliberately pointed at Su Qingshi, who had a calm expression. The two girls' faces froze, and they became a little unconfident. So what? Jiang Yunxiao said with a smile. So what do you think? Does junior brother like us too? Or you too? As she spoke, she puffed out her full chest. Sister Xiong, you guys can do whatever you want. The two girls blushed. They didn't expect the other party to be so skilled in magic. They were immediately suppressed. There was nothing they could do. No matter how they filled it up, it was not as big as the other parties. And the other party looked completely natural. Helplessly, the two girls could only walk away in shame. Humph. I don't know if I'm A or B in a fight with my sister. Jiang Yunxiao shook her long wavy hair proudly. Lin Sun was stunned. Is this okay? Is Jiang Yunxiao so open-minded? It seemed like he had a new understanding of senior sister Jiang. Basic operation. Just get used to it. Beside him, Su Qingshi said lightly. Lin Sun chuckled. Little brother, what's wrong with you? Why can't you see when I turn around? When you are surrounded by bad guys, can't you shout so that we can rescue you in time? Jiang Yunxiao spoke to Lin Xuandao in an educating tone. Lin Sun scratched his head. Thank you, Senior Jiang. You look so handsome just now. As he said this, he gave a thumbs up. Jiang Yunxiao's face was a little hot. All right, there's no need to mention this matter anymore. Now that I think about it, it seems like I didn't have enough time to restrain myself. I made a fool of myself in front of my junior classmates. Jiang Yunxiao suddenly glanced at her best friend, who was trying to hold back her laughter. She glared at her with her big eyes and was so angry that her chest hurt. Well, you're still laughing? Who am I doing this for? Isn't it to help you save your little lover? Su Qingshi received the signal, and the corners of her mouth slowly smoothed out. Well, since you performed well, I won't laugh at you this time. Su Qingshi looked at Lin Sun and tilted her head. He is indeed handsome. Jiang Yunxiao. Lin Sun chuckled. Thank you for the compliment, senior. Su Qingshi said calmly. Let's go and continue shopping. The three of them went shopping again, but this time, at Su Qingshi's request, Lin Sun walked side by side with them. This made Lin Sun feel very happy. It seems that the senior student doesn't mind getting close to me in front of everyone. Chapter 52, Catch the Doll. The second floor of the mall is mainly entertainment venues, with slides and toys for children. At this time, Lin Sun was looking at the scene in front of him with curiosity. In front of him was a row of claw machines. Jiang Yunxiao and Su Qingshi each held 5 coins. The former had a determined look on his face, as if he was going to the battlefield. I just don't believe that a little kid can stump me. The talented Jiang Yunxiao inserted the coin, pressed the button, grabbed the joystick, and shook it, all in one smooth movement, as if he was adapting. Su Qingshi looked at the doll in the claw machine. Her pretty eyebrows slightly frowned, and she used the knowledge she had learned to calculate which angle was the best. Soon, Jiang Yunxiao took action. She held the joystick and sent her claws above a pink bunny. After that, she adjusted the position slightly. Haha, hit it right on the mark. Got it right in one try, no doubt about it. A look of joy appeared on Jiang Yunxiao's face, and then he pressed the button without hesitation. The claw dropped vertically and quickly grabbed the pink bunny. Jiang Yunxiao and Su Qingshi both became a little nervous. Not to mention them, even the bystander Lin Sun clenched his fists. He grabbed the rabbit with his claws and lifted himself into the air, but he slipped down less than 10 centimeters. Oh my God! What does that mean? Jiang Yunxiao opened his eyes wide, with an expression of doubt about life. Could it be that the claws are too slippery? Su Qingshi said that she saw the whole thing just now, and there was no problem with the angle, it just slipped for a moment. I just don't believe this. Jiang Yunxiao was so angry that he threw the second coin. The second time, missed. The third time, missed. The fourth time, almost there. The fifth time, when I came back, I fell right next to the exit. Jiang Yunxiao was like a deflated ball. I don't want to play anymore. It's too difficult. Su Qingshi silently took her place, but she hesitated for a long time and still didn't take action. What's wrong, senior? Lin Sun came up to her and asked softly. Su Qingshi said calmly, this is my first time playing with this thing. I'm wondering which angle to use. Lin Sun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was the first time he saw the fairy senior being interested in this kind of thing. In his opinion, fairies and things like claw machines were completely incompatible. Now it seemed that he was too careless. Those who like claw machines are not necessarily fairies. Fairies don't necessarily dislike claw machines. Well, full understanding. About half a minute later, Su Qingshi put in the first coin. Imitating Jiang Yunxiao's actions just now, she first tried to grab the joystick and swing it a few times, and then started moving. The Fairy Senior's operation was very steady, basically in one step, and soon, she controlled her claws to land on a yellow bear. Lin Sun glanced at the little bear, thoughtfully. Su Qingshi narrowed her beautiful eyes and then pressed the button. There is no doubt that after her calculations, she successfully caught the yellow bear. But just as she was holding the teddy bear and moving towards the exit, just like what happened to Jiang Yunxiao, she fell beside the door. So Qinsi fell silent. Seeing this, Lin Sun quickly comforted her. It's okay, senior sister, it's good enough for the first time. It's already comparable to senior sister Zhang's 5th time. Jiang Yunxiao on the side. Are you polite? Su Qingshi inserted the coin again. Her target was still the little bear, but unfortunately, she failed to catch it after 3 attempts. Lin Sun inexplicably felt that the air pressure around him was a little low. Sure, let's not play this anymore. This thing is just a lie. Jiang Yunxiao also noticed it. She took her best friend's arm and said, let's go look at the clothes. Su Qingshi glanced at Jiang Yunxiao indifferently. Then her eyes fell on the claw machine with a hint of doubt in her eyes. Is it really because she is too inexperienced? It was the first time she failed, and she fell on a small claw machine. Thinking of this, her temperament, which was already a little suffocated, suddenly became a little colder. I still have 1 coin left. Once it's used up, I won't play anymore. Jiang Yunxiao could only retreat obediently after hearing that. Even she would tremble in fear at her aloof best friend. She could understand, after all. She was also very angry just now. When Lin Sun saw Su Qingshi putting in the coins, he was so excited that he could not wait to make a desperate move. The opponent was obviously no longer so calm and would definitely not be able to catch her. So he suddenly squeezed next to Su Qingshi and grabbed the joystick first. Senior, how about I catch the last one? Su Qingshi glanced at the boy next to her in surprise. Can you do it? Lin Sun had a serious expression and said in a serious tone. Senior sister, you can't say that a boy is not good enough. Su Qingshi was stunned. Puchi. Jiang Yunxiao burst out laughing when he heard that. Su Qingshi glanced at her. Jiang Yunxiao immediately covered his mouth. Doghead, save your life. Su Qingshi thought about it, then nodded. Then come on. Lin Sun took a deep breath. He looked at the claw machine. His eyes became more serious, and his temperament changed suddenly. Su Qingshi, who noticed this scene, looked at Lin Sun with some surprise. This little brother's aura can actually change. He looks a bit domineering like a little man. But she didn't realize that she was now very close to Lin Sun, their elbows almost touching. She looked at Lin Sun, and her eyes subconsciously no longer had a cold look, but instead had a girlish tenderness and innocence, just like the way a girl looks at her boyfriend. Jiang Yunxiao was also shocked by this scene. She quietly took out her cell phone and took a picture of this scene. Looking at the man and woman on the phone, Jiang Yunxiao's eyes lit up. This is too sweet. Well, my photography skills are really good. If this photo were to be released, I'm afraid that Junior Lin Sun would be hacked to death, right? Hiss. It's exciting just thinking about it. Lin Sun stared at the claw on the claw machine intently, his hands moving nonstop, getting closer and closer to the yellow bear. At this time, the little bear's position was already very off, and after Su Qingshi's several attempts to grab it, its posture was not very regular, so it was difficult to hold it tightly. However, Lin Sun did not give up, because this was what the fairy senior wanted, so he had to catch it and give it to her. The little bear had a big head and a small body, so Lin Sun set his target on the little bear's dog head. Oh no, the bear head. Click OK. The claw fell and grabbed the bear's head very accurately. At the same time, Lin Sun suddenly pressed the button a few more times quickly, and the little bear was caught. Su Qingshi and Jiang Yunxiao's eyes suddenly lit up. Under the gaze of the 3 people, the little bear finally fell into the long-awaited cave entrance. Success! Fuck! Oh my god! Jiang Yunxiao exclaimed immediately. Success! Su Qingshi raised her eyebrows and raised a corner of her mouth. Amazing. Hey! Lin Sun laughed foolishly twice. Then he took out the little bear that had fallen out and handed it to the senior sister. Senior sister, this is for you. Su Qingshi took it and said softly, thank you. Although she bought the coins, he was the one who picked up the doll. So, this can be considered a gift from him to her, right? The gift is very good. I like it very much. Chapter 53, The Goddess in a Short Skirt. Since Lin Sun caught the doll in one go, Jiang Yunxiao spent a large amount of money and bought 5 more coins, giving them all to Lin Sun to catch. Little brother, you have to grab a doll for me. Okay, Senior Jiang. Watch me. Under Lin Sun's operation, he used 5 coins to pick up 2 dolls in total, which was considered a good record. There were 3 dolls in total, just one for each person, and all 3 of them were very satisfied. The next stop was a clothing store. Lin Sun, holding the doll, followed the 2 girls happily, listening to their conversation. Jiang Yinxiao likes some clothes very much, but doesn't want to buy all of them. She has a kind of decision-making difficulty. Every time she tries on clothes, you can see her joy in the mirror. Lin Sun was undoubtedly feasting his eyes during this process, because most of the clothes chosen by Jiang Yunxiao exposed her arms and legs, and she had an excellent figure, tall and slender, so Lin Sun was a little afraid to look directly at her when she changed into them. Senior, don't you have any clothes you want? Lin Sun looked at Su Qingshi, who didn't really look at the clothes during the process. Su Qingshi said calmly, "It's too revealing." Lin Sun suddenly realized that it seemed that the senior sister was still a very conservative girl. From his impression, the senior sister either wore long skirts or long pants, and was not as open as senior sister Jiang Yunxiao. Jiang Yunxiao took a JK and went into the dressing room. At this time, Su Qingshi suddenly looked at Lin Sun and asked, "Do you like to see girls wearing revealing clothes?" Lin Sun was shocked when he heard this and quickly shook his head with a strong desire to survive. "No, no. Senior sister, why do you think so?" Su Qingshi said calmly. "When Jiang Jiang came out after changing her clothes, you watched her a lot." Lin Sun broke out in a cold sweat, and his smile was uglier than crying. Isn't this what Senior Jiang asked me to comment on? What's wrong with the fairy senior? Why does she sound like she's questioning me? Is she jealous? Lin Sun asked curiously. "Senior, don't you like me looking at other girls?" Su Qingshi's face froze, and then she turned her head away awkwardly. "Who are you looking at? What does it have to do with me?" Lin Sun's eyes lit up. "Senior sister, can I think you're being arrogant?" Su Qingshi cast a cold gaze upon him. Lin Sun smiled and said, "Senior sister is so cute." Goo. Su Qingshi twitched the corner of her mouth. This junior was becoming more and more arrogant. He even dared to use the word cute to describe her. Is she cute? She has a cold and aloof personality, which has nothing to do with cuteness, okay? At this time, Jiang Yunxiao came out after changing his clothes. She was wearing a short JK skirt, the hem of which only covered 2/3 of her thighs, revealing a pair of long white legs. Her upper body was a little tight, revealing her curves, which was very charming. Hee hee, if I wore this at school, I'd seduce so many men. Jiang Yunxiao said narcissistically. Su Qingshi glanced at Lin Sun, who tactfully shifted his gaze when Jiang Yunxiao came out. She was a little amused. Did this junior care so much about what she said? She didn't even dare to look at him now. "Okay, that's enough." A somewhat doting tone, Lin Sun chuckled and looked at Su Qingshi with bright eyes. The latter looked away somewhat unnaturally. At this time, Jiang Yunxiao said, Sure, how about you try it too?" His tone was somewhat seductive. "I have never seen you in a uniform before. I'm sure it would look good on you with your figure." As soon as these words came out, Su Qingshi immediately rejected them. "No. Well, just try it. It's really comfortable to wear. I think you'll like it too, right?" Jiang Yunxiao signaled Lin Sun with his eyes. Lin Sun immediately imagined the fairy senior sister wearing clothes, plus a pair of black stockings. It's over. My blood pressure is soaring." He nodded quickly. Yes. "Poochie." Jiang Yunxiao burst into laughter. "Junior, could you please tone it down a bit?" Su Qingshi looked at Lin Sun with a half-smile. "Do you like watching it?" Lin Sun then realized that he seemed to be embarrassed, and his mouth twitched. "Well, what? Wait me a moment." Su Qingshi spoke lightly, took a set of clothes, and went into the dressing room. Jiang Yunxiao and Lin Sun stared at the scene blankly, their mouths opened into an O shape. "Oh my God! What's going on? Am I dreaming?" Jiang Yunxiao felt like his brain wasn't enough. How could the aloof and domineering beauty from Su University, the campus beauty, agree to wear a JK suit so easily? She had suggested to her best friend to wear a short skirt before, but was rejected every time. However, now she agreed for the first time. So, Lin Sun was also a little slow to react. It seemed that the fairy senior sister went in with a JK. "Junior, why do you think Sure has become a different person?" Jiang Yunxiao asked Lin Sun in confusion. Lin Sun was speechless and said, "Senior sister, you and she are roommates in the same dormitory. If you don't know, how should I know?" Jiang Yunxiao scratched his head. A few minutes later, the door of the dressing room was opened, and a beautiful figure attracted everyone's attention. Lin Sun stared blankly at the girl in front of him and forgot what to say for a moment. Fuck! This time, Jiang Yunxiao couldn't control himself and burst out cursing. Standing in the dressing room was Su Qingshi, who had changed into a JK miniskirt. At this moment, she was standing at the door of the dressing room with an unnatural look on her face, as if she could return to the dressing room and lock the door at any time. However, she is so breathtakingly beautiful. Her long, thick black hair was draped over her skin was whiter than snow, her eyes were like a pool of clear water, and they emitted bright starlight like stars. The uniform she wore was even more stunning than Jiang Yunxiao's. Many people think that Jiang Yunxiao's figure is better than Su Qingshi's. In fact, it is not the case. It is just because Su Qingshi has always worn skirts, which covers up her proud curves. Now that she is wearing a JK top, her figure can be described as foul. Her curves far exceed those of her peers, and even more prominent than Jiang Yunxiao's. She has a tie at the collar of her uniform, and her beautiful and delicate collarbone is faintly visible under the collar. Her skirt barely covers half of her thighs, and a pair of slender, white and straight long legs are revealed in the air without a trace of fat. If she wears black stockings, it will be the icing on the cake. Her lethality is simply overwhelming. Lin Sun was stunned. Not only him, even Jiang Yunxiao was stunned. It's over. What if she falls in love with a woman? What a nice view. There were other customers in the clothing store. They also noticed Su Qingshi's outfit and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement at her stunning beauty. So beautiful. The reactions of passersby at this time. Passerby A. You bastard. I asked you to go shopping for clothes with me? Are you looking for girls? Passerby A's husband. No, I'm looking at clothes. Passerby B. Does it look good? Do you want me to get her WeChat for you? Passerby B. Honey, I was wrong. Passerby C. He Chong, just watch. Don't even think about getting into my bed tonight. Chapter 54. Wearing a short skirt? Don't you think she's not eye-catching enough? What's that expression on your face? Su Qingshi glanced at Lin Sun and Jiang Yunxiao calmly. Although she looked calm, her hands were clenched. You look so pretty, sure. I was right. Short skirts suit you well. Oh my god! If you wear this on campus, won't Nanjing University explode? Jiang Yunxiao hugged her arms excitedly. Don't even think about it. Are you kidding? Even if she wears a skirt, no one can resist her. Wearing a short skirt? Do you think she's not eye-catching enough? Su Qingshi's gaze shifted and fell on Lin Sun. Does it look good? The reason why she chose to change into this dress on impulse was because, well, she didn't know why. Lin Sun nodded quickly. It's beautiful. Senior sister is definitely the most beautiful girl I have ever seen. His words came from the bottom of his heart, and he felt suffocated for a moment. The senior is so sexy. Su Qingshi gave her a look that said, You're wearing something weird. I'll change it back. No, this is good enough. Why don't we buy it? It's a sister set. Jiang Yunxiao quickly grabbed her best friend. Su Qingshi said calmly, I'm not as thick-skinned as you. Jiang Yunxiao. I also think what Senior said makes sense. This kind of skirt, well, is a bit inconsistent with your temperament. It's fine to wear it at home. You'd better wear a skirt when going out. Lin Sun also gave his opinion seriously. Just kidding, he didn't want his fairy senior sister to appear in the sight of a group of hungry wolves wearing such sexy clothes. Jiang Yunxiao looked at Lin Sun teasingly. I think you were just jealous? Lin Sun's face flushed. No, senior sister Jiang, please don't say anything nonsense. Jiang Yunxiao rolled her eyes and said, Little guy, don't I know you? Su Qingshi said calmly, Okay, I'll change my clothes. Without giving the two people time to react, he turned and went into the changing room. Jiang Yunxiao slapped his head and said, Damn it, I forgot to take a photo. When Lin Sun reacted, he also showed a look of regret. It was the first time for the fairy senior to wear a skirt, but he didn't even take a picture of it. Too careless. Soon, Su Qingshi changed back into a long skirt and instantly transformed from a sexy queen into a gentle goddess. This contrast made Lin Sun a little unable to adapt. Finally, Jiang Yunxiao bought a set of JK short skirts. Seeing this, Lin Sun rushed to pay. Junior, I have money and I won't spend yours. Jiang Yunxiao said with a smile. Lin Sun shook his head. I'll do it, senior sisters, just have fun. Anyway, he has money but has no place to spend it. Besides, how can he let girls spend money when he goes shopping with them? Wow, he is worthy of being the son of the richest man, so generous. Jiang Yunxiao gave a thumbs up. Then she rolled her big eyes and suddenly squinted and smiled. Then you don't mind if I buy another set, do you? Lin Sun was stunned. He glanced at Jiang Yunxiao, who gave him a subtle look. For some reason, Lin Sun understood it immediately. Nodding, "Sure, Senior Jiang." Su Qingshi glanced at her best friend with some displeasure. "That's enough." Jiang Yunxiao laughed and said, "Hey, sure, do you want one?" Su Qingshi refused. "No, I won't wear it." A hint of cunning flashed across Jiang Yunxiao's eyes. "Humph, you will beg me for it in the future." After paying the bill, Lin Sun was still the one carrying the things. Under Jiang Yunxiao's pull, Su Qingshi was speechlessly pulled into a store specializing in skirts. Looking at the various skirts, Lin Sun felt dazzled. But when he thought about the fact that these skirts could be worn by his senior sisters, he had an urge to buy them all. Well, his family should have the ability. Sure, this one suits you. It's too short. What about this? I don't like the color. Look at this one. It looks very elegant. Is that old-fashioned? Do you think I'm your aunt? Ah. Senior, how about this one? At this time, Lin Sun took a skirt from the hanger. The skirt is light white, giving it a simple feel, and the design is relatively conservative. When worn, the hem falls to the calf. Su Qingshi raised her eyebrows, took it and looked at it carefully. Jiang Yunxiao. Well, you didn't even look at how she introduced you, but you got started right away when the junior introduced you. Do you have to treat her so obviously differently? After comparing them in front of her, Su Qingshi commented, "You have a good eye." Lin Sun's eyes lit up. "Then buy it." Su Qingshi hesitated for a moment. Although the skirt was nice, to be honest, she was not very attracted to the style. "Boss, please pack this skirt." Lin Sun quickly called the boss over, fearing that the fairy senior sister would go back on her word. The boss was also afraid that they would go back on their word. So he opened a bag, folded the clothes in 2 seconds and put them in the bag, and handed it to Lin Sun. "Do you need anything else?" Lin Sun quickly took it. "Thank you, we'll take a look." The boss walked away. Su Qingshi looked at him. "Why are you so anxious?" Lin Sun chuckled and said, "Otherwise, you will definitely refuse, senior sister." "Waste of money." "My family is not short of money, senior sister." Su Qingshi was choked and shook her head. The stupid son of a landlord. Jiang Yunxiao, who was standing by, looked at the two of them with a smile on his face. "I suddenly realized that you two look like a couple." Um. Lin Sun and Su Qingshi looked at Jiang Yunxiao in confusion at the same time, then looked at each other and turned their heads away at the same time. "Ha! You guys are so funny. Why don't you just be together?" Jiang Yunxiao burst into laughter. Su Qingshi's face suddenly turned slightly red. She glanced at Jiang Yunxiao calmly and said, "Stop joking. Take a taxi back later." Jiang Yunxiao, "I was wrong, sister." "Take a taxi?" It would cost her several dollars. Wouldn't it be nice to take a ride? Lin Sun was also a little embarrassed and scratched his head. "Let's go back," Su Qingshi said lightly. The group had been strolling around for a few hours, and it was almost time to go back. Lin Sun immediately went to pay the bill. Soon, they came to a roadside where Su Qingshi's car was parked. Senior, get in the car." "Okay." Su Qingshi was the driver, Lin Sun was the co-pilot, and Jiang Yunxiao sat in the back seat with a pile of luggage. "Can I ask why I'm not the passenger seat?" she asked expressionlessly. Su Qingshi glanced at her indifferently through the rearview mirror. "Give you a look and experience it yourself." Jiang Yunxiao, "Okay, I value women over friendship." Lin Sun didn't say anything, just smiled shyly, then lowered his head. His roommate sent him a message. "The most beautiful group, 307. Your father is Lu Gang. Brother Lin, come back and bring some food. Go Shun is not go. I want 1, 2, 3 tails with boiled chicken and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Wuda, I'm fine with it. Go Shun is not go. Thanks to Godfather. Your father is Lu Gang. +1. Wuda, Maizun. Who are you chatting with so intently?" The voice of the fairy senior suddenly came. Lin Sun said, "Oh, it's my roommate." Su Qingshi nodded and gave her junior a strange look. Just now she noticed that there was a hint of satisfaction and helplessness on the face of her junior. Lin Sun, "Well, As a competent father, it is my duty to bring meals to my sons in the dormitory. Chapter 55, First Lesson of School. Sons, Daddy is back. When Lin's son returned to the dormitory, it was time for dinner. At a shout, several sons came running over. Oh, Godfather, I missed you so much. Come, give me a kiss. Go Shengli pounced over and was about to put his thick lips on Lin's son's face. Bang! Lin's son slapped him expressionlessly. Rebellion. How dare you rebel against your superiors? When Lu Gang was sharing food with his roommate, he suddenly asked in surprise, Brother Lin, did you buy this doll? It turned out that in addition to the food, Lin Sun also had a doll in his hand. Lin Sun said proudly, Of course I caught him. What are you doing with this thing? A grown man? Lu Gang asked in confusion. He usually doesn't play with these kids' stuff, he only plays with guns. Oh, I caught it with my seniors. Oh, my luck wasn't very good. I only won 3 out of 5 coins. Lin Sun said with a smile. Lu Gang was speechless. Why didn't I see any pity in your expression? Instead, you looked so smug. I admire you so much that you can actually have fun with your senior sister. Brother Lin, you're awesome. Go Shengli gave Lin Sun a thumbs up while eating the delicious rice. No, no. Lin Sun placed the doll on the computer desk with its face facing him. Looking at its dazed look, Lin Sun chuckled twice. Lu just happened to be passing by to get water. When he saw this scene, he shook his head and sighed. Although my son is handsome, he is obsessed with sex. After putting the doll away, Lin Sun took out his mobile phone, took a picture, opened WeChat and sent it to the Fairy Senior. Soon, the Fairy Senior replied. Fairy Senior, picture. Lin Sun clicked it and took a look and immediately smiled knowingly. The photo sent by the Fairy Senior was of her little bear. She used a thin rope to hang the little bear above the computer desk, and it looked perfectly natural. Lin Sun, suddenly I feel that you are becoming more and more lovely. Fairy Senior, are you getting bolder? Lin Sun, animated expression, he. At the same time, Su Qingshi in the dormitory suddenly looked up at the little bear. She smiled slightly, not knowing what she was thinking of. Sure, come and help me. I can't reach the zipper. Jiang Yunxiao's voice came over. Hearing this, Su Qingshi stood up, walked behind her, and helped her zip up her back. If you wear this dress outside, will someone pull your zipper from behind? The dress Jiang Yunxiao was wearing was very sexy. There was a zipper on the back. If she pulled it down from the back, she would be exposed. Su Qingshi didn't understand what the person who designed this dress was thinking. Jiang Yunxiao said with a smile, How could such a thing happen? Such people are not excluded in today's society, but they generally don't happen. Then she changed her tone. By the way, sure, I bought you the JK shirt. You can wear it whenever you want. Su Qingshi was startled, then she said calmly, I won't wear it. Hee, this is what my junior fellow student hopes for. You can't let him down, right? Jiang Yunxiao directly brought up Lin Sun. What does it have to do with him? Su Qingshi was puzzled. She said calmly, Don't you know me? Are you trying to trick me by buying 2 sets of clothes on purpose? Jiang Yunxiao smiled awkwardly. It won't happen again. Jiang Yunxiao nodded directly. Okay, this won't happen again. Let's forget about it this time. She quickly stuffed a bag into Su Qingshi's hands. I have no place to put it, so I'll put it at yours. Sukinsi. After dinner, several people from class 307 decided to go to the playground for a stroll. Hiss! The university playground is really magical. There are too many girls, right? Go Shengli praised with a sigh, looking around as if 2 pairs of eyes were not enough. Brother Go, please be more reserved. The other 3 were speechless. The 4 of them strolled side by side on the track, their eyes wandering around, and no one knew what they were doing. Inside the lawn, 2 classes were having a social gathering, and the atmosphere was very lively. When do you think our class will have the party? Lu Gang asked curiously. You have to ask the Cultural and Entertainment Committee member about this. Lin Sun lowered his head and was chatting with the Fairy Senior, responding from time to time. We need to apply for this, right? Let's talk to the Cultural and Entertainment Committee member and work with the dance department. They have a lot of beautiful women there. Go Shengli said with a sly look on his face. You're going to get some information? I am socially anxious. I almost believed it. After walking around twice, the 4 of them felt that it was boring, so they made an appointment to go out for barbecue. This time Lin Sun didn't dare to drink too much. He still remembered the last time he drank and got into trouble. It was not until 12 o'clock in the evening that the four of them staggered back to the dormitory. The dormitory manager had gone to bed early, and the iron gate at the front door was locked. The four of them jumped in through the fence next to them like dumplings being put into a pot. There were a few muffled sounds, like mine explosions. I thought it would attract the dormitory manager, but the air was surprisingly quiet. The four of them hurried upstairs. A night of silence. The next day, the unfortunate early morning came to dormitory 307, and the alarm clock rang at 7:30. The first class of the new semester starts at 8 a.m. Who knows? Go Xingli, with a big afro, got out of bed reluctantly. Lu Gang huddled in his quilt, unwilling to get up, and said in a low voice, "Help me call out." Lin Sun was quite energetic. His senior sent him a good night message last night, so he slept very soundly. Hurry up, it will probably take more than 10 minutes to get from the dormitory to the classroom. 7:45. Oh my god, Brother Bing. Weren't you just curled up in the bed? Are you done packing now? Go Xingli, who had just come out of the bathroom with wet hair, was a little surprised when he saw Lu Gang getting ready to go. Lu Gang glanced at him and said, "I just got up to brush my teeth and put on my shoes. How could I have to deal with that chicken coop like you?" He is a veteran and his hair is still as short as ever, so he doesn't have to manage his hairstyle at all. Let's go. Give me 10 seconds. Go Xingli quickly turned the hairdryer to the maximum frequency and blew it randomly. 7:47. The four of them walked out of the dormitory in a mighty manner. The first class is college English. The teacher is a female teacher who is about 40 years old. Since all those who can sit here have entered through the college entrance examination, there are basically no particularly bad students. Even Go Xingli, who usually laughs and jokes, can make up a few sentences fluently when the teacher asks him questions. College English has 1 and 2 periods and ends at 9:30. At this time, do you want to eat or go home? Lin Sun asked. Go Xingli was about to speak when his eyes suddenly lit up and he said hastily, "You decide for yourselves. I have something else to do." After saying this, he ran out without waiting for their reaction. Lin Sun and the other two were surprised to find that this guy actually ran towards a girl, and the two of them started talking to each other and looked very happy. "You think that could be the love that Brother Go brought with him?" Lu Gang asked curiously. "It looks like it should be. Hey, this child is grown up, and his father can't control him anymore." I agree. Chapter 56. Meet senior schoolmate for a run. Finally, they discussed and got their meal and returned to the dormitory. Go Xingli didn't come back. That guy ran away with his love. After finishing his meal, since he had no classes in the afternoon, Lin Sun was so arrogant as not to set an alarm clock, and he slept soundly during his nap. "Brother Lin, don't sleep. Let's exercise together." Lin Sun was woken up by Lu Gang. He had a good sleep and was very energetic when he opened his eyes. Lin Sun turned around and looked at Lu Gang, who was already wearing a short-sleeved shirt, shorts, and sneakers. "What time is it?" 5 o'clock. Get up quickly." Lin Sun sat up and asked calmly, "Is Go Xingli not back yet?" Lu Gang nodded. "At present, no." The two looked at each other and shook their heads at the same time. After a simple tidying up, Lin Sun followed Lu Gang to go jogging. Wuda was not in the dormitory in the afternoon, and no one knew where he was doing. Go Xingli went on a date with his dream lover, and there is no news of him now. The playground was bustling in the afternoon, with many people sweating on the track. Lin Sun and Lu Gang first went around for 2 short rounds, chatting occasionally during the period. "Brother Bing, where's your girlfriend? Why don't you look for her?" Lin Sun seemed to have no memory of having met Lu Gang's girlfriend, nor had he seen him contacting her in the dormitory. Lu Gang adjusted his breathing and replied, "She is doing internship and usually has little time." It turns out that Lu Gang's girlfriend is already a junior in college. She is in a technical college, so she started her internship in her junior year. The two are in a long-distance relationship. As we all know, long-distance relationships are generally difficult. If two people do not truly want to be together, distance will become a fatal factor that separates them. When he ran the 7th lap, Lin Sun got a stitch in the side. His physical condition was not as good as Lu Gang, who had served in the army, so he had to leave the field and go to the side of the playground to stretch. Gasping for breath, Lin Sun smiled bitterly. He worked out during the summer vacation, but his fitness level dropped so quickly after not exercising for a while. It seems that he needs to make time to run more in the future. Just when Lin Sun was a little absent-minded, a bottle of pulse suddenly appeared in front of him. He was stunned and looked up at the other person, only to see a girl standing next to him, looking at him with a smile. The girl was wearing shorts and a vest, revealing a pair of straight, white long legs. She had a very good appearance and figure, and was definitely a beauty. Student Lin Sun, would you like some water? Lin Sun's face was full of question marks. Who are you? The girl giggled and said, I'm Chu Weiwei from the computer department. I sang with you at the last military training party. Lin Sun remembered that he had indeed sung a duet with a girl that night, and she had specifically asked him to go. But he was a little surprised that he didn't seem to be familiar with her. Oh, hello. Chu narrowed his eyes and smiled. Then why don't you take the water? My hands are going numb from lifting them. Lin Sun refused. No, I'm not thirsty. You drink it yourself. Chu was stunned and a little surprised. She was very confident in her appearance. Otherwise, others would not call her the school beauty. According to her thinking, it should be easy for her to take the initiative to chat up a boy. The boy in front of me actually refused. This is the first time. But this is more interesting, isn't it? She, Chu Weiwei, likes challenges. Chu smiled slightly, then placed the pulse in his hand at Lin Sun's feet and said, There is generally no reason to take back what I give away. Then, she lifted one of her long, white legs and placed it on the ladder in front of her. Her shorts originally only covered 2/3 of her thigh, but when she lifted it up, 2/3 of it was exposed to the air, looking very tempting. Lin Sun didn't expect her to suddenly lift her leg. He was stunned for a moment, then immediately turned his head away. Poochie, aren't you so cute? Chu Wei looked at him with a smile. Lin Sun was speechless. He was cute? Did he fit in with these two words? As Chu Weiwei was stretching here, Lin Sun found that more and more boys gathered here. Most of them came to relax their bodies, but their eyes glanced over here intermittently. No need to ask, it's directed at Chu Weiwei. As the beauty in the department, of course she has many suitors. If there is no school beauty, the beauty in the department will be the focus. Some boys from the sports college even deliberately appeared beside Lin Sun, smiled at him in a friendly manner, and then began to stretch seriously, deliberately showing off his muscles. Lin Sun felt a little awkward, so he had to retract his legs, turn around, and walk away. Hey Lin Sun, you didn't take your water. Chu Weiwei waved to him immediately upon seeing this. Lin Sun quickened his pace. Chu Weiwei looked at this scene with amusement. My classmate, I'm a little thirsty. If he doesn't want to drink, can you give it to me? The boy next to Lin Sun said to her with a smile. Chu raised her eyebrows slightly and smiled. Okay. Lin Sun's condition had recovered a lot, so he followed Lu Gang when he passed by him. He looked a little strange. Where did that girl come from? Why does she look like she knows me so well? Forget it, forget it. Next time you see her, just stay away from her. This witch is too powerful, and he doesn't have enough magic power. I can't do it anymore. Brother Bing, take a break. Lin Sun ran 4 more laps with Lu Gang, but finally couldn't hold on any longer and sat down on the grass after a while. Lu Gang also stopped. He had run more than 10 laps and was now only slightly out of breath, but he was sweating a lot. He smiled and looked at Lin Sun. How should I describe your physical fitness? It's not bad, better than many college students. This is the truth. After all, many college students are immersed in the world of the internet and cannot extricate themselves. They usually neglect exercise. This is actually not a good phenomenon. Here the author recommends that you exercise more, which is good for your health. Lin Sun exclaimed. Brother Bing, is this the amount of training you always receive in the army? Lu Gang chuckled. More than that, the run just now can only be regarded as a warm-up. Warm-up, warm-up? Lin Sun widened his eyes. Lu Gang nodded. We are all running with dozens of kilograms of equipment on our backs, which is equivalent to carrying a woman. Lin Sun looked full of admiration. He couldn't do it. Do you want to take a break or continue running with me? Lu Gang looked at the bracelet and asked. Lin Sun shook his head like a rattle. I can't run anymore now. I'm exhausted like a dog. I don't even want to walk now. I don't have any motivation at all. Just run. Okay, you take a rest first, and we'll go eat together after I finish running. Lu Gang said as he trotted away. Lin Sun was just about to take a few breaths when suddenly a figure ran past him. Lin Sun was stunned, thinking that he was dazzled. He blinked and looked in the direction of the figure, and suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Senior's sister? He was not mistaken. The senior was actually running. With almost no hesitation, Lin Sun's body ignored his brain and ran towards the senior. Lu Gang, who was jogging, felt a gust of wind passing by, and his eyes widened. What the hell? Brother Lin? Aren't you unable to run anymore? Chapter 57, The Charm of the Senior. Su Qingshi was wearing a long-sleeve kinesiology suit, headphones, and a ponytail. Her explosive figure could attract a lot of attention even if no one recognized her. However, some people didn't react to this scene because they were already used to it. The school beauty often appeared in the playground jogging. At the beginning, many suitors came to her, but they were all rejected by her coldly. Later, after more and more times, everyone got used to it. School beauties are out of reach, and the cold and aloof school beauties are even more unapproachable. Her frequency was not fast, and her breathing was very steady, so Lin Sun quickly caught up with her. Senior, are you here for a run too? Su Qingshi glanced at him indifferently, as if to say, aren't you asking this question even though you already know the answer? Su Qingshi paid attention to her breathing while running, so she didn't talk to Lin Sun. Lin Sun also knew this and ran side by side with Su Qingshi silently. After running 2 laps, many people noticed this scene and cast surprised looks at him. Isn't that the school beauty, Su Qingshi? Who is the boy next to her? How could he run with the school beauty? You don't even know him? His name is Lin Sun, a freshman, and he's been involved in a lot of scandals with the campus beauty lately. Ah, he's only a freshman? He's really too bold, isn't he? Does he know Su Qingshi? I don't know, but the school beauty didn't reject him and didn't respond on the forum, so I guess there must be some special relationship between them. So jealous. I randomly picked someone from Guangxi to eat alive. Lu Gang ran 800 meters and was strolling on the playground. When Lin Sun passed by, he gave him a thumbs up. You are awesome, brother. On the other side, Chu Weiwei, who had just sent away her pursuers, also spotted Lin Sun on the runway and became curious. Does Lin Sun like the school beauty? Indeed, the school beauty is so beautiful, I would be attracted to her too. But, haha, is this the reason why you rejected me? Isn't she just a school beauty? I'm not necessarily worse than her. Chu Weiwei is a proud girl. She was admitted to Nanjing University with excellent grades. When she first arrived at Nanjing University, she gained a large number of suitors and successfully became the most beautiful girl in the department. She found out that there was another girl in the school who was also very beautiful. She had been the campus belle of Nanjing University for 2 years and was very popular. As a beautiful girl, she was unwilling to accept the school beauty and wanted to see how she was prettier than her. She had the good fortune to meet him once before. He had a nearly perfect appearance, a cool demeanor, a strong aura, and an otherworldly air. Chu Weiwei was convinced. This kind of girl deserves to be the school belle. However, she did not give up. She was confident that she could surpass the campus beauty of Soochow University. On the playground, Lin Sun was already having trouble keeping up with the pace. After all, he had consumed too much energy before this. Su Qingshi also noticed this. She slowly changed from running to walking and quickly adjusted her breathing. Don't lower your head, take a deep breath, and keep moving forward. The voice was light and gentle. Although Lin Sun felt very uncomfortable, he still did as he was told. After more than 10 seconds, he finally regained his breath. Senior, do you run often? Lin Sun felt a little depressed, as his senior's physical fitness seemed to be no worse than his. Su Qingshi nodded. From freshman year to now, I come down to run whenever I have free time. Lin Sun was amazed, thinking that the good figure of the senior schoolmate was one of the reasons. Su Qingshi said, you can come down more often in the future and exercise more. Lin Sun's eyes lit up. That's exactly what I meant. Your clothes are still in my rental house. Su Qingshi suddenly spoke slowly. Ah, last time you got that set wet and didn't take it with you, so I cleaned it. Lin Sun was a little surprised. He laughed and said, really? Thank you so much, senior sister. He thought that the senior had thrown away the clothes. After all, he had worn them and they were wet. Unexpectedly, she not only did not feel disgusted, but also washed the clothes. I am so touched. Can you find some time to get it, or should I bring it to you? Su Qingshi pushed her sweat-soaked hair behind her ears. Lin Sun immediately said, I'll come to your house to bother you. Why should I trouble you to send it over? Su Qingshi nodded. Speaking of clothes, she couldn't help but think of the last time. Not long after Lin Sun left the rental house last time, her brother came. She just remembered that her brother was here on a business trip and had specially informed her that he would come to visit her. Fortunately, Lin Sun had already left by then. Otherwise, the explanation is unclear. Given her brother's character, he will definitely gossip to the end. Even so, he still discovered Lin Sun's dirty clothes, and Su Qingshi was pestered by him and asked questions for a long time. Any brother who sees clothes of the opposite sex in his single sister's room would be eager to know the truth, right? Su Qingshi didn't say it clearly, but fooled him. However, when Su Qingshi recalled the look her brother gave her when he left, she couldn't hold it in anymore. It was as if his own personality suddenly collapsed. Thinking of this, Su Qingshi subconsciously glanced at Lin Sun. The boy's white short-sleeved shirt was soaked with sweat and stuck to his body. His slightly muscular body exuded a youthful aura. My relationship with him seems to be getting closer and closer recently. However, she did not object. Senior, what's wrong? Lin Sun noticed that the senior schoolmate was looking at her, somewhat absent-mindedly, and couldn't help but ask. Su Qingshi shook her head calmly. It's okay. I just remembered something. Lin Sun nodded. Are you senior sister Su Qingshi Su? Suddenly, a boy came up from behind the two of them and stopped them. Lin Sun subconsciously looked at the other person. He had long bangs and a handsome face. He was wearing a vest, revealing a muscular body. He was estimated to be about 1.78 meters tall. Compared with himself, well, he is not as handsome as me, and is also a little shorter than me, but his figure is better than mine, with obvious muscles, and you can tell at a glance that he exercises regularly. Su Qingshi was stopped by someone, her brows slightly furrowed. Then she regained her composure and said indifferently, "What's the matter?" Although the boy was somewhat masculine, he was a little shy when facing the campus beauty of Nanjing University. He stuttered as he spoke. I'm from the sports college, a freshman, senior sister. I want to pursue you. Can you be my girlfriend? Lin Sun. Brother, you are so awesome. Do your parents know? So quem se diffusa couli? No. After she finished speaking, she was about to go around the other person, but was stopped by the other person. Senior sister, they all say that you are very good and hard to pursue, but I will not give up. Although I am a sports student, my grades are also very good. Although I am only a freshman, I believe that it won't be long before I can become the best one in the college. I will definitely become the one worthy of you. Su Qingshi said calmly. Then you do your best. It's a good thing for young people to have goals and be motivated. The boy looked determined, and then he suddenly looked at Lin Sun. Classmate, what is your relationship with senior sister Su? Lin Sun. Chapter 58, Wait and See. Lin Sun was somewhat surprised to be named, but he didn't get stage fright and said calmly, I'm a friend of the senior. Senior's friend. The boy was startled and then asked in surprise, You like the school beauty too? So straightforward. Lin Sun gained a preliminary understanding of this gentleman's character. This is just a young and foolish man. At this moment, Su Qingshi suddenly looked at Lin Sun. Lin Sun's face suddenly became a little embarrassed. Should I admit that I like her in front of my senior? Will she think she is being scheming? Just when Lin Sun was about to go all out and confront the issue head-on, a voice suddenly rang out. Let me see what's going on. Brother Lin, is someone bullying you? Lu Gang was already walking over. He looked at the boy in front of him and raised his eyebrows. Brother, what do you want to do? Seeing Lu Gang's tall and mighty figure, the boy suddenly felt a little weak. He explained, Don't get me wrong, I just came to see senior sister Su. I didn't bully anyone. Su Qingshi withdrew her gaze and glanced to the side, no longer interested in it. Lin Sun gave Lu Gang a look, and the latter gestured. Lu Gang stepped forward, put his arm around the boy's shoulders, and said with a smile, Okay, buddy, have you practiced before? The boy said, I'm from the sports college. It just so happens that I just got discharged from the military, and I also want to find an opportunity to spar with the students from the sports academy. You shouldn't mind, right? Isn't this not good? What? Are you scared? How can that be possible? Aren't you going to chase the school beauty? You must behave well. So what do you think we should compete in? Well, 100 meters, 200 meters, 5,000 meters are all fine. Horizontal bar or something. You can pick whatever you want. The boy looked at Lu Gang for a few seconds, then said, Let's have a 100-meter race. Sprinting is all about seeing who has the stronger explosive power. Those who have been practicing sports for a long time are not necessarily worse than those who have been soldiers. Lu Gang smiled and said, Okay. He waved to Lin Sun. Brother Lin, you will be our referee. Lin Sun smiled slightly and said, I'll come too. Both Lu Gang and the boy were a little surprised. Lin Sun smiled and said, Why? You don't think I'm bad, do you? Lu Gang shook his head. He looked at Lin Sun with a complicated look. But, your buddy just pulled you out, but you jumped back into the pit. What if you embarrass yourself in front of the goddess? Lin Sun gave him a reassuring smile in return. He is not the kind of boy who cannot face his own shortcomings. Even if he is not good enough, he will not have inferiority complex. However, if he does not even have the courage to try to challenge himself, that would be the most cowardly thing. Even if you lose, you must lose with honor. Okay, let's go together. The boy's eyes were full of excitement. Let me be your referee. At this time, Su Qingshi suddenly spoke. Senior. Lin Sun looked at her in surprise. Is there a problem? Su Qingshi looked at him with calm eyes. No problem. Soon, the three of them arrived at the starting point of the 100-meter race and moved around for 2 or 3 minutes. Are you ready? Su Qingshi raised her voice a few notches, her face rarely showing a hint of seriousness. All right. The three boys' faces were filled with nervousness, excitement, and eagerness to try. Start. Brush. Lu Gang and the boys started almost at the same time, but Lin Sun was half a second slower. In the first 50 meters, Lu Gang and the boy were in a stalemate and neither of them could overtake the other. Although Lin Sun was in good shape, he was left 4 or 5 meters behind them. When finally crossing the finish line, Lu Gang crossed the finish line half a body length ahead. Lin Sun also successfully reached the finish line after 1 or 2 seconds. No one was timing them at the finish line, but someone did take a picture of the scene. Amazing. This speed, I'm afraid it's at least under 12 seconds. That's Zhao Jie from the Sports Institute. There's another one, who seems to be Lin Xuanba, who's very popular on Tieba. And that hunk, I don't know him. Hiss. There's even a beauty from Soochow University acting as their referee. How cool. Take a picture and enjoy the melon tonight. Whoever finds me the information of that hunk, I'll give him 50 V. At the finish line of the 100-meter race, Lin Sun supported himself on his thighs with both hands, gasping for breath. Lu Gang and Zhao Jie were also out of breath, but they quickly adjusted themselves. Lu Gang looked at Zhao Jie. Are you convinced? The latter looked a little regretful. Just a little bit, but this should be my limit. He gave Lu Gang a thumbs up and said, but you were very good. Let's make an appointment next time. Lu Gang raised his eyebrows. Okay. After that, he walked up to Lin Sun and patted him on the shoulder. How is it? Lin Sun nodded. Not bad. Although your strength is not that great, I still admire you. Zhao Jie also patted Lin Sun's shoulder. Lin Sun looked up at him and smiled. Boy, do you really like the school beauty? Zhao Jie asked without giving up. Although Lin Sun was very tired and didn't want to talk, he still nodded heavily. Yes. Lu Gang raised his eyebrows, a smile in his eyes. Zhao Jie had an expression that said, as expected, I expected it. But he said seriously, although you are close to the goddess may not necessarily like you. We are still competitors. I will not give up. Lin Sun said in a deep voice. Then let's wait and see. The two looked at each other and then laughed inexplicably. Add WeChat. Can you play basketball? I know a little bit. Then let's make an appointment next time. The three of them exchanged contact information. At this time, Su Qingshi came over with a bottle of water in her hand. Senior. Lin Sun scratched his head. After all, he had just been separated from his sweetheart by such a large distance. At this moment, facing his beloved, he still felt a little embarrassed. Su Qingshi didn't say anything. She handed the water to Lin Sun and said, drink some. Lin Sun took it and said with a smile, Thank you, senior sister. Zhao Jie looked at this scene with envy. Lu Gang was also speechless. It was clearly the three of them who were running, and the two of them were the fastest, but why did it seem like Lin Sun, who was running last, was more successful in the end? At this time, Su Qingshi took out a tissue and helped Lin Sun wipe away the sweat that was constantly pouring out of his forehead. Snap. The singles around are heartbroken. Lu Gang and Zhao Jie. Damn. What's up with this sudden pink bubble? Zhao Jie felt depressed. He felt that he was not as confident as before. Can I really chase the school beauty? I have something else to do. I'm leaving now. It's not a good place to stay for long. Zhao Jie walked away dejectedly, like an eggplant hit by frost. Lu Gang glanced at his back with sympathy. Fortunately, he has a girlfriend. Not so sour. Lin Sun drank some water and smiled foolishly at Su Qingshi. What are you laughing at? Lin Sun smiled and said, Senior, I lost. You don't think I'm bad, do you? Su Qingshi said calmly. It's not something you are good at. Everyone has shortcomings. Don't worry too much. Lin Sun nodded quickly. Yes. He couldn't outrun Zhao Jie, but the other party was not as rich as him. It's mutual. Yes. That's right. What did you say? Wait and see. Chapter 59. Hot discussions about eating wontons. Suingeshi suddenly spoke, causing Lin Sun to panic. Damn it. Was the senior student heard him talking? Su Qingshi stared at him with a pair of calm eyes, making it impossible to tell what she was thinking. Lin Sun scratched his head. Senior sister, did you hear everything? Su Qingshi said calmly. What did you hear? Hear me admit that I like you. Lin Sun was about to speak when Lu Gang's anxious voice came. Brother Lin, quick, something's happening. Lin Sun was startled and looked over quickly. Lu Gang pointed at a couple not far away, looking gossipy. Go-ins? Lin Sun said in surprise. He didn't expect to meet him. That guy is walking towards the cafeteria. Come on, let's follow him. Lu Gang showed a sly smile on his face, and then he chased after him without waiting for Lin Sun's consent. Just as Lin Sun was about to agree, his arm was grabbed by the senior student. Senior. Lin Sun was stunned. Su Qingshi said with a half-smile. Want to change the subject? Lin Sun. Su Qingshi tilted her head. I have to say, the senior sister now has a kind of playful cuteness, and Lin Sun's heart was moved again in an instant. His face calmed down, and suddenly a smile appeared on his face. Senior sister, since you have already heard it, do you still need to confirm it again? What I said is true. Su Qingshi was stunned. Obviously, she was a little surprised by Lin Sun's answer. She just heard the conversation between Lin Sun and Zhao Jie. When Zhao Jie asked, Do you like school, Belle? Su Qingshi paused. She looked at Lin Sun curiously, wondering how he would answer. At the same time, a feeling of nervousness arose in her heart. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She didn't expect that she would get nervous because of a single sentence. When Su Qingshi heard Lin Sun answer yes, the slight nervousness she had originally felt disappeared without a trace, and her heart instantly calmed down. Even though she had long been aware of Lin Sun's secret crush on and love for her, this was different from him admitting it himself. This guy likes himself. When she came to her senses, Lin Sun had already walked 7 or 8 meters away and turned back to look at her. Senior sister, do you want to eat together? Su Qingshi raised the corner of her mouth slightly and said, Okay. Goshenli walked with the senior student. Compared with the morning, the distance between them seemed to have shortened a lot, and they were almost shoulder to shoulder. Lin Sun guessed that they were passing by the playground and were on their way to eat. After entering the canteen, Lu Gang went to get his meal happily. Lin Sun looked at Su Qingshi. Senior sister, what do you want to eat? Su Qingshi looked around and then said, Let's have wontons. Lin Sun's eyes lit up. Then find a seat and sit down. I'll go get you a call. After saying that, he ran away. Su Qingshi didn't say anything. She glanced in the direction of Go Xingli and the others, thought about it, and then found a location close to there. Even though Su Qingshi was wearing sportswear and a simple ponytail, she was still extremely beautiful and quickly attracted a lot of attention in the cafeteria. The school beauty showed up in the cafeteria. Damn, this is a live series. Many male compatriots took out their mobile phones to take pictures. Even if I don't dare to ask for WeChat, I still have to collect all the photos of the goddess life. Some people even posted it directly on Tieba, which immediately attracted the attention of a group of onlookers. The goddess descended on a cafeteria? Holy shit, she'll be there soon. So beautiful. A goddess is a goddess. Even in sportswear, she is still so beautiful. Such a figure. For the sake of my sons in the dormitory, as a father, I will reluctantly go and get some food. I heard that the food in the cafeteria is pretty good. Who among you is elegant enough to share dinner with me? If you don't give up, I will follow you. I second the motion. I have a friend who, fortunately, it's not peak time in the cafeteria yet, otherwise Su Qingshi might not be able to eat. No one would be able to eat if they were being stared at by hundreds of eyes, right? Although she doesn't care, she has not yet reached the level of a sociable. Soon, Lin Sun brought a bowl of hot wontons and placed it in front of Su Qingshi. Senior sister, do you want chopped green onions or coriander? Because he didn't know Su Qingshi's taste, he didn't dare to add any ingredients. Su Qingshi said, chopped green onions. Okay, wait a minute. Lin Sun turned around and went back. Not long after, he came back with a second bowl of wontons with a lot of chopped green onions in it. At least 3 or 4 spoons. Lin Sun's mind was still echoing with his aunt's eager gaze. Senior, this is for you. He moved the wontons with chopped green onions in front of the senior student and poked away the packaging of the disposable chopsticks. Oh, and the spoon. Thanks. Su Qingshi took it and immediately glanced at Lin Sun's bowl. You don't like chopped green onions and coriander? Lin Sun smiled and said, I like them all. My family grew a lot of them when I was a kid, and my mom's cooking skills are pretty good, so I can accept them all. Su Qingshi nodded and said, as long as you like it. She likes to add chopped green onions when eating noodles, but she doesn't like coriander very much because the taste is a bit pungent. Too much. Su Qingshi scooped a spoonful of chopped green onions from her bowl and put it into Lin Sun's bowl. Lin Sun stared at her movements in a daze. His brain couldn't understand for a moment. Sang, plop. A boy happened to pass by and saw this scene. He was not paying attention and bumped into a pillar nearby. The crowd who were watching all this gasped. Fortunately, someone captured it and left evidence. For a moment, Tiaba was like a bomb dropped into a pit and exploded again. What a what? Is this the school beauty? Are you sure? She's the school beauty. I've collected hundreds of her photos over the past 2 years. I'd recognize her even if she turned into ashes. That's right. I've studied every cell of her. I've confirmed through her eyes that it's the school beauty herself. Who is that boy across from the school beauty? How can he have such benefits? I don't accept it. He's a famous person. He was involved in a scandal with the campus beauty a while ago. He was very ambiguous with the campus beauty, and there was a strong suspicion that they were in a relationship. Why do I feel that boy is just the campus beauty's brother or some other relative? Think about it. The goddess has never had any scandals before, and the boy is a freshman. How could the goddess possibly like a freshman? +1, the above person understands it very well. I also think they are more like siblings. Investigate. Send out the West Factory. If that doesn't work, the East Factory will take over. The tone of the forum suddenly changed, and the onlookers were divided into 3 groups. One group remained firm that the two were in an ambiguous relationship. One group believed that they were cousins, and one group was Buddhist. The couple who were having dinner had no idea that a group of spectators were burning countless brain cells for them. Lin Sun couldn't suppress his smile while eating his wontons. The senior student had actually used her spoon to scoop chopped green onions for him. Although she didn't touch it, he was still very happy. Moreover, sitting opposite the senior student, he could watch her eat from a close distance, which whetted his appetite. The senior sister is so elegant even when eating wontons. Lu Gang, who was sitting a few seats away from him, was slurping Liuozhou snail noodles without any image at all. Chapter 60. Senior Sister's Domineering Protection. Hey, Brother Lin, I've been observing for so long. Why do I feel like Brother Go is a little bit licking? Lu Gang suddenly moved closer to Lin Sun and whispered. Lin Sun was stunned. Then his eyes fell on Go Xingli. At this time, he and the girl were eating noodles. Go Xingli always had a smile on his face, as if he had endless things to say, while the senior girl was quite quiet, smiling and nodding from time to time. Looking at it this way, it seems like Go Xingli was the one who took the initiative. Lin Sun frowned, thought about it and sighed. Who cares? That guy's personality is like this. He won't turn back until he hits a wall. Lu Gang also nodded. Su Qingshi glanced in the direction of Go Xingli and the others, then ate the remaining wontons quickly. Because Su Qingshi appeared in the cafeteria at this time, the originally deserted cafeteria suddenly became lively, and more students poured in. Their eyes frequently fell on Su Qingshi, with surprise and curiosity in their eyes. Lin Sun also realized something was wrong at this time. The senior sister was too charming. She could attract a group of people's attention just by having a meal. I'm leaving first. You guys do whatever you want, Lu Gang said in a low voice, and walked away with the remaining soup. Oh my god, if he stays with Brother Lin, his information will probably be dug out, and he will probably become a little famous. Lin Sun felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by so many people. He looked at Su Qingshi and saw that she had almost finished eating. He hurriedly said, Senior, let me pour the remaining soup for you. Sukinsi narid. Lin Sun held a large bowl in each hand and said to the senior sister, Senior sister, you can go first, otherwise you may not be able to leave later. There were so many people that they almost surrounded the cafeteria. Su Qingshi said calmly, Wait for you. Lin Sun smiled slightly. Okay, then wait for me for a while. The senior student doesn't mind, so why should he mind? He felt that he had to act more assertive in front of the senior. Make her feel safe. After Lin Sun poured the soup, he put the bowl in the designated place and was about to walk back. Lin Sun. A surprised voice came. Lin Sun was stunned for a moment and looked at the other party. You again? Su Qing was originally quite surprised, but when Lin Sun said this, her face froze. Do you hate me so much? Lin Sun shook his head. No, just a little unexpected. Su Qing took a deep breath. Lin Sun, I have to clarify the misunderstanding between us. I did let you down before, and I got my retribution. What retribution? Lin Sun suddenly interrupted. Su Qing was stunned. Lin Sun looked at her coldly. There is no misunderstanding between us. It is all consensual. We don't have any relationship now, so you don't need to explain anything. Su Qing asked. Then are we still friends? Lin Sun sneered. Do you think it's possible? Suin choked. Lin Sun shook his head. I have my own life now. I am no longer the same person as before. So are you. We are all from the same school. I wish you a bright future. That's all I can say. And in the future. He suddenly stopped. I originally wanted to stay away from him in the future, but then I realized that these encounters were just accidental. Forget it, I don't want to talk. Su Qing was about to say something, but someone didn't give her the chance. Did you meet a fellow villager? The senior's voice came from behind. For Lin Sun, this was undoubtedly the heavenly sound of salvation. Senior. Su Qing sure stood beside him and looked at Su Qing. I remember you. You're Lin Sun's high school classmate. Su Qing looked at her. She had heard of Su Qingshi when she came to Nanjing University. She was a little surprised at the time. She didn't expect that the girl she met in Liangsheng was actually the campus belle of Nanjing University. She was very curious. Why was the legendary ice goddess so close to Lin Sun? Is it for his money? If Lin Sun knew she was thinking this way, he would probably slap her in the face. Who is this senior? Can her vision be the same as yours? If the senior likes his money, then he should be happy too, right? Otherwise, why would he need to be so cautious in his love? Hello, senior sister Su. My name is Su Qing. Su Qing nodded and greeted. Su Qingshi said calmly, You said that last time. She remembers. For the first time, she remembered the name of this girl who had been with Lin Sun for several years in high school. Senior Su, what is your relationship with Lin Sun? Su Qing couldn't help but ask. Su Qingshi raised his eyebrows. Lin Sun frowned. Su Qing, what is the relationship between us has nothing to do with you. Su Qing glanced at him and said, I want to know what kind of person is the girl who snatched the person I like away. Lin Sun was speechless. Sister, what are you doing? You just like money. Snatched. Su Qingshi raised a sneer at the corner of her mouth. Schoolmate, the way you use this word, I have to say, you are really shameless. Su Qing had a blank expression on her face. What do you mean, senior sister Su? I've also heard about what happened between you and Lin Sun. You don't know how to cherish such a good boy. What are you thinking? Su Qingshi took a step forward, and a cold aura instantly emanated from her. At this moment, the powerful campus beauty of Suqiao University is online. Su Qing's face turned pale. She did regret it. After breaking up with Qin Hao, she suddenly had an epiphany. Recalling the past, she realized that Lin Sun's love for her was so pure. Unfortunately, she hurt the boy's heart badly. Now Lin Sun looked at her with such strange and cold eyes. For a moment, her heart felt like it was being pricked by needles. I should thank you. Sukinsi suddenly checked. Thank you for what? Su Qing didn't react. Su Qingshi glanced at her indifferently, without even the desire to speak. She turned around and subconsciously took Lin Sun's hand and walked out of the cafeteria. She stared blankly at the two people holding hands and forgot to speak for a moment. This scene was also seen by the crowd of onlookers. Everyone was amazed at how strong the school beauty's aura was. How dare that girl fight with the school beauty? She is very beautiful, but she has many shortcomings compared to the school belle. For a moment, many eyes fell on Su Qing as if they were looking at a clown. The latter turned even paler and fled in a hurry, without even having time to eat dinner. Outside the cafeteria, Lin Sun looked at his senior student holding his hand, and his heart softened. Is the senior schoolmate standing up for herself? So cool, so domineering. And senior sister's hands are so small and soft. The two of them came under a big tree, and Su Qingshi let go of Lin Sun's hand. Her expression looked a little unnatural. She had not even noticed that she had held Lin Sun's hand just now. In fact, she did this subconsciously and only felt strange at this moment. He's senior sister, you were so handsome just now, Lin Sun said happily. Su Qingshi glanced at him calmly. Sure, did she really come to Nanda just for you? Lin Sun immediately said seriously. I have no idea about this matter, senior sister. Please listen to my explanation. I only have my senior in my heart. Su Qingshi was stunned, and then a blush appeared on her beautiful face. Lin Sun was stunned. What a nice view. Su Qingshi glared at him and said coldly, You've become more and more courageous recently. The contrast brought about by Lin Sun's sudden initiative made her unable to react. Is the little brother going to turn into a little man? Lin Sun chuckled, then his eyes paused, and he suddenly moved closer to Su Qingshi's face. Senior sister, don't move. The voice is deep and magnetic, with a hint of temptation. When Su Qingshi heard this, she subconsciously did not move and stared blankly at Lin Sun approaching. Just then a breeze blew past, seemingly blowing into her calm heart, causing ripples. Their faces are getting closer. Chapter 61 Heartbeat. When the distance between the two was only about 10 centimeters, Lin Sun suddenly spoke softly. Senior, you don't have a single pimple on your face. It's amazing. Su Qingshi paused, then said calmly, What's so magical about this? Why are you getting so close? Lin Sun smiled and said, There is a chopped green onion on your collar. I will help you remove it. As he said this, he held out his hand. Chopped green onion. When Su Qingshi saw the chopped green onions on Lin Sun's fingers, she was speechless for a moment. God knows, her heart had just begun to get out of control. Lin Sun was not in a hurry to leave at this time. He stared at Su Qingshi's beautiful face and those elastic red lips in a daze. His heart began to pound. Senior, can I kiss you? That's a nice thought. The two spoke in a very flat tone, as if they were whispering, but the atmosphere was inexplicably ambiguous. There were two flames burning in Lin Sun's eyes, and he seemed so eager to melt the senior sister. As if sensing his emotions, Su Qingshi came to her senses a little. Why so close? Want to do something bad? Lin Sun took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He took a step back and smiled warmly. Senior, your heart is beating very fast. Su Qingshi's face was calm, and she said, You heard it wrong. It's your heartbeat that's fast. Lin Sun scratched his head. He really had the urge to kiss her just now, but when he thought about the fact that they were not yet in a relationship, if he offended the senior like this, their relationship would probably be over. However, this was also a small test for him, and the result made him more determined in one of his ideas. The senior sister did not reject him. Senior, do you remember what I said before? Su Qingshi glanced at him and asked, Which sentence? I'm telling the truth. The boy's eyes were firm and serious, which she had never seen before. He said he was serious. I like her. It's true. Su Qingshi pursed her lips and was about to speak. Lin Sun suddenly asked, Senior sister, do you know that I like you? Straightforward. He wanted to give it a try and took a step towards her. Perhaps this step will cause him to step into the air and fall into the abyss. Su Qingshi nodded gently. I know. There are quite a few people who like me. In the entire Nanjing University, at least half of the boys, if not all, admire her. This is not narcissism on her part, but self-confidence. She is so outstanding, not only in appearance, but also in talent and ability. She is the best among her peers. A proud daughter of heaven. It is not an exaggeration to describe her like this. Many of the boys who pursued her were second-generation rich, but her conditions made them feel that no matter how rich they were not worthy of her. Lin Sun's throat was a little dry. Then, senior sister, why don't you hate my liking? Have no idea. Really? Have no idea. Su Qingshi looked at him. The coldness in her eyes was now a little softer. She smiled and said, Do you know how I feel about you? Lin Sun was full of curiosity. Friends? Lin Sun. You make me a little moved. Senpai, what did you say? Lin Sun was confused. He suspected that he had heard it wrongly, because Su Qingshi spoke in a very soft voice. However, Su Qingshi did not speak again, but turned around and said, Come to the rental house on the weekend. Lin Sun looked at her back, still in a daze and not yet able to come to his senses. Is it true that he is not hallucinating? The senior sister just said that she was a little attracted to me? Bang! Lin Sun's heart felt like fireworks were exploding. Really? When? Can I make my senior girl fall in love with me? Soon, Lin Sun calmed down and carefully recalled the conversation he had just had with his senior. His aggressiveness was a bit obvious, but the senior sister did not directly refuse, which meant that his relationship with her became one step closer. He still has a confession. Lin Sun's heart seemed to settle down in an instant. He must confess his love as soon as possible. Moreover, he must give the senior sister a romantic and unforgettable confession. Hey, what are you doing? Someone tapped Lin Sun on the shoulder. He turned around and said, "Aren't you with your sweetheart?" The person who came was Go Xingli. Hearing this, Go Xingli looked a little bitter. "Don't talk about it. He and I are not from the same world at all." Lin Sun said, "Oh," and was a little surprised. "But I see you get along well with him." Go Xingli said hi and waved his hand. "We are at most friends, and she is about to go to internship, so we are destined to have no good results." The relationship between a freshman and a senior, well, how should I put it? The gap is a bit too big. Lin Sun nodded in understanding. "I didn't expect you to have this awareness." Go Xingli glared at him. "How can you talk like that? Do I look like such a scumbag?" Lin Sun said seriously. "Brother Go misunderstood. You're a good person." Go Xingli, "What are you doing here? Why did I see you having dinner with your goddess just now?" Go Xingli suddenly asked puzzledly. Lin Sun nodded. "Yes, the senior sister just left." Go Xingli glanced at him suspiciously. "Strange. Why do I feel that you are so sunny and bright?" Lin Sun raised the corner of his mouth. "When a happy event comes, the spirit is high." Go Xingli was shocked. "What do you mean? The school beauty agreed to be your girlfriend?" "No." "Does the family make money?" "No." Go Xingli rolled his eyes. "Then what on earth are you talking about?" Lin Sun suddenly hooked his neck and asked, "Brother Go, let me ask you something. How many girlfriends have you had before?" Go Xingli looked at him warily. "Why are you asking this? Just ask and learn from it." Go Xingli coughed and said, "Hey, this is a long story. I'm afraid it will take a long time, but my mouth is a little dry." "Okay, I'll buy you a drink." "Go." Half an hour later. "No more." Lin Sun stared at Go Xingli, who was sipping milk tea with a nonchalant look on his face. He was speechless. "Yeah, don't you want to know how I have had several girlfriends in a row?" Go Xingli said with a matter-of-fact expression. The corner of Lin Sun's mouth twitched. His head hurt a little. He shouldn't have looked for that bastard Go Xingli. The other party's EQ is, well, just like a bootlicker, licking more than him. His previous girlfriends were all won over by his humble flattery, but they broke up with each one within 2 months. The reason turned out to be that he had no money. "You kid, let me tell you, this girl just likes to shop, and as long as you have a fat wallet, you can control her completely." Go Xingli said seriously. "Love without material things is just a pile of loose sand. Love nowadays is no longer controlled by you, Lao, but by the god of wealth. Brother Lin, you should think twice." Go Xingli suddenly grabbed Lin Sun's collar with an exaggerated look on his face. Chapter 62, If I Like You, I Won't Be Able to Sleep. Lin Sun slapped him away with a frown on his face. "Do you think all girls are like this?" Go Xingli shrugged. "Anyway, I don't believe in love anymore." Suddenly, he said in surprise, "Are you planning to pursue a certain girl?" Lin Sun did not hide anything and nodded seriously. Go Xingli was puzzled and said, "But isn't your goddess the campus beauty of Suqiao University? How come?" His face suddenly froze, and then he exclaimed, "No way. Are you going to chase the school beauty?" Lin Sun was startled. "Why are you yelling? What's so shocking about this?" Go Xingli said speechlessly, "Why isn't it shocking? She's the school beauty. Boy, you can understand treating her as a goddess, but you're still planning to chase her? Are you bored?" Lin Sun said, "I don't think it's a big deal. If you meet someone you like, you should chase after him or her." "Brother, that's the school beauty. She has countless suitors, and the failure rate of confession is as high as 100%. Go Xingli suddenly looked at him suspiciously. "Huh? It doesn't seem right. If it were you, TSK, combined with what the school beauty did to you last time, it seems that there is really a 1% chance." "Brother Lin, you and the school beauty met in Liangqing, right?" Lin Sun nodded. "Yes." "Why does the school belle treat you differently from other boys?" Go Xingli said depressedly. Goshingli felt it was unreal to think about how the famous and stunning campus beauty was so special to a boy who was also her roommate. Lin Sun also fell into deep thought. He doesn't know about this either. To be honest, nothing special seemed to have happened since he met the senior, and he actually didn't know what the senior was thinking. He likes the senior, but he doesn't know whether she likes him or not. But after getting to know each other, he felt that the senior student liked him more or less, right? Even if it was just a little bit, Lin Sun was very happy, just like what the senior sister said to him just now. Without further conversation, the two returned to the dormitory. Brother Lin, you are completely famous. As they entered the dormitory, Lu Gang's words attracted everyone's attention. Lin Sun moved closer to Lu Gang, who opened his phone and entered the forum page. The forum was quickly filled with posts, photos, and comments about the cafeteria, most of which were discussing and speculating about the relationship between Lin Sun and Su Qingshi. The crowd is divided into three groups. Most people now think you are the cousin of the school belle. Lu Gang smiled and winked at Lin Sun, looking gossipy. So, Brother Lin, tell the truth, are you the school belle's cousin? Or are you the school belle's lover? Lin Sun rolled his eyes. You ask even though you know the answer. It can be said that apart from the senior students, the guys in the dormitory know his background best in the entire Nanjing University. No one knows the father better than his son. Lin Sun no longer cares about the rumors about himself on the forum and whatever others think is fake. Lying on the bed, Lin Sun's eyes were empty. Thinking about what happened in the day, he felt it was a bit like a dream. He didn't drink horse urine today, so why would he say those ambiguous words to the senior? But Lin Sun, you are really good. Lin Sun never thought that he would be so proactive in approaching his goddess. But this progress also made him realize that the cold goddess is not so unattainable. The most uncomfortable thing about two people getting along is that one person is rushing towards the other person through all obstacles, while the other person's heart is as solid as a rock. Lin Sun was very fortunate that although the senior sister seemed cold on the surface, her heart was actually warm. Only, Lin Sun was a little distressed. He had revealed some of his thoughts to his senior today. Would it be awkward when they meet in the future? He wasn't ready to confess his feelings to the senior, so why didn't he disappear later? Lin Sun shook his head. No, it was too torturous not being able to see his senior sister. Although he was a little distressed, he did not regret what he did today. If he doesn't start being ambiguous, it will probably take him even longer to pursue the senior. Tonight, Lin Sun couldn't sleep. Of course, he didn't know that his senior schoolmate herself couldn't sleep just like him. Sure. What's wrong with you? After coming back this afternoon and taking a shower, you've been sitting there in a daze? Zhang Yunxiao came over with a facial mask on, looking puzzled. What irritated you? Su Qingshi was wearing pajamas, curled up in the computer chair with her knees hugged, staring blankly at the computer screen. She has been sitting here since she came back in the afternoon. Hearing her bestie's words, her eyes moved slightly and her voice was a little hoarse. No. After a pause, she looked at Zhang Yunxiao and asked, Jiang, let me ask you a question. Ask anything you want. I, your best friend, am a knowledgeable and talented woman. Zhang Yunxiao puffed out her chest proudly. Su Qingshi, if you have a friend who suddenly says something very ambiguous to a boy, what do you think the boy will think? Zhang Yunxiao quickly grasped the point, her eyes glowing with rage. I have a friend? Sure. You're not the friend himself, are you? Tell the truth. Is that boy you mentioned the one you like? Su Qingshi said calmly. You think too much. I just saw it on the internet and was a little curious. Zhang Yunxiao looked unconvinced. Who are you trying to fool? We are the only two sisters in this dormitory. Why are you hiding this from me? Although the dormitory they lived in was a 4-person room, there were only 2 of them living in it. This was something Su Qingshi had specially applied for. The reason behind this was a long story. Su Qingshi said calmly, believe it or not. Zhang Yunxiao stared at Su Qingshi with a smile on her face, and she just stared at her. What are you looking at? Su Qingshi was not at all flustered. She would never fail to behave herself in front of her best friend. Zhang Yunxiao rolled her eyes and didn't intend to expose her. She said, you just said that your friend said something ambiguous to a boy. Su Qingshi corrected him. It's a hypothesis. Okay. Suppose, if one of your friends said something ambiguous to a boy, what would the boy think? Is that right? Then to what extent is this ambiguity you are talking about? Zhang Yunxiao asked curiously. Su Qingshi tilted her head and thought for a moment before saying, almost a confession? Fuck. Jiang Yunxiao suddenly screamed. What's your dog's bark? Su Qingshi was speechless. Ahem, it's okay. Jiang Yunxiao smiled awkwardly. Well, if I want to confess my feelings, well, this is a bit serious. What do you mean? Su Qingshi's body tensed slightly. Jiang Yunxiao found her sudden nervousness very interesting. Is this the first time that my best friend has shown this kind of expression? If you said it casually, the other person might think it was a joke and probably wouldn't take it seriously. But if you said it to him seriously and he happened to be interested in you, I think, well, that boy would be so excited that he wouldn't be able to sleep, right? You're so excited that you can't sleep? Is that so serious? Su Qingshi said softly. She came back to her senses and regained her composure. What if the other person doesn't like this girl? Jiang Yunxiao clapped his hands and said, then he will just think you were joking. Just eat and drink and sleep till dawn. Su Qingshi raised her eyebrows. I understand. So, sure. Who is this friend of yours? Jiang Yunxiao came closer, full of curiosity. Su Qingshi said calmly. You. Me? How come I don't know? Jiang Yunxiao was confused. Su Qingshi ignored this cheap best friend and got up and walked towards the bathroom. After closing the door, Su Qingshi took out her cell phone as if possessed, opened the chat page with Lin Sun, paused, and sent a message. Good night. 3 seconds later, the dialog box showed the other party is typing. Seeing this, Su Qingshi raised the corners of her mouth slightly in a stunning arc. Chapter 63. Senior, you are very beautiful today. Senior, I can't sleep. Lin Sun replied almost immediately. At that moment, he was curled up in the bed, leaning sideways towards his phone. Since the lights were turned off, he has been thinking about his senior sister. Sometimes he would watch videos, sometimes he would close his eyes. When he closed his eyes, he felt full of energy, but he had no choice but to open his phone. I didn't expect that the senior would take the initiative to send him a message. Lin Sun immediately went down the stairs and chatted with the senior student. Fairy Senior, why can't I sleep? Lin Sun, because I miss you deleted. I don't know. I feel a little more energetic. Well, his roommate was snoring, but he wouldn't mention Brother Go's name. Fairy Senior, go to bed early. Staying up late is not good. Lin Sun, senior sister, can't you sleep either? Fairy Senior, doing homework, getting ready for bed. At this time, a senior schoolmate who was hiding in the bathroom looked normal. She lied. She couldn't sleep either. The phone vibrated and a message popped up. Junior, then Senior, you should also go to bed early and don't be too tired. Su Qingshi looked at the message and a smile appeared on her face. You too. Good night. Good night. After the chat, both of them felt relieved, and then they felt sleepy. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, Lin Sun was the last one to get up. Brother Lin, we're going to be late for morning 8. Lu Gang shouted, standing in front of the sink, foam spraying from his mouth as he spoke. Lin Sun closed his eyes, kicked the quilt into the corner, and then used his hands and feet to start pulling at it. After the monkey cried out, Lin Sun finally came to his senses and said absent-mindedly, why is there Zaoba in this world? Hey, you didn't go to bed until midnight last night, did you? Go Xingli blew his hair and looked at Lin Sun teasingly. Lin Sun smoothed his messy hair and said, about 3 o'clock. Oh, it's so uncomfortable. I must go to bed early next time. Hurry up and get up, it's already 7:40. Wood had already packed his things and was sitting in front of the computer sipping noodles. Lin Sun simply rolled up the quilt and leaned against the wall, then got up and washed up. Since it was already 7:50 when they set out, they walked very quickly. When passing by the cafeteria, Lin Sun ran in, spent a minute to buy breakfast, and when he was about to leave the door, he met an acquaintance. Senior. Su Qingshi was planning to go to the cafeteria to buy breakfast. When she saw Lin Sun, she raised her eyelids slightly and asked, why are you in such a hurry? Lin Sun hurriedly said, I'm going to be late, senior sister. Have you had breakfast? Su Qingshi shook her head. I was just about to eat. Then take your time eating, senior sister. I have to go to class first. Lin Sun glanced at his roommates. They had already walked more than 100 meters away. Seeing this, he had no choice but to give up chatting with the senior sister and ran towards them. After running a few steps, he turned back and looked at Su Qingshi steadily. What? Su Qingshi looked at Lin Sun, who was approaching her with calm eyes. Lin Sun said seriously. Senior sister, you look very beautiful today, but you have some dark circles under your eyes. You must make sure to rest well. After saying that, he ran away. Su Qingshi was stunned, and then suddenly smiled. The students passing by were stunned when they saw this scene. The goddess smile is more beautiful than Mona Lisa. Although the foursome walked fast enough, it was already 8:04 when they entered the classroom. I'm afraid the air will suddenly become quiet. All the students in the morning class looked over with lifeless faces. After seeing the four people, their expressions suddenly brightened up, and they smiled as if they were going to enjoy a good show. This class was about the basics of finance. The teacher was an older professor named Song Yangchun. He looked at the late Lin Sun and his three companions and said, "Are you four returning from your journey to seek Buddhist scriptures?" Ha! The students burst into laughter immediately. Lin Sun and the others watched their noses and their hearts. As long as they didn't feel embarrassed, then they wouldn't feel embarrassed. Normally speaking, teachers wouldn't say anything even if you were late at university, but they were all newcomers and weren't thick-skinned enough to deal with these tricks. In addition, the teacher was highly respected, so they had no choice but to report. Okay, find a seat and sit down. Young people shouldn't be too sleepy. Teacher Song waved at them. Several people were looking for seats, but they all found seats in the first 3 rows. College students are very introverted. They always sit in the back row consciously during class. In the end, only the first 2 rows are left empty, and late students can only sit in the front row. Sitting in the front is not very good either. Firstly, the teacher is watching you all the time, and you can't even be distracted. Secondly, you have to look up at the PPT at all times during the lecture, which is bad for your neck. Lin Sun focused on the teacher's lecture, but his mind was actually wandering somewhere else. The senior sister does have some dark circles under her eyes. Although it does not affect her beautiful appearance, if she continues like this, she will probably become increasingly haggard. He had to do something. Yes, buy skincare products for my senior. After class, he went shopping. Picked the best one for the senior sister. Most people were not in high spirits in the 8 a.m. class, especially the professor, who was a stuffy old man and spoke in a mysterious way. Many students started fishing. Even Lin Sun felt a little sleepy. After all, he went to bed late last night. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud noise, and the whole classroom was startled. Everyone was startled, and their sleepiness was instantly gone, including the professor. Everyone looked towards the back row. A boy stood up from a seat there, his hands on the table, looking confused. "Student, you banged the table so loudly. Do you have any opinions about the teacher's lecture?" Teacher Song cast a cold gaze at the boy. "Well, that teacher, no, you explained it very well. I was just dreaming, sorry," the boy said stutteringly. "Embarrassing. I actually did Inception in class, so social." Teacher Song raised his glasses with his index finger. "Oh, the teacher really taught well? Did he make you fall asleep?" "Ha!" Everyone laughed. Teacher Song was very good-tempered. He waved his hand and asked the boys to sit down. Then he said, "Okay, I know you are very sleepy. I am sleepy too. So I will wake you up and ask 2 students to ask questions. It's you, the student in front. Although you are late, I saw you were listening to the class very attentively just now. Please stand up." Teacher Song suddenly pointed at Lin Sun. The latter was confused. "What? Teacher, when did I listen to the class seriously? I was just thinking about what to buy for my senior sister." When his name was called, he had no choice but to stand up. Teacher Song asked, "What do you mean by financial market?" Lin Sun, "Teacher, I don't know how to do it." "Didn't you listen to the class? This is the most basic concept." "Teacher, I was distracted just now." "Then ask a classmate to help you answer." Go wins. Go Xingli, who was praying silently, suddenly changed his expression and looked at Lin Sun in horror. "Damn it, Brother Lin, you actually dared to kill your father." Chapter 60, For I Have a Friend. "Teacher, I don't know either." "You don't know how to do it? Then call another one." "Lu Gong?" Lu Gang stood up calmly with an expression that said, as expected, "You wouldn't and wouldn't?" Lu Gang said confidently, "Teacher, I know. The financial market is mainly divided into the currency market and the foreign exchange market." Listening to their roommate's fluent answer, Lin Sun and Go Xingli looked at each other, both feeling embarrassed. "Look, this is the difference. Brother Lu is worthy of being Brother Lu. Well, it's decided. He will be the study consultant for 307 from now on." "Good answer. Please sit down." The other two students should sit down as well. Teacher Song praised Lu Gang, but didn't say anything to Lin Sun and the others. 9:30, get out of class ends. Class 201 of the finance department immediately rushed to another classroom to continue their class. Time flies, and it is time for lunch, and the bell for the end of get out of class rings. The monitor suddenly said, "Everyone, please pay attention. Although there are no classes in the afternoon and evening, our class will have a class meeting at 7:40 in the evening. Please be sure to be there. At that time, seniors from the student union will come to recruit new students." Student union recruitment. When the news came out, many students showed interest. In every school, the most noteworthy thing is the student union. If you can join the student union, it will be of great help to their subsequent studies. After the monitor finished speaking, the four people in dormitory 307 happily headed for the cafeteria. Student union? How can it be more important than eating? On the way, it seems like many clubs are recruiting new members recently. Have you decided which one you want to join? Wuda asked curiously. Lin Sun shook his head. I haven't thought about it yet. Goshengli looked thoughtful. I'll go wherever there are more girls. Roll! Shallow. Brother Lin, I suggest you go to the student union. Uda Sudeni Hevialeda Misteriosis Mayo. Lin Sun was puzzled. Why? Because as far as I know, the campus beauty of Soochow University is the vice president of the student union. Isn't she your goddess? Lin Sun was a little surprised. After thinking for a moment, he said, let me ask senior sister first. The three roommates rolled their eyes. Look at this Versailles. Is it that great to have the school beauty's WeChat? They had previously wanted Lin Sun to give them the school beauty's WeChat ID, but Lin Sun was very stingy and was not moved at all. There are probably no more than 5 boys in the whole school who can add the school beauty on WeChat. Because the class was delayed for a few minutes, when they arrived at the cafeteria, it was already crowded. Make way for a moment. After a lot of effort, several people squeezed to a window and lined up. Huh? Are you the freshman named Lin Sun? At this time, someone patted Lin Sun on the shoulder. Lin Sun turned around and looked at the other person. It was a boy. Hello, who are you? The boy looked excited. It's really you. I finally see you in person. Bro, what is your relationship with the school beauty? Cousin. Younger brother. Mistress. The 3 people from dormitory 307 responded one after another. The boy opened his mouth into an O shape. Lin Sun glanced at them and then said to the boy, Senior Sister Sue and I are just friends. Well, temporarily. Friends? You mean you and the school beauty are really not relatives, but normal friends? Friend. This is undoubtedly more shocking. If that's the case, then why is the school beauty so close to this boy? The boy became more and more excited. He took out his cell phone, turned on the camera, and pointed it at Lin Sun. Classmate, could you please repeat what you just said? Lin Sun. Bro, what are you doing? You recorded it? He ignored the other person, and it was his turn to get food. 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish, standard. Back in the dormitory, the 4 of them ate their own food. Lin Sun was eating while strolling around. Eye cream. He wants to buy eye cream for his senior. Looking at the pile of products above, whose effects and reviews were almost the same, Lin Sun was in a dilemma. Which to buy? Buy them all? He could afford it. The most expensive of these eye creams only cost 1 or 2,000 yuan, so buying a dozen or so wouldn't be a big deal for him. But buying so many seemed a bit random, and he wanted to choose the best one. Senior sister, you should be matched with the best. In the end, he couldn't make a choice and planned to ask the senior which one she liked, but he quickly gave up. The senior was so smart that she knew he wanted to buy it for her as soon as she asked. Suddenly, Lin Sun's eyes lit up. Yes, find Senior Jiang. Without further ado, Lin found Senior Jiang's WeChat and sent her a message. At this moment, Jiang Yunxiao, who was sitting on the bed in a daze with a messy hair, suddenly had his cell phone on the bed light up. She glanced at him sideways and didn't pay any attention. Then she started calling her bestie. Sure. Have you eaten yet? No response, still in the library? Jiang Yunxiao decisively took the phone. At this point, it was time to ask her bestie to help bring lunch. She's probably the only one in the school who can get the school beauty to cook for her, right? After sending a message to Su Qingshi, Jiang Yunxiao didn't care whether she responded or not. She knew her best friend well. Once she saw the message, she would usually not reply, but she would act decisively. Junior fellow looking for me. Jiang Yunxiao was a little surprised when he saw the message Lin Sun sent him. Junior, Senior, are you there? It's urgent. Jiang Yunxiao thought for a moment and typed. Lin Sun took a few bites of rice and replied to the message. Senior Jiang. What's wrong, Junior? Senior Jiang. Animated expression, sleepy. Junior. Senior, I want to buy an eye cream. Do you have any recommendations? Senior Jiang. Why did you buy that thing? Junior. I have a friend who has dark circles under her eyes, and I want to buy this for her. I have a friend? Jiang Yunxiao frowned. His brain raced for a few seconds, and he fell in a deep thought. Why did she feel like she had heard this somewhere before? Bang! Suddenly, she clapped her hands, and a cunning look appeared in her eyes. By the way, didn't Shir stay up late last night? I guess the friend that Xiaodi was talking about is her, right? Hey, how come these two people have such good chemistry? Even their words are so similar? Jiang Yunxiao smiled like a little fox and started typing. Senior Jiang, could this friend of yours be Shir? Fuck. In the men's dormitory, Lin Sun suddenly cried out. What's wrong, brother Lin? Lu Gang looked over. Lin Sun said, it's okay, we are chatting. With a girl? Fuck. Brother Lin, you actually cheated on us. Does your senior know about it? Go Xingli's shocked voice came. Get lost. He's just a friend. Lin Sun's face was filled with black lines. Friend? What happened? What did the other party do to scare you like this? Do you need a military advisor? Military advisor? You. What do you mean by that? Do you think you look down on me, Go? Come on, brother Go. You are too inexperienced. Lin Sun shook her head. Most girls could handle a guy like brother Go, but if they met a guy like senior sister Jiang, they would probably be hooked into a hooker. Chapter 65 WeChat Chat with Senior Jiang. Lin Sun did not hide it from Jiang Yunxiao and admitted it. Jiang Yunxiao looked as if he had known this for a long time, and then chuckled. Senior Jiang, did you say anything to Shir yesterday? Junior. Senior Jiang, how did you know? Junior. Did the senior sister tell you? The information revealed by the other party was a bit explosive, and Lin Sun was shocked. Senior Jiang. Yes, Shir asked me about it last night, and she seemed to have insomnia because of it. Senior Jiang. Animated expression, squinting and smiling. Senior Jiang. Tell me quickly, how far has your relationship developed behind my back? Lin Sun sat in front of the computer desk, feeling a little conflicted. He was thinking whether to tell Senior Jiang that he liked her, but it seemed that Senior Jiang didn't look very reliable. However, if he were to confess his feelings, it would be difficult for him to do it alone, so it would be better for him to find a few helpers. Since Senior Jiang has such a good relationship with Senior, she must know her better, which is also good for him. Thinking of this, Lin Sun edited the information. Jiang Yunxiao sat on the bed waiting for news. After waiting for a few minutes, he still didn't get a response and felt a little confused. Are you shy, little brother? Just then a message popped up. She clicked it, and her eyes lit up instantly. Junior, I and the senior are just good friends now. Senior Jiang. Now? You mean you still want to develop a relationship with Shir that goes beyond friendship? Junior. Animated expression, shy. Senior Jiang. Haha. Actually, you don't have to hide it. Even anyone can see that you like Shir, right? Junior. Is it so obvious? Senior Jiang. My bestie is so beautiful. Not to mention you guys. Even I am attracted to her. Junior. Lin Sun imagined in his mind what the senior sister and senior sister Jiang would look like together, with the cold senior sister being the attacker and the hot senior sister Jiang being the receiver. That picture, wow. Lin Sun quickly shook the thoughts out of his head and cursed himself inwardly. At this time, Jiang Yunxiao replied, Senior Jiang. But if you like Shir, it's difficult to pursue her. Lin Sun immediately responded in a flattering manner. Please help me, senior sister Jiang. Senior Jiang. Sure. I can see that Shir feels differently about you than other guys. If this works out, wow, that scene will be exciting. Senior Jiang. I'll help you. Junior. Thank you, Senior Jiang. You are so kind. If you need anything from me in the future, just let me know. Senior Jiang. Sure. Senior Jiang. By the way, I have a surprise for you. Senior Jiang. Animated expression, hee. Junior. Jiang Xuejia. Picture. At this time, in the male dormitory, Lin Sun closed his phone reflexively when he saw the photo sent by the other party. He looked around vigilantly. It was nothing at first, but his action immediately attracted the attention of Lu Gang and others. What are you doing, baby? You look so cautious. Is there something I don't want to know? Go Shengli came over immediately with a toothpick in his mouth. Lu Gang looked at him suspiciously, then shook his head. Brother Lin, this is really unkind of you to hide it from your beloved father. Roll! You actually want to be my father. So what is it that is covered so tightly? Let's take a look. Go Shengli stared at the mobile phone in Lin Sun's arms furtively. Lin Sun shook his head. Nothing, just an ad popped up suddenly. Fuck. Brother Lin, you're not browsing small websites, are you? Not really. Go Shengli said in surprise. Lin Sun's face was full of black lines. Am I that kind of person? Go Shengli looked at him suspiciously. You look a little weak. Lin Sun didn't want to pay attention to him. He stayed up late last night, so of course he looked pale. I'll pack you breakfast for a week. Get out of here. Hey, okay, whatever you like. When Go Shengli heard this, he walked away contentedly. He had enjoyed breakfast for a week for nothing. Wow, how great it was! Lin Sun quickly took off his shoes, got on the bed, and buried his head in the quilt. Opening WeChat and clicking on the photo, Lin Sun's eyes were focused and a little excited. What Jiang Yunxiao sent him was a photo of him and his senior schoolmate, which Jiang Yunxiao took in the mall. In the photo, Lin Sun was operating the joystick of the claw machine, while Su Qingshi stood gracefully beside him, looking at him. Her expression was not as cold as usual, but a little more peaceful. At first glance, they seemed such a perfect match. Lin Sun pressed and held the picture with trembling hands as he was excited. A message from Senior Jiang a few minutes ago. What's up? Sister, isn't this a good photo? Is this photo worth the price of a meal? Sly smile. Lin Sun replied with a smile. Junior. Great, Senior Jiang. Awesome, Junior. Expression cow. Senior Jiang. That's right. Let me tell you, if I have the chance in the future, I will take pictures of Shirshir wearing a short skirt and stockings and show them to you. Lin Sun didn't reply this time because he was already fantasizing in his mind. He had seen the senior sister wearing a short skirt and black stockings. Oops, my nose is hot. Lin Sun quickly stopped imagining. This is too likely to lead people to commit crimes, right? But Lin Sun still swallowed his saliva several times. Well, if he has a photo of the senior sister wearing black stockings, he must put it in the safe. Take a look before going to bed. No, he won't be able to sleep if he looks like that, right? At this time, Jiang Yunxiao sent a message. So when are you planning to confess your feelings? Lin Sun replied, the time is not right yet. I want to get in touch with my senior again. Senior Jiang. Of course, Shirshir has a cold personality, and it's hard for most people to impress her. You need patience, but I believe you can do it. Come on. Junior. Senior Jiang, do you know some of my hobbies? Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. Lin Sun has already decided to get to know his senior better. Jiang Yunxiao thought for a while and said, let me tell you about her hobbies, but that's not enough. You have to appear in her field of vision often. Lin Sun thought for a while and suddenly remembered what Wu De said at noon. He asked, how about I join the student union? Senior Jiang, it's not impossible. However, because Shirshir is in the student union, many people are trying their best to join the student union, but most of them fail. Senior Jiang, to join the student union, first of all, you must have outstanding abilities, and secondly, girls are preferred. Junior? Why? Senior Jiang, because the president personally screens every new student union member recruitment. The president is a junior boy in the same class as Shirshir. He is very outstanding, and he has a crush on Shirshir. So, if anyone who has feelings for Shirshir wants to join the student union, it will be more difficult. I see. Lin Sun fell into deep thought. Even the president of the student union liked the senior sister. The senior sister was so outstanding. What should I do if the pressure suddenly doubles? In the girls' dormitory, Jiang Yunxiao was playing with her phone. Suddenly, she looked towards the door and subconsciously covered her phone. Seeing Su Qingshi coming in, Jiang Yunxiao felt like she was looking at her parents again. My dear, you are finally back. I am starving. Su Qingshi glanced at her calmly and suddenly asked, why do you look so guilty? Jiang Yunxiao's face froze. Is there? Oh my God. Does her best friend know her so well even this little change can't escape her eyes? It seems that I have to set up an underground intelligence organization with my junior brother in the future. Have. Su Qingshi narrowed her beautiful eyes and became even more suspicious. You guys take a break on weekends, but the author doesn't dare to take a break. Chapter 66, Student Union Recruitment. After finishing the chat with Senior Jiang, Lin Sun opened the photo album and looked at the photo again and again. Senior's sister is so beautiful, and the senior sister has such a great figure, right? She is 1.7 meters tall, with legs that are at least 1 meter long, straight and slender, and a small waist wrapped with a belt. When she wears a skirt, this part is undoubtedly the most eye-catching part. Because it's too thin. Well, but he is not bad himself. Look at his profile. He is worthy of my senior. Lin Sun laughed Gigi-like sounds under the quilt. 3 roommates? After appreciating every detail of the photo, Lin Sun set the photo as his mobile phone wallpaper, both on the lock screen and on the desktop. This way, every time he opens his phone, he can see his senior. This is his first photo with his senior. So Lin Sun pressed the button to turn off the screen, then turn it back on, then turn it off again, then turn it back on again, over and over again. Hey, Brother Lin, you're not watching movies secretly, are you? Why are you laughing so obscenely? Go Shengli asked in confusion. Lu Gang glanced at the shaking quilt on a bed and shook his head. This is the rhythm of a demon. He knew without guessing that Brother Lin was chatting with the campus beauty of Suqiao University. Only in this way could the normal Brother Lin be turned into a stupid son. Of course, he guessed wrong this time. At around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the 4 people in 307 fell asleep. The only thing that is unified in the dormitory is the nap time. Everyone sleeps at this time. The snoring sound echoes endlessly. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Sun set the alarm and got up. Lu Gang also sat at his computer desk early to play games. As for the other 2 sons, they were still sleeping. Brother Bing, let's go for a run? Okay. Lin Sun decided to go running whenever he had time in the future. He wanted to keep his body in shape. Not to mention muscular men, at least physical strength should be improved, right? The sun in September is still very strong. Even at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun is very hot, comparable to that at noon, and the ultraviolet rays in the afternoon are extremely strong. Lin Sun felt a tingling sensation on his skin whenever he walked on the road. This sun is a bit poisonous. It's okay, just absorb it, it's good for your body. There are not many people on the playground now because of the strong sun. Only students from the sports college are training, and those few are relatively self-disciplined. As for girls, there is none. Lin Sun was a little disappointed that he didn't see the fairy senior sister while running today, but he didn't care. He came to the playground just to run. The 2 of them first jogged for 2 laps, and then began to slowly speed up. 5,000 meters. For most people, it would be difficult to even finish the run. A normal person can run 5,000 meters in about 30 minutes. According to Lu Gang, his best running time in the army was 18 minutes, and he could run the armed 5 kilometers in less than 20 minutes. I heard that he also won a 3rd-class merit for participating in the martial arts competition. This is already very strong. Lin Sun was envious, but he himself couldn't do it. It took Lin Sun 26 minutes to run for the whole trip. Your speed is just barely acceptable. Your endurance still needs to be improved. Practice slowly, Lu Gang said to him with a smile. Lin Sun panted and nodded. It was 6 o'clock. The sun was setting, and more people came to the playground. The big white legs that can be seen everywhere are very dazzling. Lin Sun did go to Chu Weiwei from the computer science department and a few other pretty girls, but he couldn't find any of the seniors after looking around. It seems that the senior sister doesn't have time tonight, Lin Sun said to Lu Gang. Shall we go eat? Lu Gang nodded. The 2 chose a nearby canteen. Since they had a meeting in the evening, they packed up their food and took it back with them, and also brought lunch for their 2 sons. At 7:30 in the evening, the 4 people from class 307 arrived at the classroom. At this time, most of the people were already in the classroom. After Lin Sun came in, many eyes were cast over him. Because Lin Sun has become so popular recently, even his classmates have heard of his deeds. I have to say, I admire him for being so close to the school bell. The girls were a little disappointed. They didn't expect that the only handsome guy in the class already had someone he liked. This made them feel a little bored. Lin Sun didn't care about the gazes of the crowd and found a seat to sit down. Soon, the counselor Lu Anda came in. He was always so impetuous. Students, tonight the seniors from the student union and the clubs will come to recruit new members. They will introduce the clubs to you. The teacher was also the student union president. Joining the student union is very beneficial for students. Students must actively participate. Now, we welcome the seniors from the student union to introduce themselves to you. Everyone welcome. Pa pa pa. Several men and women walked into the classroom. One boy was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts and had curly hair. He looked handsome. The other two girls were wearing heavy makeup and were dressed very coolly, which attracted a lot of attention. As soon as they came in, they introduced themselves first. The handsome guys and beautiful girls immediately excited the boys and girls in the class. Hello, everyone. I'm from the publicity department of the student union. My name is Hupe. Because the president and vice president are both busy, I'm here on behalf of the student union to recruit new members. Our student union. After some pleasantries, the boys did most of the talking, with the two girls supporting the conversation. The students in the audience also asked some related questions. For example, whether there are credits for joining the student union, what departments are there, etc. The two girls at the back passed 2 pieces of paper down from both sides. This is our student union's recruitment group. I will send a form to the group later. If you are interested, please fill in your name and wait for the interview time to be notified in the group. Also, I want to emphasize to everyone that our student union is full of talented people. As long as you can join the student union, it will be very helpful for improving your abilities. For example, our president is a very successful person. Students can go and learn about him. There is also the vice president. I believe everyone has heard of her. She is our Nanjing University's campus beauty, Su Qingshi. She is an amazing talent. The school beauty is actually the vice president of the student union. Everyone was a little surprised, and the men looked a little excited. That's the school bell. It's hard to see her even once. If you can join the student union, won't you be able to be in the same frame with the school bell often? Let's get started. It's all about the real thing. I have to say that the school beauty is in the student union, which is a booster, and soon many people started to join the group. Lin Sun and his friends knew about this a long time ago, but the other 3 were not interested. The student union? It was too complicated, and they were too lazy to go. Lin Sun hesitated for a moment, but decided to join the group. Sign up first. Since the senior was in the student union, he took the initiative to approach her.